Apart from company officers, directors usually consist of officers of other friendly companies or friendly banks, of lawyers, sometimes foundation officers and college presidents, former officers and large stockholders, sometimes themselves former officers. Directors who actively question or suggest are usually owners or representatives of large blocks of stock or senior obligations. In most cases the outside members are passive, merely listening and taking note of what is reported by the executives. They evaluate what they hear in terms of their own business experience. Except where forbidden by law, as in the case of banks, directors are usually cogs in widespread interlocks, a phenomenon abhorrent down through the years to many congressmen. Congressmen who dislike this practice of interlocking directors, that is, a few directors from a cluster of key companies spread around among a large number of satellite companies, would like it forbidden on the ground that it signals central money fund or Wall Street control. They would prefer that a man be a director of only one company at a time, thereby bringing in many unsound outsiders. My own objection to forbidding interlocking directors is that it would be ineffective in breaking the true interlock, which exists by prior dispensation in a small ownership coterie through blood relationships, intermarriages, private school associations and club memberships. We must not forget that the entire corporate situation directly concerns no more than 2/10 ths of 1% of the adult population, fewer than 200,000 people, with some 8/10 ths of 1% or less involved, and never more than 10% or even infinitesimally involved except American Samoa rank-and-file employees and consumers. Abolishing corporate interlocks would not alter any basic situation, would at most provide only one more feudal pseudo-reform. If it led anyone to believe some basic change had taken place, it would be grossly deceptive. Those who oppose interlocking directorates, if they were seriously consistent in their recommendation, should call for the outlawing of intermarriage, hereditary trust funds, common schooling, and common metropolitan club membership among large property holders and corporate families. One could isolate each one, incommunicado, in a private telephone booth. Except where they represent large blocks of stock or are officers of the company, directors are seldom vital to the conduct of affairs, serve mostly as window dressing. There is a school of corporate thought that contends directors should direct, but this is a minority view. Directors generally do not direct unless they are also big stockholders or officers. As outsiders they usually don't know enough about the specific situation. Even the notion that some bring to bear an indispensable broad-gauged public point of view, valuable in preserving the corporate image as a benign entity, won't hold water because efficient public relations departments tend to this simple detail. A few directors, in fact, are invited on boards solely because they are witty or eccentrically knowledgeable fellows, thus tending to perk up otherwise dull meetings of essentially stodgy men. In crises directors may be collectively called up to tap their general business experience. Some internal dispute over fundamental policy may be submitted to them, in which case they function as a board of judges. If they cannot resolve the dispute, it will be resolved at the next meeting of stockholders, where the big shareholders will assert themselves. But such an occurrence is rare because among the directors it is known who speaks for large stockholdings. It is known where the ultimate power lies. Despite all the devotion to voting in corporations, the process is hardly democratic because the vote, in any showdown, is by shares of stock, not by individuals. All the thousands of ragtag stockholders in the Ford Motor Company could not outvote the Ford family. The situation is absolutely or effectively the same in every company, which means that a very large and paramountly vital part of internal American affairs is under essentially autocratic rule, as in Russia. At variance with democratic ideology this statement surely is, but nevertheless, alas, it is true, true, true. As long as matters progress smoothly, as they ordinarily do, the point of view of the managing officers prevails at board meetings. Organizational trouble appears only if a very large stockholder, or someone speaking for large blocks of stock, seriously opposes the management. While newspapers report from time to time on internal struggles for company control, such reports rarely involve the biggest companies. Control is seldom an issue in the big smoothly running enterprise. Whenever it is, the issue is quickly resolved, either by internal vote or by court decision. The executive mystique corporation officers are of interest in this inquiry mainly because they are the front-line deputies of the rich and the super-rich when they are not themselves of the rich. They are the watchdogs and overseers, usually hired, of great wealth. As such, their earned take-home pay is rivaled only by that of persons in the sports and entertainment worlds who become tremendous box office attractions, home run hitters, knockout punchers, or seductresses of the screen. Because only a handful of these fireflies maintain their box office charisma for any considerable time, as a group they are not in the income class of the executives, who even in retirement continue to be handsomely rewarded. Entertainers and athletes in general are paid little. Just what is it that makes an upper corporation executive worth his pay, ranging on the record from $200,000 to $800,000 a year in the merely cash portions? A standard answer, part of what I shall hereafter refer to as the executive mystique, is that the value of an upper echelon executive lies in the decisions he makes and influences. 1. It is made evident that the decisions for which he is rewarded so handsomely are money-making decisions. While he may at times make wrong decisions, most of his decisions, at least the big ones, must be the right ones, the winning ones. Or so it is argued. One cannot deny that the top executives are decision-makers. But this observation is not very profound because, paradoxically, not to make any decision is a decision. We are all, as it happens, decision-makers. But we are not most of us money-making decision-makers. The kind of decision-making the big executive engages in, according to theory, is as follows: he makes one big decision, or a series of decisions, that vastly improves the relative position of his company, reflected in earnings, that slightly improves or holds steady the relative position of his company among rivals, that in any general economic decline leads his company to lose ground less rapidly than others, or that enables his company, at the bottom of a slump, to spring up again, Phoenix-like, and astonish the world or at least the editors of Fortune and the Wall Street Journal. More exactly, he is not supposed to make those decisions by himself, out of the whole cloth, but to fit together the advice and insights of many others, like a master craftsman, and extract the winning decision. In theory, the decisions he makes must be winning decisions. Because if one is paying for decision-making, as the big stockholders are supposed to be doing, one surely does not want to pay for losing decisions. And yet, highly paid executives often make momentous losing decisions, sometimes all together, sometimes in industry groups and sometimes in single companies. In the early 1930s, the leading corporate executives all made a collectively losing decision. They decided to maintain their economic positions amid sudden price declines through cost-cutting, mainly by wholesale discharges of unprotected workers, the rank-and-file patriots. The theory was that as demand for goods was re-stimulated at lower price levels, business would pick up at more normalized levels than in the 1920s, workers could be rehired at lower wages as in the slump of 1920-22. Then the process of money-making could resume on a sounder basis. There was no pickup, however, because during the serial process of wholesale layoffs workers exhausted their meager savings and credit. When prices reached low levels they continued to fall to still lower levels, except where they were administered. Much less business was done because many people had no money. The economy began stagnating. The communists gloated because Marx had predicted capitalism would lose the ability to govern in one of these slumps. The Great Depression was on, produced by masterminds who instead of living up to their reputation as entrepreneurs had become, turtle-like, solely interested in preserving working capital. Ironically, surrounding conditions from a business point of view were perfect. There was no government interference with business. There had been 12 years of uninterrupted lax Republican rule under figurehead presidents. Taxes under Treasury Secretary Andrew Mellon had been brought to very low levels. Tariff walls against odious foreign goods were at record high levels. Big business ruled the roost more fully than it did later under Lyndon B. Johnson. If it were a fact that executives are paid as decision makers, they would all have been fired. For they had all, acting according to crowd psychology as they usually do, made a general losing decision, reflected in steady corporate deficits. There never was a major winning decision in this situation in the sense of one company moving ahead of others. No corporate mastermind showed himself, for the simple reason that there were no corporate masterminds. The emperors were all stark naked. In national self-defense the government moved, slowly, to intervene with its own programs, amid witless cries from the corporate press of creeping socialism. One often sees the same sort of collective losing decision-making in an entire industry, as in the railroad industry since World War I. Suddenly faced with new competition from pipelines, trucks, buses, and airplanes, the railroad industry down through the decades, instead of adjusting services to meet new conditions, instead of participating by one avenue or the other in new forms of transport, decided to curtail services. The industry decided, forsooth, to go out of business on the installment plan. Where one company clearly falls behind all others in the same industry through having failed to adapt to new currents or to take advantage of some innovation, it is obvious that the chief executive, or his subalterns, has not been alert, and he is, unless he is a big stockholder, usually dropped. This was the case with respect to Charles Luckman, president of Lever Brothers after World War II and widely touted as a wonder boy. The rest of the industry stole a march on him in the introduction of detergents in place of soap powders, and Lever Brothers underwent setbacks in the market until it tardily took up detergents. Luckman was fired. But when Ford Motor Company lost a reported $250 million on its hapless Edsel model in the 1950s, Henry Ford too did not walk the plank. He, along with other stockholders, simply took it in the pocketbook. He could not be fired because he was a chief owner. This simple fact revealed the source of true power in an executive. Aging Sewell Avery, a big stockholder, stubbornly held to his position at the head of Montgomery Ward and Company after World War II and decided to retrench in expectation of a resumption of the Depression. Ward's arch-rival, Sears, Roebuck and Company, decided to expand in expectation of an inflationary boom, and soon passed on to astronomical heights of latter-day success. Here we have a case of a losing and a winning decision, both made by experienced managements, one rather inflexible. To argue that Avery was a poor executive because he made a less advantageous decision is like arguing that Napoleon was a bad general because he lost the Battle of Waterloo. In all the loose talk about executive decision-making, it is overlooked that corporate decisions are usually made collectively, more recently on the basis of a vast mass of information assembled and digested by computers. After careful sifting by low-paid technicians, statisticians, economists, mathematicians, psychologists, and even at times anthropologists, a set of alternatives is laid before the executive board. If the correct data have been fed to the computers, these mechanisms may themselves have the answer: expand, branch out, retrench, stand pat, fight, submit, deny. Again, the decisions are rarely of life and death caliber. They are usually fairly routine and marginal. John F. Kennedy, it is reported, faced divided counsels among his advisers on the religious issue in 1960. Some said he should avoid it, some said he should stress it, others felt he should touch on it, but lightly. The problem was put to a computer into which a mass of data was fed on the characteristics of the American population. The computer replied, "Stress the issue." And this was done. While one cannot say that this is why Kennedy won, it obviously did not cause him to lose. So it was presumably the right decision made by a computer. The masterly decision in this case was evidently to turn to the computer. Corporation officials often face issues that arise from a set of losing decisions of longer short-term nature. And they know they are losers. What they often do then is to make no decision, ride with the tide in the hope that something of a saving nature will turn up. They are not, then, paid primarily to make dramatic right decisions, although they participate in corporate serendipity and will be penalized for obviously bizarre judgments, now increasingly eliminated by expert analysts and computer technology. But corporations, their nets spread wide, are not run by ear, as the decision-making theory suggests. If they sometimes gamble, it is only in small ways. Almost never do they stake their lives on a single line of policy. They do indeed have alternative policies, sometimes all in effect in different areas at the same time. They play both ends against the middle and the middle against both ends. There is much else, which need not detain us, to show there is little in this contention that high compensation is given for profitable decision-making. The decision-making theory is part of the executive mystique. This mystique, dubbed management, has been developed partly for psychological reasons, to give executives in a long chain of command down to the newest junior executive and foreman a sense of worth in essentially boring jobs. It also provides an impressive rationale for the payment of grotesque salaries. For as decision-makers, most company chairmen and presidents could not fight their way out of a paper bag, as is repeatedly shown when they are dragged into full public view and subjected to searching questioning under subpoena. Then they almost invariably wilt, show themselves as very ordinary men. This is not to say that corporation executives are without ability. They are able people, the ablest that can be found for the task. Their ability resides in a varying combination of qualities. The big factor that enters into their selection and compensation is that they are custodian trustees and overseers of vastly valuable properties. As they are agents of often absentee large owners, and are sometimes caught in tight situations where one decision is as bad as another or is a Hobson's choice, their pay is in part an inducement to guarantee loyalty at the beginning of a chain of command. Below the top, loyalty can be enforced by sanctions. But the initiator in the chain of command has a wider sphere of action. Owing to their strategic position at the head of complex properties, the top executives are in excellent positions for self-enrichment. They bold the combination to the office safe, know many intercompany secrets. They are exactly in the positions of Rockefeller and Carnegie with their early enterprises, except that they are not the chief owners. They usually own very little of the company. But, as corporate history shows, they are in a prime position to help themselves to goodies at the expense of the company and its stockholders. Many have done so, a few from time to time are still caught in the act. Though partly a crowning reward for long service in a variety of lower positions throughout the company, their compensation is mainly a shield against the temptation of helping themselves at the company's expense. Such temptations are guarded against in many technical ways, as by outside audits and analyses, but the basic way is to make it always evident that a sure and comparatively high earned income awaits the man who avoids the dark risks of high adventure at the company's expense. That astronomic executive compensation has nothing whatever to do with decision-making or competitive wizardry is proved by the fact that executive compensation in the non-competitive electric utility industry is as high as, often higher than, in striving industrial companies. Copious figures on the compensation drawn by executives in these utility sinecures, which could easily be filled by bright collegians, are presented for 20 pages by Senator Lee Metcalf of Montana in his Overcharge, David McKay Company, NY, 1967, a study of fancy financial capers by the entire contemporary electric utility industry. There is even more to the need for high compensation. As the company wants the top executive's undivided attention, it wants him to feel free of all the nagging worries that beset other men. As far as these problems can be met by money, big life insurance, schooling for the children, residence in soothing surroundings, a contented wife, they are met in the compensation awarded. Problems that cannot be solved by money, such as problematic wives, will cause a likely prospect to be passed over because the company cannot afford to have its affairs in the hands of a brooding man. Much has been made of the fact that an alcoholic or socially withdrawn wife will cause a man to lose the nod of advancement. But anything at all bizarre or worrisome about the wife will have the same result. It is not minded if she is a big spender, but if she overspends or in any way shows she is out of control, she will certainly jeopardize his chance. Indeed, any member of the family far out of control and thus the object of worry to the man will count heavily against his selection for a top position. Hence the high salaries, elaborate fringe benefits and deference in the corporate press to ostensibly brilliant decision-makers. The hired top corporation man, then, as distinguished from the hereditary owner-executive, is much like the cormorant or fishing bird, still used in China. A strap is fastened around the bird's neck, permitting him to breathe but not allowing him to swallow his catch. He dutifully brings the fish back to the boat. Now and again, paydays, the strap is loosened and he is allowed to swallow a fish. The bird is a percentage participant in the process, which was established by and for others. 2. It is part of the corporation mystique that the corporation executive is inherently a powerful person that he freely and autonomously extemporizes. But if such ability were either extensive or crucial, it would be easy to shift top officials out of industries where the average net return on capital was high, such as automobiles, cosmetics, or pharmaceuticals, into industries where it was low, such as coal, railroads, or steamships. The wizard decision-makers would then be able to make decisions that would move the lagging enterprise far above the traditional rate of return for the industry. This is not done. Executives are not attracted from booming industries to lagging ones, from whaling and pearling to sponge fishing. When an industry hits the skids, all the enterprises in it go down, some perhaps faster and further than others. No amount of experienced executive decision-making in a single company is able to arrest the process. There is in fact no consistent relationship between high executive pay and company success. Even in a company on a downhill course, paying no dividends, executives may be paid better than in more profitable companies. Thus for years Bethlehem Steel, although paying no dividends and running at deficits, paid Eugene P. Grace as president up to $800,000 a year, a record as of 1956 in cash emoluments. Somebody, including himself, apparently wanted Mr. Grace in charge of the properties. That the British take a somewhat jaundiced view of inordinately high executive salaries was shown recently by the case of Wilfred Harvey, 67-year-old, $750,000 a year chairman of the British Printing Corporation. 4 fellow directors forced his resignation on the ground that his salary scale was grotesque and ridiculous. He also had a special expense account. The annual earnings of the company were those of General Motors for a single day. So exercised did the British become that acidulous editorials were written and questions were asked in Parliament. 3. The chief executives of the big companies, in addition to directing internal affairs, also represent the company vis-a-vis the world, government, labor unions, and the general public. Their role is, basically, that of politicians and diplomats. As shrewd politicians, some, irrespective of the prosperity of the company, are able to make a better deal for themselves than others among the various factors of major owners, small stockholders, government officials, labor leaders, banks, and customers. Some are where they are because they are married to a daughter of the chief stockholder or the daughter of the banker that holds the company's notes. They may, indeed, just be a friend of the bank, which is interested only in its notes, not in record earnings. Henry Ford, too, aged 25, was not spirited out of the Navy in 1943 to become vice president of Ford Motor, executive vice president the next year, because he was considered a wizard decision-maker. He had failed to graduate with his class of 1940 at Yale, couldn't make the grade. Nor, years before, was his father Edsel at age 26 made a vice president because of any then evident great decision-making ability. Henry Ford, when he appointed Edsel, told newspapermen it showed what a remarkable country the United States was that so young a man could achieve such a high post so early. On this score Bourbon France was a far more remarkable country, for Louis XIV became king at age 5. The power elite according to Mills that the top corporation executive is a person of commanding power in his own right is part of the executive mystique and is uncritically incorporated into his theory of the power elite by C. Wright Mills, the American sociologist. As originally argued by the Italian sociologist, Vilfredo Pareto, in every branch of human activity people can be given an index number on a scale. To those with the largest accumulated indices of achievements or specific qualities, in whatever category, he gave the name of elite. There is, obviously, an elite for every function and quality: barbers, violinists, scientists, bankers, seductive women, politicians. People, too, possess powers, from 0 to 100, in asserting themselves over large areas of affairs. Those able to assert their wills, thus affecting many others, perhaps even against their wills, are said to have power. And, paraphrasing Pareto, Mills said that those with the most such power are to be regarded as a power elite. Where Mills becomes original, or quasi-original, is in his description of what purports to be the more recent American power elite. He constantly uses the words new and today, so that the situation as it stands is evidently something freshly perceived by Mills. Although the corporate rich or big owners belong to the elite of Mills, B says their role has been reduced in phases, first by big politicians as in the New Deal, and more recently by generals, admirals, and corporate officials of the warfare state. For the big rich are being phased out or down and are being replaced by executive types, either military or civilian. If Mills is correct, the message of these pages is somewhat passé. The inner core of the power elite consists, first, of those who interchange commanding roles at the top of one dominant institutional order with those in another, the admiral who is also a banker and a lawyer and who heads up an important federal commission, the corporation executive whose company was one of the 2 or 3 leading war material producers who is now Secretary of Defense, the wartime general who dons civilian clothes to sit on the political directorate and then becomes a member of the board of directors of a leading economic corporation. The inner core of the power elite also includes men of the higher legal and financial type from the great law factories and investment firms, who are almost professional go-betweens of economic, political, and military affairs, and who thus act to unify the power elite. The corporation lawyer and the investment banker perform the functions of the go-between effectively and powerfully. The outermost fringes of the power elite, which change more than its core, consist of those who count even though they may not be in on given decisions of consequence nor in their career move between the hierarchies. Each member of the power elite need not be a man who personally decides every decision that is to be ascribed to the power elite. Each member, in the decisions he does make, takes the others seriously into account. They not only make decisions in the several major areas of war and peace, they are the men who, in decisions in which they take no direct part, are taken into decisive account by those who are directly in charge. On the fringes and below them, somewhat to the side of the lower echelons, the power elite fades off into the middle levels of power, into the rank and file of Congress, the pressure groups that are not vested in the power elite itself, as well as a multiplicity of regional and state and local interests. If all the men on the middle levels are not among those who count, they sometimes must be taken into account, handled, cajoled, broken or raised to higher circles. 5. There has in fact been accomplished a managerial revolution, Mills implies. Power in the United States has insensibly shifted from the owners to the managers, from property to technical function, Burley means, James Burnham, J.K. Galbraith. Here B echoes a long line of modem writers increasingly emboldened in what they assert. 6. According to Mills, within the new managerial grouping, power is in the flux of coalition among managers. It follows that if the Fords, Mellons, Rockefellers, DuPonts and others still count, they count for much less than they once did. If money once talked, now it only whispers in the halls of power, hushed by the presence of the organization man. The major new segment in the managerial group, according to Mills, consists of the warlords, the military. Owing to the emergence of a big Cold War military establishment and the infusion of corporations with hundreds of retired officers, who were really available because 13.5 million men were mobilized for World War II, the military establishment has become an independent political segment, Mills contends. War and peace are dictated, not in Wall Street as socialists and populists used to claim, not in Congress and the White House as formal constitutionalists believe, not in the populace as naive Democrats believe, but in the Pentagon. The Joint Chiefs of Staff, professionals, have the determining voice in this matter, and Rockefellers, Mellons, DuPonts et al. Must just tag along. Although the situation as projected by Mills creates a complicated and dramatic picture, one must object to it on compelling grounds. Mills has raised what are clearly subordinate advisors and technicians into his elite of power. Many of the persons he mentions as power wielders are known, in Wall Street and Washington, as office boys, fat boys, court jesters and errand boys. Even by categories they do not rate. Lawyers and bankers, as such, do not rate. The point is, whose lawyer or banker are they? Mills's classification was purely subjective, externally applied. Most of the members of his elite are subject to the decisive will of others. They do not have a wide range of power in their own right, as do communist leaders, but derive it. They are but the representatives of power, held in reserve by others. Yet Mills claims that the higher agents of the economic, political, and military domains now often have a noticeable degree of autonomy and that only in the often intricate ways of coalition do they make up and carry through the most important decisions. 7. He asserts in effect that if the Pentagon says no to Wall Street and the White House, there ensues at least an internal power crisis. As to this, it can be shown that on important decisions, such as the discontinuance of manned bombers as well as on other matters, the Joint Chiefs have been flatly, pointedly, and publicly overruled amid cries of anguish from friends of the bomber program in Congress. The present weakness of manned air power has been dramatically shown in Vietnam, where American plane losses against a minor foe have been staggering. A salient fact about any elite is that it is not only a classifiable entity but it really has what it is supposed to have. The elite heavyweight punchers can really outpunch other men. All the orchestral conductors in the world, in meeting duly assembled, could not vote Leonard Bernstein out of the category of elite conductors. This is because Bernstein has all the characteristics stipulated for an elite conductor. One might meaningfully say, I don't like Bernstein's conducting, but one could not meaningfully say, Bernstein is not an elite conductor. And this is particularly so of anyone in a power elite. If someone can say of anyone in a supposed power elite, you no longer have power, and this statement is true, did the object of the remark really have power? But most of the members in Mills's power elite are readily removable, or may be ignored, by other members. Most of the members of Mills's power elite are indeed no more than advisors and technicians. They were hired and can be fired, hold their positions only during satisfactory conduct. This is not to say that while in office they are not powerful. But their power is derived power, not their own, not autonomous. All of Mills's military officers, first, are subject to retirement under pre-existing rules. Moreover, they can all be retired early. None of them can say, I don't believe I shall retire just yet. Furthermore, none of them made the rules. Again, each can be ordered to change his command, his driving will thwarted. In a salient case, President Truman relieved General Douglas MacArthur of the Far Eastern Command. MacArthur did not want to be relieved. But when all the chips were down, he was powerless. The same goes for the Joint Chiefs. In speaking of the autonomous power of the American military, Mills sounds as though he were speaking of the German and French officer corps of an earlier day, when a faction of landed, propertied, army families actually had deputies sitting in the legislature. The general staff was a legislative force, could unseat ministers. The United States has no such independent politically ensconced officer corps, and it is misleading to imply it. In the United States, generals, even loud talkers like Curtis E. L. May and George Patton, can be moved around like pieces on a chessboard. Corporation officials, similarly, are retired on schedule and are always dismissible at the behest of the large blocks of stock. While they may be powerful, it is not their own power on behalf of which they speak. It is derived power. In all of Mills's collection of power elite people, only the big owners, the finpoles, and the upper pub poles cannot be dismissed. Here and there, too, some underling is established through the dialectic of intrigue, usually in a limited way. Members of the Supreme Court are ensconced for life, collectively have ultimate power in the area of interpreting the laws, they can void statutes, can precipitate an inner nationwide power crisis, as with the school desegregation and state legislative redistricting decisions. The President has full executive power, but only for a limited term. All appointed national officials are subject to his whim. Congressmen each wield fractional power for formally limited terms. Only a very few of these in the Senate have some national stature based on inner rank or on constituencies they have attracted outside their home states. Those in office for many terms from non-competitive electoral districts come, on the basis of deals and understandings with each other, to constitute a powerful inner directorate. In combination, this directorate can easily frustrate newcomers. They are the old boys in the school, know where all the jam pots are hidden. They are the power elite in each house. Collectively, they run Congress. State governors, legislators, and judges are clearly second-rank figures. They may be secure, but in very limited areas. The upper hierarchy of the Catholic Church, too, owing to its psychic hold on many voting church members, should be considered pretty much as high-ranking pub poles, between the first and second ranks. It consists of church pols. This is the end of the power elite as far as pub polity alone is concerned. Two people of a type not here included who fit into Mills's conception of the power elite are Secretary of State Dean Rusk and former Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, respectively derived from the Rockefeller and Ford stables. These men meet all the Milchian criteria, and I wouldn't suggest that they should be regarded as ciphers. It is, however, noteworthy that each significantly changed his tune if not his entire public personality in the transition from service under President John F. Kennedy to service under President Lyndon B. Johnson. Each, indeed, changed from ostensibly reasonable and moderate men to fire-eating hawks, from cosmopolitan men to provincial men. In each case, it is obvious, their public script was supplied by the President, who held the power of dismissal over both. Each, no doubt powerful as a go-between, was powerful only as an underling. J. William Fulbright, Richard B. Russell, John C. Stennis and others of the Senate Directorate in the interim experienced no such change of attitude. They remained implacably themselves. There has in fact been no such phased change since 1930 as Mills and others refer to, although there have been changes mostly in the way of more intense concentration of wealth with some greater preemption of roles by pub poles. Pub poles and fin poles have both enhanced their powers, not with respect to each other but with respect to the public. One of the hundreds of external evidences of this is the shift of the major tax burden to the lower labor force. But these changes have not been basic changes that have altered the structuring of power in the United States. What is the case is that American society has grown very large and complex and requires a more complex hierarchy of managers and officials with delegated powers. But to ascribe autonomous, initiating power to this hierarchy, as though it or any member of it below the very top could initiate or veto policy, is to befog the picture. The decisive power is at the very top, as was shown by the futile outcry of almost the entire intellectual and academic community against President Johnson's ruinous Vietnam policy. This policy was given the endorsement of leading pub poles and of big owners and corporation officials. And this was, for those with a stomach for it, a demonstration of power. Let us look at a few recent big decisions of history and ask ourselves what role the Milchian power elite played in them. In 1940 the facts of atomic theory were put to President Roosevelt. It seemed possible to develop an atomic bomb. Hitler might do it. Beyond scientists, not in Mills's power elite, telling the president of the technical possibilities, what elite led to the decision to go ahead with the Manhattan Project? None, as far as the record shows. If it had proved a costly failure, who, besides the president, could have been blamed? When it came to dropping the bomb on Japan, who was consulted on the pros and cons? Only President Truman figured in the decision to do it. The dropping of the bomb, like its manufacture, came as a surprise even to the corporate press. Similarly, who joined in the decision to oust General MacArthur? Only President Truman. As the saying goes, he wasn't asking anybody, he was telling them. This is, clearly, demonstrated power. During the Cuban Missile Crisis, many advisory voices counseled President Kennedy, invade Cuba, bomb it, blockade it, go to the United Nations, consult foreign governments, ignore the whole business, stick to economic blockades. Most suggestions, it is clear, were ignored. One course of action was selected by President Kennedy. The Bay of Pigs operation, however, appears to have been a true Milchian power elite decision, Pentagon and CIA, which the president doubtfully accepted, with a crucial modification, withdrawal of air support, that in effect scuttled the whole thing. When it came to committing American military power openly in Vietnam in 1965, the whole idea, as far as the record shows, arose in the mind of President Johnson, who appeared to believe he could pull off an easy coup, a grandstand play that would show him a political wizard. As far as the record shows, no combined group such as Mills talks about recommended any such action, and the president in the campaign of 1964 had explicitly opposed militant action as recommended by Barry Goldwater. Key Democrats of the inner Senate establishment, such as Richard B. Russell of Georgia and John C. Stennis of Mississippi, elite of the elite as far as inner political power is concerned, were opposed to the procedure. Yet the president, and the president alone, gave the fateful signal that put the United States on the course toward blundering and costly slaughter and the loss of valuable friends all around the world. The operation, indeed, put the United States on all fours with Soviet Russia in its brutal suppression of the Hungarian uprising of 1956, stripped from the United States all pretensions to humane superiority over what is described on every hand as a sinister totalitarian power. In all of Mills's collection of alleged power elite people, only the big owners, what I have called the finpoles, and the upper pub poles cannot be questioned, and they never were in question. While the big owners can be proceeded against with much hue and cry, investigated, chivied, demagogically denounced or even fined, they cannot be knocked out short of revolutionary change, for their position is woven into the very warp and woof of the legal system. The upper pub poles can at most be gradually undermined in a series of electoral defeats. Even in defeat, the pub poles often still have much power, like mortally wounded pythons. This being ineluctably so, the situation is precisely where it was before Mills introduced his dazzling army of underlings. Necessary instruments of it, they are not members of the power elite, although in the ruling class, they are its fringes, at most its dispensable advisors. Whatever power they have is by appointment unless they become big owners, which they may do by marriage, or win big elections. Nelson A. Rockefeller, Robert F. Kennedy, Edward Kennedy, W. Averell Harriman and a few others hold elite rank on both counts. Members of the topmost elite are not answerable to anyone for what they do in the ordinary course of affairs. This condition eliminates the pub poles, who are ultimately answerable to the electorate and to peers. The pub poles, for example, must spend a good part of their time conspicuously entering and leaving churches. The fin poles can take the churches or leave them alone, as they usually do. Nelson A. Rockefeller no doubt diminished his standing as a pub pole by his divorce and remarriage. He did not diminish himself a bit as a fin pole. Nor did Henry Ford too diminish himself as a fin pole by divorce and remarriage. He even weathered automatic excommunication from the Catholic Church, which a pub pole could not have done. A fin pole may be an alcoholic, a drug addict or a homosexual, a pub pole would hardly have those choices. A sybaritic fin pole can swing elections, his checks are as good as those written by a Puritan. A known sybaritic pub pole could not make it. The fin pole, in short, has a surer and more generalized power base, money. Fin poles spend much of their time abroad, often maintain foreign residences, palazzos, ranches, plantations, haciendas, latifundias and even resort hotels. Pub poles must remain close to the home soil, with an occasional junket abroad on fact-finding trips. They can't even be seen at Las Vegas. Fin poles, with no dilution of their essential power, can also lead la dolce vita fully orchestrated, with a full entourage of carabantic girls. Tendencies in this direction have been moderated of late amid tightening world tensions, as a slight concession to public sensibilities. But jollification continues here and there in Rome, Marrakesh, Monaco, Rio, and St. Moritz behind closed doors. Best of all, the fin pole cannot be toppled by elections. If one party loses out, he has many pub pole friends in the other party. As long as the factories are running, he is right in the swim. Reforms come and go, trimming in the back committee rooms goes on forever. As a fin pole, one obviously has a surer footing. The difference with Mills on the structure of the power elite and other details mentioned earlier does not mean that his book is without merit. Mills wrote as a moralist and a political analyst rather than as a sociologist. As a sociologist, he was unable to make contact with readily available data, he did not have the underlying facts. Yet Mills, despite much shuffling with ranks and cadres of underlings, always and despite everything comes around to the paramountcy of money in the situation. He is especially mordant in his final chapter, The Higher Immorality, where he writes, "Whenever the standards of the moneyed life prevail, the man with money, no matter how he got it, will eventually be respected. $1 million, it is said, covers a multitude of sins. It is not only that men want money, it is that their very standards are pecuniary. In a society in which the moneymaker has had no serious rival for repute and honor, the word practical comes to mean useful for private gain, and common sense, the sense to get ahead financially. The pursuit of the moneyed life is the commanding value, in relation to which the influence of other values has declined, so men easily become morally ruthless in the pursuit of easy money and fast estate building. A great deal of American corruption, although not all of it, is simply a part of the old effort to get rich and then become richer. But today the context in which the old drive must operate has changed. When both economic and political institutions were small and scattered as in the simpler models of classical economics and Jeffersonian democracy, no man had it in his power to bestow or to receive great favors. But when political institutions and economic opportunities are at once concentrated and linked, then public office can be used for private gain. 8. The big money. Just as one cannot be sure how much a man is worth by ascertaining how much stock he owns directly, so one can tell little about the true compensation of a top corporation executive by ascertaining what his salary is. It is pointless to mention specific formal salaries. There was a time when a corporation executive kept all of his generous salary. But with the introduction of the graduated income tax, cash income was eroded. The tax law seriously undermined the objective of purchasing the loyalty of worry-free, essentially pecuniary men, and ways had to be found to make up the difference. Cash bonuses would not do because these required that the corporation expend, as the law stood up to 1964, $100,000 for every additional $10,000 that found its way into the executive's pocket. The two thoroughly sound ways that were found to avoid this contretemps turned out to be cut-rate stock options, a concealed untaxed gift, and lavish expense accounts. These latter have more recently been delicately trimmed, but the stock option plan is flourishing as never before. 9. The effect of the stock option plan on executive take-home pay, assuming a doubling in value of the stock spread annually over a decade, was as follows in one company under the law as it stood in 1961. 10. Total cash estimated capital gain after tax income compensation after taxes plus capital gain income on options as percentage cash per year of cash compensation. $240,000, $72,000, $144,000, $90,000, $150,000, $59,000, $79,000, $92,000, $95,000, $46,000, $43,000, $93,000, $65,000, $37,000, $26,000, $97,000, $45,000, $29,000, $14,000, $96,000, $30,000, $21,000, $5,485. The effective yearly executive tax in this company ranged, then, from 3 to 15% or less than the rate applicable to the lowest taxed ordinary income receiver in the country. The pecuniary advantages, direct and sub rosa, of being an upper executive are obvious. We need not detain ourselves by reviewing untaxed expense account money, applied to some extent to entertainment and diversion and otherwise simply pocketed, or to other perquisites in the way of retirement funds and investment tips handed around among insiders on the top corporate level. Depending on the extent of the stock option plan and the nature of the company, this new wrinkle turned out to be the new royal road to riches in some companies. In pioneering General Motors, as we have noticed, it converted a long string of successive top executives into multimillionaires: Raskob, Sloan, Knudsen, Mott, et.al. Stock options dilute the equities of stockholders, that is, outstanding stock is insensibly reduced in book value as blocks of stock are parceled out at cut rates. Until limitations were imposed outright, stock bonuses were popular, and in these the dilution was more plainly evident. The question now is, do the stockholders, particularly the large stockholders, know what is taking place? Leading stockholders always know precisely what is taking place, want to whet the acquisitive appetite of eager beaver officers. In General Motors, the DuPonts, with a 23% stake, obviously knew what was going on, acquiesced in it and possibly planned it that way. In at least one case, some General Motors stockholders objected and terminated a then existing plan in court. In other companies, stockholders are not at first aware of what is taking place, and, when some do become aware, they may go to court to have the plans struck down, as in the 1930s in American Tobacco and Bethlehem Steel among others. In those cases, a largely non-owning management had set up the plans as a way of subtly obtaining enlarged ownership of the company at bargain counter prices. Where some of the large hereditary owners, as in IBM among others, are executives and therefore participants in a stock option plan, they experience less dilution of equity. The equity of the stock they already hold, true enough, is diluted, but the dilution is partly or wholly compensated for by the participation in the juicy options. Executives as non-pecuniary men, it is evident from the various schemes of corporate executive compensation that the acquisition of property and more property appears to be the overriding goal. One so concludes upon considering the large formal salaries, stock bonuses, stock option plans, generous expense accounts and lucrative retirement plans, without considering various fringe benefits, long vacations, medical services, college scholarships and the like. This is all, very plainly, easy street in the latter-day corporate era. And yet it has been seriously suggested that corporation executives are not really interested in money and money-making. We shall come to more items in this black eyes white mythology later, but right here seems a good place to attend to the notion that executives are not interested in making money. 1. The line, echoed in many management utterances, is stated succinctly by Osborne Elliott. The top men of U.S. industry possess the kind of drive and energy that separate the winners from the also-rans. Yet strangely enough, in a society based on the profit motive, these staunchest defenders of private profits are not themselves primarily motivated by money. Many of them, it is true, quite naturally entertain a healthy regard for the six-digit paycheck. For when a man steps into a top job, his pay is likely to accelerate almost to escape velocity. There follows a review of some of the opulent salaries, up to Eugene Grace's $800,000 in 1956. Yet, Elliott resumes, the promise of money is not what keeps most top executives coming to the office every day. For one thing, high taxes make a raise almost meaningless. We have, though, already seen how that little impediment is bypassed. This is certainly the way Crawford Greenevall of DuPont feels about his own pay as president of DuPont, Elliott continues. It is a well-known fact that on Greenwald's wedding day in 1926, his father-in-law Irene DuPont gave him 1,000 shares of Christiana Corp., the holding company that owns gobs of DuPont stock. By 1959, Greenevall owned 4,096 shares of DuPont Common, at $250 a share, and 687 shares of Christiana Common, at $17,000, for total holdings worth $13 million. Thus Greenevall does not exactly depend on his $300,000 odd yearly salary and bonus from DuPont to keep body and soul together. But Greenwald's paycheck, Elliott admits, nevertheless has at least emotional meaning to him. He would not like to work for nothing. For, Greenevall is quoted, money is a symbol in the same way that a Nobel Prize is a symbol to the scientists. You can't eat a Nobel Prize. Of course, you can eat the $50,000 that goes with it, but that's not why people want to win one. 11. So, this strange spectacle of elaborately large pay taken in various tax-skipping forms, does have a rational if recondite explanation. It is, we are assured, purely symbolic, analogous to a Nobel Prize in science. A slight difference is that the Nobel Prize usually comes only once, cannot be solicited and is for a modest $50,000. It carries with it no stock options, gifts, or retirement pay that amounts to more in 1 year than the average worker makes in 20 to 40 years. And the recipients of the pay, we are assured, are akin to scientists, but better paid. Lest it be thought that I dismiss the strange contention out of hand, let us prayerfully consider it together. There may be some subtle point here, as in higher mathematics, which lesser mortals have difficulty in grasping. All this money is a symbolic prize apparently for rare and profound management insight exercised to keep the infinitely complex industrial system going. Looked at coldly, the contention in the light of all surrounding circumstances is an insult to intelligence. Comparison of year in year out executive pay to the Nobel Prize compounds the insult. If the money were a mere symbol, it could be hung on the wall, like a diploma. As it is treasured, carefully invested, locked into the strongest vaults. If a stranger gains access to it without permission, he is liable to be shot out of hand. It is, then, more than a symbol. It is the substance, the ultimate goal. It is entirely possible, of course, for a man to say honestly that his salary of $300,000 or so means little to him, especially when 70 or 91% of it is taxable, in the light of the fact that he has other large income steadily accruing to him in dividends, undistributed profits, retirement funds, prepaid life insurance, and perhaps capital gains from cut-rate stock options. Anyone might feel this way about $300,000 in such circumstances. But that this disproves an interest in money is hardly tenable. Rather could it be interpreted more reasonably as showing an interest in money that has been so well satisfied that $300,000 additional before taxes is a trifle. Still, Osborne Elliott may be exactly correct in the letter of what he says, although he is certainly errant in rendering the essence. For he said, the close reader will note, that these men are not primarily motivated by the prospect of large gain. What primarily motivates any man might be difficult to say. Most men appear to be primarily motivated by a desire to continue breathing from moment to moment. But somewhere along the way the big moneymakers, after primary motivations have been served, appear to be grasped by a very strong, compulsive, overriding motivation to gather in large sums of money by a variety of devious avenues. Careful studies of executive intercompany mobility, based on large numbers of companies, are inconclusive in showing a clear pull of money alone in the attraction of executives. This is in part because the effect of stock options, which became pervasive only after 1950, has not been fully studied, and because the effect of hidden perquisites like wide-open expense accounts cannot be measured. But even though pre-1950 data do not clearly show the pull of bigger money, it is agreed by observers in the field that either money or greater responsibilities and higher positions invariably associated with money are factors. 13 Business Week in 1953 found that 422 job-changing executives gave the following reasons for moving: bigger job, more responsibility, 29.9%, greater opportunity for future growth, 21.6%, increased income, 17.8%, disagreement with management policies, 16.1%, discharged, 14.7%, need for change of activity, 10.9%, all other reasons combined, 50.9%. As Roberts points out, on the executive circuit the first two reasons are usually associated with more money, so that in this group 69.3% of the reasons given concerned money-making. The total of reasons exceeds 100% because some of the men stated more than one reason. 14 Many similar surveys have been made and, while they differ in the weight given to individual factors, they point to a complex web of motivations in which money by itself, my emphasis FL, appears to be relatively unimportant, but in which money contributes to an unknown degree to the attractiveness of non-financial factors. 15 All that this indicates, after tracing through the fine print, is that a saleable executive will not ordinarily stay in a well-paid job if he is seriously humiliated, mistreated, or frustrated, and will not seek a better-paying job if it doesn't offer him at least as much security of treatment and status. But none of it suggests that executives are not attracted by better money offers. A man paid $100,000 net by DuPont might not respond to an offer of $200,000 from Podunk Arms, but, unless he saw better things in sight for him at DuPont, he would almost certainly examine carefully an offer of $200,000 net from Allied Chemical or Union Carbide. He would, as everyone recognizes, owe it to his wife, his children, his mother, his pastor, his alma mater and the family dog to do at least this much. If executives were not drawn by better money offers, despite all labored statistical analyses, such offers would not be made, and often accepted, as they commonly are. The fact that all the offers are not accepted shows the weight of the old maxim, money isn't everything. Yet the asserted disinterest of the high executive in money, attested to by Green-Eval of DuPont, has achieved high academic certification, as have many other strange notions relating to wealth in the United States. Professor Daniel Bell, Columbia University sociologist, thus assures us that the new corporate men were a special breed, often engineers, whose self-conscious task was to build a new economic form, and whose rewards were not primarily their it is again FL. Money few accumulated the large fortunes made by a Carnegie, a Rockefeller, a Harriman, or a Ford, but status achievements and, ultimately, some independent power of their own. Thus T.N. Vail, who created American Telephone and Telegraph, Albert Gary, who became the public relations face of U.S. Steel, he never saw a blast furnace until he died, said Ben Stolberg once, bitterly. Alfred P. Sloan, who fashioned the decentralized structure of General Motors, Gerard Swope, who held together General Electric, Walter Teagle, who rationalized Standard Oil, are representatives of a new social upward mobility. 16. And this last may be true. The big corporation man here stands forth as a status achiever, not primarily interested in money. It has never been established, one should notice, that Carnegie, Rockefeller, Harriman, Ford or any of the progenitor moguls were primarily interested in money. For my part, I should say they were not. All these men, Vail, Gary, Sloan, Swope and Teagle, were agents. Behind Vail, Gary, and Swope stood J.P. Morgan and Company. Behind Sloan was the DuPont family, and behind Teagle were the Rockefellers. The only one of these to amass a very considerable fortune, thanks to stock options and a preternaturally skyrocketing large industry, was Sloan. Professor Bell's thesis here is that family capitalism, once dominant, is breaking up, making way for the new men of power, the new managers, who are very much akin to the members of Mill's power elite, although Bell has many well-taken critical reservations about Mills. Like Mills, he believes in the managerial revolution, in new coalitions of men not primarily interested in money, except as collectors, but interested in status, achievement, and play with power. The power of the ruling class has been dissolved. Everything is in flux. 17. That the concrete evidence shows this has not happened, at least not yet, the reader is now well aware. What I suggest is that the big executives, the new men, are interested in money, perhaps not primarily but prominently. I deny that ultimate power either in a company or nationally lies with the executives, unless they are also big owners. I don't by any means suggest that the big executives are straw men, water boys. They would be of slight use to the powers that be if they were. Considering what little is expected of them by their superiors, they are perfectly capable. They just do not call the shots, either singly or in coalition. Their role is advisory. If, creatively, they develop large plans, these plans are subject to approval in politics by the President and the congressional establishment, with the concurrence of the Supreme Court, and in industry finance by the big and few stockholders, not by the 20 million shareholders of the stock exchanges. People's capitalism. To show that what I assert is not so, all anybody has to do is to cite a single case wherein a single executive or coalition of executives, lawyers, military men, or others carried out any project whatever in government against the will of the President and Congress, and in industry finance against the will of the big owners either directly present or always ready to step in. Burley in the Modern Corporation and Private Property shows a string of big companies under management control by one legal device or other, but a few years later the managers, who were often big owners elsewhere in the economy, were knocked out by legislation, and most of the companies were also knocked out of existence, especially in public utilities. All this is so even though, as I am aware, there are cases of big owners who haven't the foggiest notion about anything until they consult the president of their company and their lawyer. They are completely dependent for guidance upon these far more knowledgeable men, who exercise power by proxy. In the circles of power, too, everybody knows for whom they speak. But I see no validity in looking upon such representatives of absentee power as new men of power. To me they look like old-fashioned agents, overseers, by no means to be disparaged. At the same time, they should not be enthroned, at least, not until after a coronation. Social origins of executives. The origins and backgrounds of big business leaders have been studied under the most refined academic auspices and their careers statistically traced with fine caliper methodology. 18. We may profitably take note of some of the findings. Of the large sample studied for a period of 25 years, 52% had fathers Indiana business, and 22% had fathers in professions Oregon white-collar work. Only 9% had sires who were farmers, and 15% laborers. The fathers of 8% were owners of large businesses, of 15% were major executives, of 18% were owners of small businesses, of 8% were minor executives, and of 3% were foremen. 19. This finding was widely at variance with the distribution of occupations in the population as of 1920, when 47% of all adult males were classified as laborers. If big business leaders had been 47% the sons of laborers, the mobility rate for laborers would be 100. As it was only 16, while that of sons of farmers was only 40. The upward mobility rate for the sons of owners of small business was 360, of sons of professional men 350, and of sons of foremen was 133. Most significantly, the upward mobility rate of men whose fathers were business executives or owners of large business was 775, nearly 8 times the statistical projection. The sons obviously either had friends at court or got proper coaching. As the University of Chicago sociologist W. Lloyd Warner sees it, the royal road to high executive success was higher education. Whereas in 1928 only somewhat more than 30% of big business leaders had a college education, by 1952 the quota was nearly 60%. In 1928 only 15% had some college study, but by 1952 20% had at least been to college. 20 of 505 business leaders as of 1952, as many as 216 went to only 14 different colleges, and these same 14 colleges were mentioned 87 times as the ones attended secondarily, either for graduate work or in transfer. Yale, Harvard, Princeton, and Cornell were named most often, with Harvard as the dominant choice for graduate work. 21, very nearly a third, went to Harvard and Yale as undergraduates or graduates. In no fewer than 62 cases the men went to a second select group of 10 colleges, of which Northwestern, Pennsylvania State, Stanford, Wisconsin, and Western Reserve were tied for first place. 22. Education has become the royal road to positions of power and prestige in American business and industry, says Warner. That this royal road is open to all men is given ample testimony by the large number of educated men from the bottom social layers who appear in our sample. 23. That this royal road so optimistically saluted, may not in fact be such as suggested by the continuing merger movement and the steady progress of computer analysis. Decision-making, whatever its role in the past, is inevitably being narrowed in scope by the increasing refinement and elaboration of computers. Live decision-makers, whatever their role in the past, are becoming increasingly dispensable. Furthermore, the merger movement is continually reducing the number of top executive posts. Every merger, while it does not necessarily reduce the total of vice presidents and executive vice presidents, does reduce the number of chairmen and presidents. If all companies were combined into a single company, there would be places for only one chairman and one president, and at most 25 members of the board. That education is not the true gateway to the royal road is shown by the concentration of elite schools, along the special wards of the propertied. These schools, eclipsing others, produced most executives because they were most patronized by the upper classes. In view of the fact that sons of members of the business elite, owners or big executives, were disproportionately represented and showed the highest index of upward corporate mobility, it would appear that belonging to the business in group and the socially related professional group was a more significant factor than level or place of schooling in obtaining big business position. Sons of owners, executives, and professionals as a matter of course are more likely to go on to college, particularly to elite colleges, and after that into the higher executive posts. True, as Warner shows, men of lower social origins can and do make the grade, but in far lesser proportion than the incidence of low social origin in the population. Otherwise put, those who are already in at the beginning are more likely to be in at the final reckoning. The typical business leader of the 1950s was 54 years old, had been with his firm 24 years, achieved his high position 24 years after entering business and had held his job for almost 7 years. Most men began business between age 21 and 22, freely shifted jobs and companies until about 29 years old when they joined their permanent firms. Typically, the man was 45 or 46 years old when he clearly emerged as a top dog. 24 but the longer his period of schooling the quicker he made it to the top. Graduate students made the very top in 19.9 years, college graduates in 22.9 years, college dropouts in 24.5 years, high school graduates in 27.9 years, high school dropouts in 30.6 years and grade school products in 31 years. 25 So, the more schooling the successful entrants have, or the more affluent early circumstances, the quicker they make it to the top. At any rate, neither education nor in-group standing retard one in his ascent. In beginning occupations, 43% started American Samoa clerks and salesmen, 24% as professionals, only 14% as skilled Oregon unskilled laborers. Few at any point in their careers were entrepreneurs in the sense of owning or establishing their own businesses. Also, while there have been a number of cases of men moving from top-level military positions into key positions of late, these form only a minor proportion of the total business elite. 26 So much for Mill's switchovers from the military to the corporate circuits. The Horatio Alger hero, as Warner notes, is not very much in evidence. Careers are built largely on formal education, acquisition of management skills in the white-collar hierarchy, and movement through the far-flung systems of technicians and lower-level management personnel into top management. Traces of the legendary patterns remain, and spectacular examples of the type exist, they tend to be unique. 27 Upward mobility toward the elite corporate level, Warner found, was especially marked in the area of marriage because most business leaders in all categories married above or below their levels of origin. Those of laborer origin married most frequently at their level of origin, 42%, big business people married next most frequently at their level of origin, 35%. Professionals and white-collar people, exogamous at 77 and 81% respectively, married most frequently outside their levels of origin, but nearly 20% in both these cases married into the big business class, took to wife a tycoon's daughter. When a man marries above or below level of origin and most of all categories did there is upward social mobility toward corporate elite status involved in marriage for the man or the woman. As the leaders all have elite status, it matters not how they got it, although women born below the elite obviously got there only through marriage. A woman is either in the elite to begin with, marries into it or marries a man who drags her along into it. 28. People who make it to the top or are born into the top are mobile in non-social ways. They are, first, geographically mobile, easily moving around the country from place to place. They are functionally mobile, readily adapting to a considerable range of jobs in which Warner detects much special educational stimulus. They are adaptable men. Those in the birth elite, however, tend to be less conspicuously geographical gadabouts. External signs of steadiness and stability were most noticeable in the birth elite. The others, at least early in their careers, were more akin to rolling stones, willing to switch jobs and locations. The number of men in the same firm as their fathers, compared with sons of the elite who achieve high position in other business organizations, is relatively small. There can be no doubt that each group of men was advantaged by being born to high estate. Only a few were directly aided by extra privileges and financial assistance, but the immediate factor of being born to families accorded high rank by the community provides such fortunate men with social and economic advantages, such as being in the higher levels of prestige where the powerful are, going to the right preparatory schools, having the right social relations and clubs and fraternities in college, and going with and courting young women of their own social set, knowing what to do and not to do, while the parvenu by trial and error is struggling to learn that there are such ways. They get a head start in life that can be overcome only by hard work, grim determination, and watchfulness of personnel offices, or the eager quest of great corporations for young men of promise. The birth elite are advantaged because their families learn superior values, goals, and standards by living in the subculture of an upper class. Their earliest adaptations from infancy on nursing, weaning, cleanliness, likes and dislikes, admiration or dislike of intimate figures about them, later childhood goals and ambitions are set within the learning maze of a superior family. 29. It may be hypothesized that there are far more heart attacks among the non-light upward strivers than in the birth elite, the Horatio Alger boys who never made it, dropped dead on the 10-yard line. I have found no studies of fatal illness in the candidates for success on the corporate ladder that compare the rate of such illness for groups of different social origin. One may surmise, however, that the man who makes it from laborer to retirement as chairman of the board has an exceptionally strong constitution. The road ahead somehow seems less rough with Scarsdale, Yale, and Skull and Bones as take-off points. Life around the executive suite, life in the corporations, and in and around the executive suite, has been as closely studied as other phases of the executive terrain and has often been portrayed in best-selling novels and popular films. William White's The Organization Man is one of the better known of the more modern studies of the corporate bureaucracy and its foibles, and there are others. But for an impressionistic study of the headquarters office of the large fin polity there is nothing to excel Alan Harrington's Life in the Crystal Palace, written by one of its Harvardian denizens. Grimly forbidding to the socialist, communist, and more generalized radical, the organizational generating point of human exploitation and debasement, the corporation on the inside is indeed nothing so much as a crystal palace, a place of shining light, elevated attitude, and sweet benignity. I think that our company resembles nothing so much as a private socialist system, says Harrington. 30. The whole of his book is a banteringly persuasive, penetrating embroidery on this theme. What Marx suggested socialism might be like after it took over an irrational capitalism from a handful of selfish owners one finds here at the headquarters of the giant corporation. Here the byword is, from each according to his capacity without any great pressure, to each according to his needs in an ascending hierarchy of greater and greater privileges, boons, and opportunities. Harsh voices are never heard in the Crystal Palace, nobody is ever bawled out. Nobody is ever fired no matter how much he deserves it, everything is cushioned benefits all around for everybody from day of employment until death. A mighty fortress is our palace, I will not want for anything. I may live my days without humiliation. I will not be fired. It nourishes my self-respect. I am led along the paths of righteousness for my own good. I am protected from tyrants. It guards me against tension and fragmentation of myself. It anoints me with benefits. Though we pass through barred times, I will be preserved. These strong walls will surely embrace all the days of my life, if I remain a corporation man forever. 31. And all this applies down to the lowliest clerk and office boy of the Crystal Palace, each of whom has in hand his plan of sure benefits until retirement and beyond. Everything is bland, 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 and genteel, subdued. But as for the young man who has not gone to college, he is virtually untouchable so far as a middle-level job with a corporation is concerned. If Henry Ford were reincarnated, he could never land a job at the Crystal Palace. In fact, on the technical side, an applicant will have quite a bit of selling to do if he can't produce a graduate school degree. 32 I suspect, says Harrington, that most jobs in a corporation and elsewhere can be mastered in a few months, or at any rate in a year or two. What cannot be learned that quickly is the corporation minuet, the respectful dance with the right partners. The watchful corporation man gradually finds out who is important and who is not, what is acceptable and what is not, what type of project will advance his fortunes and what is not worth bothering about. The secrets of gauging and responding to the power of others superimposed on a normal intelligence will move him slowly upward. 33 In the upshot, Harrington found paradise boring. The hardest task was standing quietly on the escalator as it quietly swept one upwards toward the quiet stratosphere of quiet corporate power. There was one cardinal sin at the Crystal Palace, Harrington found, and it could get one into serious difficulty. This was to be without the capacity for belief in the absurd, at least for believing in believing. Not to be a true believer of some acceptable sort stamped one as dangerous. As Harrington saw it, the hierarchy of acceptable beliefs from highest to lowest was as follows: 1. Belief in the product. The highest and most satisfying form of commercial belief is the conviction that the product I am working for is essential, or at least helpful, to mankind. If I can't have that, I should be able to assume, at any rate, that our product is the best of its kind on the market. Lacking that, let me have faith that it is not positively the worst of its kind. Take even that away, and please assure me that it is not poisonous. Without such assurance, I will have to justify my job in another way. The product, in short, is making the world a better place, at least not worse. 2. Belief in making money. Money measures the length and strength of my manhood. It is the skin of the dangerous leopard, the bacon from the wily pig that I bring home because I am strong, and know my way around the forest. The possession of money makes men more masculine and women more feminine. Cash enlarges the soul. Money creates beauty where there was none before. It is positively erotic and can buy gaiety. When I have money, I am a much nicer person, tolerant, kind, and understanding, and I forgive the sins of others. Moneymakers are great people, the greatest. 3. Belief in getting ahead. Attainment of status is the end in view here. You are what people think of you. 4. Belief in being a pro in doing a job professionally well whether one likes the job or not. 5. Belief in sheer process. I believe in production. 6. Belief in the company, whatever one's lack of belief in any of the foregoing. Not at the very least to believe in the company disqualifies one entirely. For if I am lost in the split-level values of modern business, the high corporation will serve as my high church. Like the church, my Crystal Palace removes the burden of belief from me. It removes my need for decision. I have found my rock. I only believe in the company. Like the church, our company is good and wise. In the context of business enterprise, it is the inheritor and vessel of a mighty tradition. Our company has achieved high ethics and kindness, and cares for me, and will see me through to 65, and send me checks after that. Church and palace alike are sanctuaries in the jungle of unbridled competition. At the head of the church is God. On the top floor of the Crystal Palace. It doesn't matter, since I will never arrive there. 34 The big money, the plush fortunes, few accepted, belong almost entirely to original owners of properties, mainly in the form of corporations, or their descendants. Leading executives, no matter how much they are paid, rarely put together overarching estates. The way one becomes ultra-rich on the corporate circuit is to gain an early ownership participation in a rapidly developing company, preferably unnoticed, in a new field, precisely as in the 19th century. The trick is to see the new field opening up or to open it up. Most non-owner executives, as we have seen, make it to the top at about 45 years of age, with only some 20 years to go before mandatory retirement. Even if they were able to put aside as much as $1 million a year out of cash salary, stock options, and participation in undistributed profits, this would guarantee only $20 million prior to retirement, not a pauper's portion by any means, but still not up in the imperial range of the General Motors executives between 1920 and 1960, nor in the range of the $90 million estate left by Arthur Vining Davis of Alcoa. In order to get into the really top money, an executive must have taken his top position very early, which means that except in the case of an hereditary owner, it must certainly have been a small or smallish little-known company when he took his position. Thereafter his fortunes became those of the burgeoning company. As a member of the inner family, he becomes rich enough to arouse widespread envy. Not many big new companies have emerged since 1920. Running down the fortune list of the first 100 industrials, we find International Business Machines, North American Aviation, Boeing, Radio Corporation, General Telephone, General Dynamics, Sperry Rand, United Aircraft, Allied Chemical, Minnesota Mining and Manufacturing, McDonnell Aircraft, Olin Matheson, Textron, Celanese, Litton Industries, Douglas Aircraft, Reynolds Metals, Grumman Aircraft and United Merchants and Manufacturers. Even some of these embrace, through mergers, properties extant before 1920, most of them, however, are representative of new technology, mainly aviation, electronics, and chemicals, and have been well served by war. Some started out rather big. It is in companies such as these that early executives who remain for many years turn up with estates that are large but seldom within hailing distance of the big established fortunes multiply distributed among many family members. In this collection no fortunes have been produced to compare with the stupendous accumulations of Henry Ford and the General Motors crowd. A rather fruitless running debate takes place desultorily between those who assert that the American economy is so developed that nobody can any longer scrape together a big fortune, and those who claim there are as many opportunities for fortune builders as ever. That there are lush opportunities cannot be denied. But that, in view of the great increase in population and the solidly established titles of hereditary wealth, the opportunities are nearly so many as once was the case is extremely doubtful. Concentration alone limits opportunities for financial development by newcomers. While new technology does lift new men to positions of wealth, it should not be forgotten that old wealth holders are usually careful to see that they are participants in the new technology. Thus, while the development of Polaroid made newcomer Dr. Edwin H. Land a very wealthy man, one of the few really wealthy inventors, he was in partnership with Harriman and Warburg Money. Corporation executives are the most highly consistently paid people in the American economy. If salary is a symbol of worth, as commonly supposed, they are the most worthwhile people in American society. In general, pay for administering large properties or organizations exceeds all other types of recurrent pay. The pay of top executives even in non-profit organizations, such as foundations and national trade unions, also tends to be high, in the range at least of $50,000 to $100,000. The most systematically, subtly, and thoroughly trained people in the country, it will be generally agreed, are the scientists. Yet the median annual salary of 223,854 registered scientists in 1964 was only $11,000 a year, about the expense account of a middle-level salesman. 35. The highest median for highly experienced scientists was for those in the age range 50 to 54, where the figure was $13,400. Scientists employed in industry and business had a median salary of $12,000. In the management or administration of research and development, scientists had a median of $15,500. The median for the upper tenth of income receivers among scientists was $18,000, for the lower tenth, $7,100. 36. The median for scientists in education, trainers of new scientists, was $9,600, in the federal government, $11,000, in other government, $9,000, in the military, $7,800, in non-profit organizations, $12,000, and among the self-employed, $15,000. Scientists with a medical degree had a median of $15,500 compared with $12,000 for the holders of the PhD. 37 The highest pay as of 1965 reported for any pure scientist in the United States was $45,000 annually paid to Dr. C.N. Yang, Nobel physicist of the University of the State of New York. The highest salary reported for a non-scientist working scholar was $30,000 assigned to Dr. Arthur Schlesinger, Jr., historian formerly of Harvard and more recently with the City University of New York. 38 When Drive Albert Einstein, one of the most fundamentally creative brains of modern times, just before World War II accepted an invitation to join the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton, New Jersey, he was asked by Dr. Abraham Flexner, the director, to name his price. Einstein, writing that he was flame and fire for the position, suggested $3,000 a year. Flexner quietly set the pay at $16,000. 39 The salary of Drive Yang would be considered barely adequate by any middle-range corporate executive. It would be a small gift for any legislator. It would hardly buy the gowns for 1 year for any one of scores of nubile heiresses who would probably have difficulty threading a needle. Einstein's salary, even by pre-World War II standards, was that of a very lower-rung man. If we take Dr. Yang's salary of $45,000 as an index of maximum sophisticated earning ability, it is clear as crystal that 75% or more of the salaries of top corporation officials is paid for known ability factors, mainly loyalty. The salaries of scientists, academic and non-academic, range far higher than those of college professors in general or even most college presidents, as shown in annual reports on salaries by the American Association of University Professors. Many professors as of 1967, even at what are taken as good schools, were paid down in the range of $7,000 and less. Most of the school's teaching staff is paid far lower. Professionals in general are paid on a similar low level. The most highly paid professionals are dentists, physicians, surgeons, lawyers, and judges, and their median earnings in 1959 were somewhat about $10,000 annually, according to Statistical Abstract, 1964, page 229. The medians for other professionals were far lower. $4,020 for clergymen, $4,653 for musicians and music teachers, $7,207 for college presidents, professors, and instructors, $5,827 for secondary school teachers, etc. Engineers, so vital to an industrial system, had a median of $8,361. The reader should be reminded that the median indicates that half are paid below these levels. Leaving aside the factor of scientific creativity, the man in science must have precise, detailed knowledge of thousands of minute and of all enveloping aspects of his field, within which he must be able to reason subtly, usually mathematically, and he must maintain over long periods of time steadiness of purpose even though results are meager. He is rarely buoyed up by the great breakthroughs alluded to so facilely by journalists. Nor can these when they occur be patented and capitalized. Neither in input of thought, effort, preparation, or concentration is the work of any corporation executive remotely comparable. Indeed, on the basis of inside or friendly accounts, the intellectual attainments of corporation executives appear to be slight. Fortune finds they do not do much reading, are weak in intellectual powers. 40 others wonder how many of them have functional reading ability at all, because so many seem poorly informed, constantly need assistance from public relations men, usually ex-journalists. There is a great concentration of brains in a corporation. But it shows itself, not in the top executives as a rule, but in the lower-paid lawyers, engineers, scientists, market analysts, and public relations men. These specialists usually work up the script for the trusted top men. When some of the executives decide to go it alone in public expressions of their conventional wisdom, one gets derisive reverberations, as in the case of Charles E. Wilson's "What's Good for General Motors" homily to Congress. Speaking out on his own, the top corporation man often sounds like a goof, a super Babbitt, and the lower professionals in his company writhe uncomfortably. Indeed, in some companies the professional staff is understanding instructions to keep the top man so boxed in and isolated that he cannot put his foot in his mouth in public, cannot deliver himself of dazzling shafts of cracker barrel wisdom. It is sometimes argued that it is the vast concentrated responsibilities of the top corporate men that make them worth their pay. Responsibilities of scientists and teachers, although not denied, are held to be more diffuse, less immediately decisive. Top military officers, however, certainly have organizational responsibilities that transcend those of any corporate officials. Their moment-to-moment decisions involve far more men, equipment, money, and organizational niceties as well as the very safety of the nation. This is especially so in time of war. Yet the Chief of Staff as of 1966 drew a maximum base pay of $2,140 a month or $25,680 per year. The men serving as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Chief of Staff of the Army, Chief of Naval Operations, Chief of Staff of the Air Force or Commandant of the Marine Corps receive basic pay for the grade of $2,019.30 per month regardless of cumulative years of service. A Chief of Staff or Chief of Naval Operations also draws $4,000 per year in personal money allowance. A 4-star general or an admiral gets $2,000 a year in money allowance and a maximum annual salary of $17,796. Corporately speaking, all this is taxable chicken feed. When we ascend to the ineffable level of the Commander-in-Chief himself, the President of the United States, we find the salary is $100,000 a year and fully taxable. There is also a taxable expense allowance of $50,000 for officially connected duties and a non-taxable annual travel allowance of $40,000. Living quarters are also provided and an alert president can latch on to many free rides and free lunches. There now goes with the job a lifetime pension of $25,000 a year, $10,000 annually for presidential widows and up $50,000 a year, plus free mailing privileges, for the office help of ex-presidents. The maximum time a man may enjoy this comparatively modest salary and expense account is 10 years. Owing to the tax bite, the in-pocket effectiveness of both the salary and the non-travel expense account is reduced by more than 50%. For a president like Lyndon B. Johnson, who was thriftily able to build up from hardpan poverty an estate of some $13 million or more on his salary as a congressman, there was no particular problem involved. And for a big inheritor like President John F. Kennedy there was no problem. This office carries with it vast responsibilities. Yet there is probably no president or chairman of any one of 750 or more of the largest corporations who is not paid far more. So much for responsibilities and the emoluments therefore. The corporate executive, as I said, is no wizard. He is paid as he is because he is in a position to do much harm to big property holders. There is a further nuance that should perhaps be noticed. A big stockholder, everything else apart, wants his chief executives to feel identified as closely as possible with him. Hence he sees to it that their take-home pay is as close to $1 million a year as possible. He knows their expense account is phony because he probably set it up himself and knows there is no such legitimate expense involved. It is all readily explainable as serving to keep up appearances. The executives at various times must entertain foreign notables, public officials, or other wealthy men. It would hardly do for them to entertain in meager surroundings. The residences of the top executives should say at a glance, the Supercosmos Corporation is an extremely rich and powerful entity, to be treated respectfully. Again, big executives must make political campaign fund contributions. No implication is here intended that executives, considering all circumstances, should really be paid less. They are paid by people who seldom overpay, who pay only what they feel they must pay in every situation. All I intend to say is that, despite all the ballyhoo about esoteric executive skill to cover up what the pay is really for, the executives are not paragons, are not superior people superior to scientists, high military officers and pub poles to the degree that their compensation might suggest. They are basically politicians, with all the popular connotations of the term. They are paid as they are to guarantee proper performance by people who are anxious about that performance. The comparatively astronomical pay of corporate executives as stand-in overseers of large properties and manipulators of large numbers of employees, consumers, and common citizens is shown in still another perspective when compared with the compensation, before taxes, of the entire American labor force. Here the pay of at least some scientists begins to look pretty good, although at least half the scientists are paid on the level of the lower labor force. The following chart profile of family income in the United States from 1947 to 1964 in 1964 dollars is taken from Current Population Reports, Consumer Income of the United States Department of Commerce, issued September 24, 1965. About 20% of families American Samoa of 1964 had incomes above $10,000 a year. While only 10% of individual incomes exceeded $10,000, with only 1% exceeding $25,000, substantial family participation in plus $10,000 income stems from the fact that some persons hold two jobs, some families have two or more wage earners, and many families in this bracket own property. Nevertheless, 80% of the families shown on this chart had incomes below $10,000, mostly from wages, no matter how many earners they had. From somewhat more than a quarter in the income group under $3,000 in 1947, the families in this range by 1964 were slightly less than 20% in dollars of 1964 value. The United States is usually alluded to in the corporate press as a country of large incomes, high wages. And so it is in comparison with non-industrial countries where incomes are very low. But in relation to the incomes of corporate executives and the owners of large inherited properties, and to American tax-padded price levels, Americans draw coolie pay. A few weeks out of a job and most of them are stony broke, on the relief rolls. The careful reader should not suppose that the reference to coolie pay is hyperbolic. Per capita real income from all sources in the United States in the first quarter of 1966, that is, income after personal taxes and in terms of the dollar stabilized at 1958 prices, was at an annual rate of $2,260, up from $1,900 in the first quarter of 1960 and from $1,831 in 1958. In terms of the 1966 dollar, the rate was $2,490, showing an inflation of $230 or about 10% over the real rate. 41. These figures, of course, are averages, applicable to every man, woman, and child. In order to have the latest figure applicable to members of his family, a married man with 3 children in 1966 would have required an income of $12,450, after taxes, in current dollars, which would yield a real income of $11,300 in 1958 dollars. If such was his income, though, he would have been well up among the upper 10% of income receivers. Owing to the very great incomes received by 1% and less of the population, mostly from investments, the actual participation of some 90% of the population Indiana real income takes place at levels ranging far below the stated average of $2,260 per person. Single persons who received from $2,490 and upward in 1966 after taxes were, of course, at or above the average. But a married man with a non-working wife would have had to receive twice this much to be at the average and would need $2,490 of income in current dollars, always after personal taxes, for each of his children in order for them all to be at the average. Few persons participate at the average level. This bedrock figure computed by the government, moreover, does not allow for the substantial taxes incorporated in prices. In order to show the splendor of American workers' incomes, it is often shown how much longer one must work in Russia for a loaf of bread, a pair of shoes, a bottle of milk, etc. What is shown is true specifically, but misleading. For some costs in Russia, such as of available housing, are less. Again, many services are provided at no direct cost. In Russia and throughout Europe, no college tuition is charged and a variety of services, costly in the United States, are provided at low cost. The median figure on real income would necessarily be much lower than this average, for the lower half necessarily includes many with zero income, the publicly institutionalized sick and delinquent. There are also the low-paid seasonal agricultural workers, the unemployed and the only occasionally employed. Total income in the United States is, of course, great, the greatest in the world. But popular participation in this vast income ranges from zero to very little for substantially more than half of the populace. Most literate people, however, believe just the opposite is true, a tribute to the power of propaganda and statistical manipulation. In the 1930s, large sectors of the population suffered from deflation. In the 1950s and 1960s, large sectors are suffering from inflation as well as elevated taxes. In terms of income, most people are being whipsawed. What inflation over the long term has done to income is shown in a 1966 study by the conservative National Industrial Conference Board. According to this study, a man with a wife and 2 children today must receive $13,324 annually to buy the same amount of goods he could get for $5,000 in 1939. The man who received $10,000 in 1939 must now receive $27,288 to match that year's buying power, and the man who received $100,000 in 1939 must now get $307,734 to have the equivalent buying power. The Conference Board concluded that a very large part of the five-fold rise in per capita income has been eroded by taxes and price inflation. 42. The family income chart, 2, is misleading if it is taken as a guide to absolute income. For these figures are stated before taxes. It should always be remembered that as labor productivity has risen through the application of technology, as real wages have risen, there has gradually been shifted onto the labor force, especially since 1940, the high income taxes originally designed for large income receivers, as well as new sales taxes. In Chapter 9 we saw a small part, of the ways in which taxes for the warfare welfare state have been largely shifted onto the working population, scientists, and professionals of all kinds included. We also saw to what extent large receivers of income, salaried and investment, have managed to place themselves like bourbon favorites in the tax-exempt class. Bolstering executive egos yet, despite high pay, all is not well along the corporate chain of command. Owing to tensions, stress and, no doubt, the failure to extract a sense of meaning out of repetitious, essentially routine tasks such as the manufacture and distribution of soap, many executive egos are in constant danger of collapsing, and they need to be reinforced by heroic corporate measures. Obtaining little ego support from any solid achievement, they need constant emergency support. According to Dr. Robert Turf-Bohr, psychiatrist with the Yale University School of Medicine and consultant to several large corporations, an executive must have emotional security like anyone else. Evidences of eminence, far beyond financial reward, help give him that sense of security. The president of a company can be as fearful of failure as the office boy or assistant sales manager is of being fired. Sagging executive egos are bolstered in 2 ways apart from money, says Dr. Turf-Bohr, by special privileges and by special status symbols, although there are grave dangers in the utilization of the wrong status symbols. Special privileges are of the following order: a $10,000 sauna in the executive suite of a new mid-Manhattan building for the sole benefit of the president and a few other Topchellan wizards, an $8,000 billiard room in the executive suite of another large corporation, in the Chase Manhattan Bank building $510,000 worth of fine art for private executive offices and executive reception rooms and, in general, office massage tables, office barber chairs, executive dining rooms, telephonic company, automobiles, so that the great man need never be out of touch for an instant with GHQ, private executive planes, ultra-modern office furniture and plenty of service flunkies. There is, too, the expense account. Just as a king needs a crown for people to know he is a king, so an executive often needs the first-class symbols for his position as well as his self-esteem, says Dr. Turf-Bohr. How status symbols and special privileges are to be apportioned within the executive group is a problem, it is solved in accordance with an executive's putative importance. His importance is judged according to a criterion laid down by Dr. Elliot Jakes, British psychiatrist, who says, the level of employment work can be measured in terms of the time span of discretion authorized and expected without review of that discretion by a superior. Otherwise put, the more a man can be trusted to be on his own, the more important he is. Thus, the corporation president need not report to his board for 6 months. Very important. All who have to report to somebody once a month, once a week, once or more a day are obviously progressively less important. People under constant surveillance are of no hierarchic importance at all. Status symbols, therefore, says Dr. Turf Bohr, should be assigned or permitted according to a man's time span of discretion. The more discretion, the more costly the symbol. A company limousine costing $50 an hour should not, it is evident, be assigned to an office boy or even to a junior vice president. Such a gadget can only be for Mr. Big himself. Dr. Turf Bohr then goes into some subtle points of higher corporatology, how to distinguish at a glance among the guardians of big property. In the hierarchy of the average establishment, the third or lowest grade of vice president may be distinguished by Venetian office blinds and absence of carpeting. The second echelon generally merits wall-to-wall carpeting, at $14 a yard, and draperies or curtains to the sill. For top executives, there are floor-to-ceiling draperies and carpeting at $17 a yard. As Vance Packard has pointed out, a mahogany desk outranks walnut, walnut outranks oak or metal. The man entitled to carpeting is likely to display a water carafe, which long ago displaced the brass spittoon as a symbol of flag rank. At one broadcasting company, only secretaries of executives above a certain specific level of advancement are entitled to electric typewriters. What really determines the cost and number of status symbols is the number of people an executive affects and the intensity with which he affects them, the doctor assures us. But there are dangers in flaunting status symbols around indiscriminately, the doctor warns. I refer to flashy office furniture and gold faucets, teak countertops, and Picassos in executive washrooms. The non-intellectual who displays books with fancy leather bindings, or the executive who hangs collectible art but does not appreciate what he has, may be marked as a fraud. A too-gadgety bar, except behind a sliding panel, should not be accepted as a proper status symbol. The wrong kind of authoritative emblems can have negative consequences. In subordinates, they may inspire envy or ridicule. While an executive may make himself often inaccessible to subordinates as a symbol of his importance rationalized by his need for privacy, needless exclusiveness can arouse antagonism within his organization. Symbols are assigned or self-selected, and in both cases there are grave dangers. A minor executive, for example, may acquire a desk set exactly like the one used by the chairman of the board, which may be permissible, but it may also turn out to be poor strategy. Will the chairman, one wonders, feel burned up? As to assignment of symbols, Dr. Turf Bohr cites the sad case of a marketing executive given a much larger and more palatial office, yet the man had the effrontery to say he felt uncomfortable in his new deluxe surroundings. Evidently, says Dr. Turf Bohr, his self-esteem had not had a chance to rise to the level of the symbol bestowed on him. Offhand, a strictly part-time curbstone psychologist would assume that the man had very little self-esteem to begin with if it depended on anything so contrived as an office and its furnishings. 43. All is not well as it is readily seen, along the corporate chain of executive command. Many of the men have doubts about their worth, their importance, the value of their presence, their identities in the scheme of things, perhaps even about their potency. They need to be bolstered in a world of basic achievers, such as scientists. Another study, however, finds top executives to be basically sound, above average in effective intelligence. These men deal best with practical or tangible data in relation to problem-solving situations. They are as a group only fair conceptual thinkers. They do not do too well in dealing with theoretical, abstract, or conceptual thoughts or ideas. As students they had above average grades and were in the upper 25% of their class at college, although not all were college graduates. Most of them had engaged in some form of commercial venture before age 15, and they are generally not socially aggressive. None were big men on campus, although some held fraternity offices. However, they were as a group somewhat lacking in the degree to which they participated in traditional student activities. Most of them married late, had children, and their wives played little noticeable role in their business affairs. One fact applied to all: none came from poverty-stricken backgrounds. In other words, none was a poor boy who made good. These findings were made by Dr. Louis F. Hackman, president of Hackman and Associates, an international management consulting company with headquarters in San Francisco. 44 Professor Mabel Newcomer, near the conclusion of a study based upon a very large number of cases, 882 of top executive officers, says, although he, the typical executive of 1950, has specialized training, he has never practiced independently, nor has he at any time run a business of his own as his father did. He is a business administrator, a bureaucrat with little job experience outside his own corporation. His investments in his company are nominal, in terms of potential control less than 0.1% of the total stock outstanding. He is a Republican in politics, he attends the Episcopalian Church, if he attends church at all, and he served the federal government in an advisory capacity during the war. He was, in 1950, 61 years of age, and he will probably be 70 when he retires. 45 Of note here, direct verification in a study of the top executives themselves of what has been indicated before, is that the corporate executive is not ordinarily much of an owner. He is a hired man, the tool of big owners, never the servant of myriad small stockholders as in the fable of People's Capitalism. Professor Newcomer makes the important point that corporations rarely comb the field looking for what would objectively be considered the best or most capable man for the top job. Why, in other words, do they promote from within so frequently? And why do they promote so late? The reasons appear to be, first, that the talent within the company is better known, and to that extent safer, nota bene FL, than outside talent. Also, there is always a feeling that one's own company is different and that intimate knowledge of its problems is important from the start. The president or chairman is likely to select his successor in advance and to groom him personally for the job. And loyalty to the company is stressed. Moreover, there is a sense of obligation to the officers with whom the chief has worked, and a conviction which is doubtless justified that morale will be higher and the chance of retaining able executives greater, if they are aware that the top offices will be filled from within. 46 Corp Bulletin Vistas. To attempt anything like a complete survey of the executive and his sphere would be impossible short of encyclopedic format. Under the rubric Management, the central reference room of the New York Public Library indexes nearly 4,000 volumes, under Executives, nearly 400. There is, too, some score of periodicals devoted to the topic. So it is clear that the subject of management is a large one in a postulated democratic society where the individual is pretty much supposed to manage himself. Americans, in fact, are under constant political and economic management manipulation. While many of the works on management are serious analytical and descriptive studies, the executive mystique, tending to show the superlative worth of the executive and his technique as such, occupies much attention. Management of property itself, it turns out, is an arcane science, worthy of graduate study in the universities. For those who want a compressed view of the field, there might be recommended the reading course in Executive Technique, published in 8 volumes with many authors by Funk and Wagnalls Company, New York, 1948. The volumes are given a lengthy introduction, Modern Executive Techniques, by the editor, Carl Heil, who is president of Executive Techniques, Inc. The books in this course are titled, Systematic Solution of Management Problems, How to Think, Operations Control, Management Controls, Manual of Organization, Use of Statistics, Charting the Course, Human Relations, Employee Morale, Employee Suggestion Systems, Supervising Women, Hints on Psychology, Human Relations in Industry, Personnel and Industrial Relations, Creative Training Programs, Manufacturing Control, Distribution, financial control and general office management, and public relations. Thus armed, the aspiring executive can take over with confidence. Management, it turns out, consists of a melange of many things, a smattering from many disciplines that turns into an ad hoc empiricism resembling a pseudoscience. Much of the literature in management can be reduced to cautionary injunctions, applicable generally or in various specific situations to always do this, never do that, usually do this, usually do that, be very careful in doing this, etc. Concrete situations are cited from experience, sometimes careful observational studies such as those of Elton Mayo on how most easily to get maximum output from a workforce. Taking all the injunctions together, one is given what some writers term a philosophy of management. Troublemakers, so much sand in the gears, are especially unwanted, and the place to spot them is at the personnel office, where the latest in psychological testing is put to use. Potential non-believers, doubters, scoffers, misfits, and persons with negative attitudes generally must be weeded out lest they contaminate a basically sound workforce and impede the smooth flow of profits. Critics from time to time commiserate with the bureaucratic aspirant in the Leninist countries who must, before he arrives at the top, read the metaphysical works of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and many lesser dialecticians. The American executive, however, to judge by the tomes he must read, is much worse off. For most of these writings are at best stodgy, usually turgid. And beckoning the American is no future society of shining mirages but, at most, an office with wall-to-wall carpeting, a gold key to the executive washroom and membership in a country club. Not only are there special periodicals devoted to the executive and his sphere, but magazines of more general appeal do not overlook him. Fortune rarely lets a month slip by without at least one article on executives, of which a few since 1950 have been, the case of Charles Luckman, the 900, boards of directors, do stock options pay? How hard do executives work? Can executives be taught to think? How executives get jobs, is there an executive face? The executive bonus, are executives paid enough? How executives invest their money, how top executives live, the executive crack up, how much is an executive worth? Young executive in Manhattan, executive qualities, life in Bloomfield Hills, the pirates of management, those American managers don't impress Europe, executive compensation, the new wave, how to pay executives, etc. In Those American Managers Don't Impress Europe, Fortune, December, 1964, we were given a story of disillusion. American companies entering the European market, either by merger or establishing new plants, necessarily sent along American executives. Keyed by all the hoopla from the American corporate press about high-powered, lynx-eyed American executives, Europeans proceeded to pay very close attention. Now, they apparently thought, they were going to see the very soul of American puissance in action. Alas, it was once again the story of mighty Casey at the bat. For the American wizards were found to be very so-so, nothing remarkable. After watching them, Europeans felt reassured. It might be argued that the Americans did not send their first team to play in a strictly bush league, and this was probably true. To see the varsity all-stars in action, they backward Europeans will have to come to the United States. Once they glimpse the Picassos in the executive washroom, they will know they are in the very uterus of the big time, at the altar of the executive mystique. Now they will see how big, really big, decisions are made. 12. The Republic of Money. The pub polls. As everything thus far inquired into has obviously flowered under the benign providence of government, it is evident that government and politics have more than a little to do with the gaudy blooms of extreme wealth and poverty in the feverish American realm. It has not, to begin with, prevented whatever is the case. What it has ministered to, and how and why, will now be our theme. How the government of the United States functions in all its ramifying complexity is the theme of ponderous treatises running into the proportions of Sears, Roebuck catalogues composed by academicians somewhat left-handedly known as political scientists. Whatever they say is almost invariably correct in a formal sense as anatomical description, apart from any decorative filigree provided by such heady words as democracy and freedom. What we are really interested in, however, is process, function, political physiology, as it were. Although many political scientists profess to deal with this aspect as well, they all tend to lose sight of the actual ball in play or to avert their eyes in horror at the clinches. They are as physicists would be who had never been in a laboratory, as members of a vice squad who had never been in a brothel or taken money under the table from a madam. They themselves were never in the celebrated smoke-filled backrooms, never on hand when the price was set, the bodies buried, the papers burned, the ballots destroyed, the payoff made, the double entendre arranged, the people bilked. Like nearly everyone else in this sphere, the political scientist is dependent on reports, rumors, memoirs, documents, statistics, interpretations, deductions, and more or less shrewd surmise. And, like everyone else, he is limited by his position as a strict outsider. Journalists are far more privy to what goes on than he, and indeed he depends on journalists for much of his information. It is one field where certain participants know more about it in its nook and cranny aspects than those self-dedicated to its systematic study. The difference between government as reported by political scientists and government as it actually takes place is much like the difference between learned descriptions of amour and amour itself. The difference is far greater than that between description in general and phenomena in general, between symbol and act. The political scientist is in much the same outside position as a biologist or psychologist studying amour. What each says may be entirely correct, moderately enlightening, or even exhilarating, but what the dedicated acolyte misses are the nuances these experts haven't been able to encompass even by delicate imaginative projection. Their often assumed delicacy is elephantine. Again, they often misinterpret simple rutting for amour, intrigue for politics. Even more than the theoreticians of amour, who sometimes have the advantage of being tentative practitioners themselves, the political scientist is at a disadvantage, for he has never actually been in the situation, does not occupy a privileged position denied, say, to the editors of the New York Times. The terrain, clearly, belongs in the particular jurisdiction of someone else, as amour lies in the jurisdiction of the poet or madman. A poet, even a madman, now and then has something revealing or poignant to say about amour. It would be astonishing if a political scientist ever said anything about government that approached a Machiavelli or a Hobbes who, be it noticed, were non-scientific insiders. The indubitable experts I call upon to bear witness in this chapter, leaving to one side the delicate question of my own expertise, will all be far, far closer to what goes on than any political scientist has ever been, valuable though the compilations, commentaries, commonplaces, and occasional insights of these gentry may be as aids memoirs and reference classifications. As most people have some more or less accurate conception of the gross mechanics of the United States government, seen mostly in rose lights and soft focus, I omit the citation of basic supposed facts on which we might be improbably supposed to agree in advance. Let us simply descend on the phenomenon oozing in its habitat. In much of what follows for quite a way I lean heavily on first-hand analysis by the erudite and resolutely Democratic Senator Joseph S. Clark of Pennsylvania. Until his election in 1956, the Democratic Burgomaster of dingy Philadelphia, magna cum laude, Harvard, 23 in brief, a man of parts. Having Clark on hand is pretty much like having a literate psychoanalyst stationed right on the vice squad itself, an entrancing and unexpected combination. Here and there I shall set the focus a little more sharply than does the truly able but somewhat romantic senator. He, although sufficiently forthright, is a gentleman and becomes queasy at spelling out certain details which I, here as a pathologist, will have no more hesitancy in scrutinizing in the light of the evidence available than has a coroner in examining a mildewed cadaver. As Senator Clark has made microscopically clear, no doubt to the consternation of the more polite observers, each House of Congress is under the tight control of a dour inner clique, the general intended aim of which is to cater to favored ultra-acquisitive interests and to frustrate the general light-heartedly non-acquisitive interests. As far as these cliques are concerned, the general populace can go and slide on its collective buttocks if it has any complaints to make and stick its finger in its ear for good measure. To these twin cliques, composed to a man of self-certified backcountry patriots, we owe the gamey tax laws, among others. Senator Clark stylishly refers to the cliques as the Senate establishment and the House establishment. They run Congress, when necessary with a heavy hand, at times in opposition to any president, sometimes as under Lyndon B. Johnson in close harmony with him. When they are in full-blown opposition, the government simply deadlocks, freezes, as far as rational adjustment to events is concerned. The special merit of Senator Clark's analysis is that he shows at first hand the precise inner mechanics of establishment control, so that even a child can understand it. The senator endorses the conclusion of James McGregor Burns that there are always two governing parties in power, a congressional party and a presidential party. The presidential party is national, necessarily concerned with broad interests, and is at least half-heartedly oriented toward carrying out the cloudy party platform submitted every 4 years to the bemused voters. The congressional party is devoted to particularistic self-seekers, as shown by near-the-spot sources other than Senator Clark. These include most of the members themselves as on-the-sly entrepreneurs. It is bipartisan, a coalition of stand-pat Republicans and Democrats. It is generally opposed, usually by indirection, to the party platform, most of which it covertly sabotages. The function of the party platform is only to stir enthusiasm in presidential voters. After serving this purpose, it is subject to discard. The establishment, moreover, is as permanently and fixedly in power as the communist leadership in Russia. Nothing about it alters over the decades except the fall of a few of its aging personnel by the wayside. Only extreme force and violence could remove it. It is anchored, in sober fact, in extra-legal violence, intimidation, and terrorism as religiously practiced especially throughout the South but visible at times elsewhere. The findings of Senator Clark were expressed at considerable personal risk. For no professional can ever give such pointedly documented critical testimony to the outside heathen without thereafter having every hand of the establishment secretly raised against him. All that can now save Senator Clark from political oblivion is the popular constituency, by itself a weak reed, as every practicing politician knows. Barriers against the majority, barriers to the expression of majority will at the governmental level are, among others, the following. Many persons do not vote, some for the intelligent reasons that they suspect the electoral process is rigged or they do not know enough about the issues or candidates, most from indifference, apathy, intimidation, terror stemming from localized violence, simple mental or physical ill health, or because they are barred from voting by peculiar residential requirements devised by local politicos with little enthusiasm for voting. Only a bit more than 60% now vote Indiana presidential elections. Presidents have never been true majority officers. On statewide basis, the voters always number fewer than 50% in purely congressional elections and range downward to less than 10% in other elections. In 1962, only 46.7% of civilians of voting age cast ballots for House congressmen, a record high in a non-presidential year. One in many states, all establishment country, the percentage of voters was far lower, 13.7% in steamy Mississippi, below 20% in Arkansas, Georgia, Louisiana, and Virginia, between 20 and 30% in Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Texas, and between 30 and 40% in Kentucky, Maryland, and North Carolina. The largest statewide vote for House congressmen that year was in Idaho with 66.5%. Only 11 states attained 60% or better. 2 in 1964, even the presidential vote was below 40% in Alabama, District of Columbia, Georgia, Mississippi, 33.3%, and South Carolina. Usually it attains lower levels in these and some other states. 3. It is often said that the Democratic primaries are the true elections in the South, the election itself just a formality. But even so, they do not involve a significantly large segment of the population. Again, it is often said that the poor showing in the South is traceable to the exclusion of Negroes, yet most of the abstentions are of low-grade whites. In 1960, Mississippi, with the largest proportion of Negro population, had less than 40% or Negroes. Indiana, its population of voting age. So it is not only the exclusion of Afro-Americans that accounts for the poor voting record of the South. It is mainly whites, or pinks and rednecks, who abstain from voting, in part because they are culturally as retarded as the sepia shades and in part because they are dissuaded by the local padrones. The vast disparity of participation between presidential and congressional elections in 1960. The presidential vote drew 64%, reveals the degree of purposeful abstention and lack of ardor in many people for an electoral process widely suspected of being greased and rigged and at least ineffective as a means of producing tangibly gratifying results. Too many people have seen too much remain the same after too many high-flown elections to be carried away by the prospect of another. Many of those who vote do not vote their interests intelligently, perhaps do not even know what they are. Again, many of those elected obviously do not themselves know what the score is, as they show by asinine pronouncements. One must be very much of a mystic to believe that, at variance with rational criteria, there is something intrinsically valuable about a popular vote. It is at best a rough way of selecting somebody, even a Lyndon B. Johnson. Having voted for one of the two hand-picked puppets of backroom schemers, except where there are open primaries, usually with some childish ethnic or religious bias most prominently in mind, the functioning portion of the electorate favors a man, as often as not deemed unfit by the community for other walks of life, who is then thrown into close working contact with others of like mind arrived in the halls of government by the same dubious road. There are some 750,000 elective offices in the land and, considering the fact that there is at least one aspirant arrayed against every incumbent, it is evident that the mere filling of offices amounts to quite an industry in an economic sense, gives employment to many people. Despite all hosannas to the collective sagacity of the people, what politician or newspaper editor would publicly question it? The arrangements under which popular elections have been held since their inception have been as crooked as a fixed wheel in a low gambling house. Long asserted by the tough-minded, denied by the tender-minded, the plain fact was only recently underscored in terse decisions by the United States Supreme Court. Various transparent devices, the court found, were traditionally used in many states to keep Negroes and other a priori undesirables from voting, thus trammeling gloriously free even if obtuse popular expression at the very source. A wider and subtler abuse was found in the legislative districts, federal and state, which had been traditionally gerrymandered by one-party and two-party establishment-controlled state legislatures, so that in some cases enormous numbers of distraught voters, mostly urban and suburban dwellers, had only one dubious representative, while in other cases very few voters, mostly functionally illiterate rural hinds, also had a dubious representative. A handful of rustics thus were the means for stifling the representatives of thousands of trapped city patsies. The consequence was that even if a majority of a legislative body was allowed to prevail, not always the case, as we shall see, the majority did not reflect the majority of the voting population either in its wisdom, folly, or confusion. Although the court has now issued its ukase against these practices, the men born to prominence by them will remain on the scene and in office until they wilt, and there is no guarantee that something equally objectionable, or more so, will not be devised by the always cunning pub polls. Americans, it is often said unthinkingly, believe in majority rule. Yet, oddly, they never have had it, they have always had oligarchic rule, usually of a rather low order. The farther one moves away from a gerrymandered, intimidated, meagerly educated, emotionally immature and partly disqualified electorate, the fewer become the participants in any decision until in the legislatures it is always and invariably far less than a majority, either representatively or among those present. For all those brain laundered with the doctrine of majority rule, this is, admittedly, a strange, even unpatriotic notion. Yet it is an exact statement of the case. The primary and overriding duty and responsibility of each member of the House of Representatives is to get re-elected, it has been well said by Adam Clayton Powell, long a proficient preacher of the gospel and a successful and highly affluent congressman since 1945. 5. The establishment legislator in Congress and some not so classifiable has 3 further informal, Off-the-record duties: 1. To work loyally with the legislative establishment as an organization man. 2. To ensure his own position whenever possible as a member in good standing of the affluent sector of society by acquiring any available cash, securities, real estate, franchises, market tips or whatever else may be of value, and 3. To share his affluence with indispensable off-stage key figures of his home district organization grouped around the state or district party chairman. Nobody, it is plainly evident, plays the game alone. Not to do this is to leave himself at the mercy of the shifting whims and moods of a potentially unstable constituency, wide open to the claims of eager rivals for his office. Despite careful planning by the legislator, he is at times the victim of political upsets and internal feuds. Yet if he is of the establishment, he is never wholly extinguished, even if he has not had time to become affluent, because he has made many establishment friends who remember him as a regular. They see to it that his post-legislative life is enriched by various appointments suitable to a lame duck - commissionerships, judgeships, receiverships, lobby clients, and the like. He belongs to a bund. The congressional establishment, as Senator Clark proves, has a life of its own, policies of its own, aims of its own. These either have no connection with the needs or desires of the nation as a whole or harmonize with them only occasionally, fitfully, incidentally and, as it were, accidentally. It is a parasitical oligarchy. It produces results of its own predetermined stamp. It explains much about the chills, fevers and shudders of American society, its volume of crime, riots and lynchings. The bottom of the birdcage. The trouble with Congress today, writes Senator Clark, is that it exercises negative and unjust powers to which the governed, the people of the United States, have never consented. The heart of the trouble is that the power is exercised by minority, not majority rule. 6. As in Soviet Russia and Red China, power is in the hands of solidly installed intriguing manipulators, with the difference that in the United States the intrigue takes place behind a facade of reasoned if blurry constitutionality. In Russia and China the bayonets show through the periodic purges. The difference is enough to make the reasonable man prefer the American system with all its blemishes, about as one would unjoyfully prefer dysentery to cholera. Our forms of government are heavily weighted against any kind of action, and especially any that might alter significantly the status quo. It takes too many units of government to consent before anything can be done. 7. This, of course, is a truism. The constitutional bulwarks against tyranny, placed there by the founders' hands, are used to produce a creeping, low-key tyranny. It is the third branch of government, the legislative, where things have gone awry. Whether we look at city councils, the state legislatures or the Congress of the United States, we react to what we see with scarcely concealed contempt. This is the area where democratic government is breaking down. This is where the vested interest lobbies tend to run riot, where conflict of interest is concealed from the public, where demagoguery, sophisticated or primitive, knows few bounds, where political lag keeps needed action often a generation behind the times, where the 19th century sometimes reigns supreme in committees, where the evil influence of arrogant and corrupt political machines, at the local and state level, ignores most successfully the general welfare, where the lust for patronage and favors for the faithful do the greatest damage to the public interest. The legislatures of America, local, state and national, are presently the greatest menace in our country to the successful operation of the democratic process. 8. Lest the sheltered reader, tucked away in his bower, think that Senator Clark here delivers himself of an extravagant opinion or resorts to hyperbole, it is a settled conclusion among seasoned observers that, Congress apart as a separate case, the lower legislatures state, county, and municipal are Augean stables of misfeasance, malfeasance and nonfeasance from year to year and decade to decade, and that they are preponderantly staffed by riffraff or what police define as undesirables. People who if they were not in influential positions would be unceremoniously told to keep moving. Exceptions among them are minor. Many of them, including congressmen, refuse to go before the television cameras because it is then so plainly obvious to everybody they are what they are. Their whole demeanor arouses instant distrust in the intelligent. They are, all too painfully, typecast for the racetrack, the sideshow carnival, the back alley, the peep show, the low tavern, the bordello, the dive. Evasiveness, dissimulation, insincerity shine through their false bonhomie like beacon lights. The New York Times, customarily referred to as staid, has vouched editorially that the Massachusetts legislature is the most corrupt in the country. If this is so, the Commonwealth lawmakers have nosed out many others, including neighboring Rhode Island, merely by millimeters. The Times based its opinion on a solid report of the Massachusetts Crime Commission, submitted by impeccable leading citizens of the Bay State to Governor John Volpe in response to frenetic public clamor. Corruption permeates the state, the report said, from town governments to the state house, and involves politicians, businessmen, lawyers, and ordinary citizens. 9. This official report, a state document, cited wide-scale bribery by corporations and lawyers and the fact that legislators are on the payrolls of companies doing business with the state. Corruption was encouraged, the report said, because of the lack of backbone in the legislature. As to this particular legislature, the Boston Globe analyzed it during the week of April 11, 1966, revealing elements of a pestilent tale. Most of the legislature, the Globe indicated, is composed of Babbitt-Yen local real estate dealers, insurance brokers, fixing lawyers, loan sharks, used car entrepreneurs, miscellaneous fast buck operators and obscure local hangers-on and roustabouts, many of them types who, if they could not become attached to a public payroll, there to divert commerce their way, would be local misfits and perhaps panhandlers, vagrants, con men, family dependents, procurers, or on local relief or unemployment rolls. The net impression given by the Globe, a rather reserved family paper, was of a political lumpen proletariat, a scabrous crew. As to other legislatures, Senator Estes Kefauver found representatives of the Vulpine Chicago Mafia ensconced in the Illinois legislature, which has been rocked by one scandal of the standard variety after the other off and on for 75 or more years. What he didn't bring out was that the Mafians were clearly superior types to many non-Mafians. Public attention, indeed, usually centers on only a few lower legislatures: Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, California, and Illinois, and the impression is thereby fostered in the unduly trusting that the ones they don't hear about are on the level. But such an impression is false. The ones just mentioned come into more frequent view because their jurisdictions are extremely competitive and the pickings are richer. Fierce fights over the spoils generate telltale commotion. Most of the states are quieter under strict one-party quasi-Soviet establishment dominance, with local newspapers cut in on the gravy. Public criticism and information are held to a minimum, grousers are thrown a bone, and not many in the low-level populace know or really care. Even so, scandalous goings-on explode into view from time to time in Florida, Texas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, Missouri, and elsewhere, no states excepted. Any enterprising newspaper at any time could send an aggressive reporter into any one of them and come up with enough ordure to make the Founding Fathers collectively vomit up their very souls in their graves. 10. The territorial base of the establishment lies in the low-down one-party states. 10 have been found by careful political scientists to be generally one-party. They are Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi, South Carolina, Texas, Vermont, and Virginia. 12 were found to be practically one-party: Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Maine, New Hampshire, North Carolina, North Dakota, Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, South Dakota, and Tennessee. 11 ignoring for the moment still others that alternate over long periods as one-party jobs, like Florida recently, it is noticeable that the above array is nominally Republican as well as Democratic. Among the clearly Republican one-party strongholds are Vermont, Iowa, Kansas, Maine, New Hampshire, North Dakota, Oregon, and South Dakota. At least 22 states, then, or nearly half, are one-party setups, with some dozen others coming very close to qualifying. Public political scandals, it will be noted, are much less frequently heard of in the one-party states. Here it is as in one-party countries. The single point to emphasize here is that Senator Clark is entirely correct, even reserved, in his sweeping reference to the legislatures. He does not exaggerate. As the lawyers would say, he is a sound witness. He does not, however, delve into the processes that brought such uncomely personnel into the legislative bodies. How did the honest electorate come to elect such canaille? That is, manifestly, another story, and is left to the next chapter. As Senator Clark sees it, there is no continuing discipline in Congress whereby a majority of the members of a party are able, by simple vote, to discipline recalcitrant members interested only in blocking national measures and in feathering their own nests. The recent Powell and Dodd cases were token ceremonies. Although the parties have various committees, the policy committees give out no policies, the steering committees do not steer but block, and, in general, every man is for himself. And yet, important decisions are made. The congressional establishment consists of those Democratic chairmen and ranking Republican members of the important legislative committees who, through seniority and pressures exerted on junior colleagues, control the institutional machinery of Congress. The official leadership group of the Congress Speaker of the House, Senate Majority Leader, etc. are usually captives of the establishment, although they can sometimes be found looking out over the walls of their prison, plotting escape. 12. It is important to note that the views of the congressional establishment are not shared by a majority of their colleagues, who, left to their own devices, would be prepared to bring the Congress into line to cope with the necessities of our times. 13. This, as we shall see, may be gravely questionable. The Senate establishment is almost the antithesis of democracy. It is not selected by any democratic process. It appears to be quite unresponsive to the caucuses of the two parties. It is what might be called a self-perpetuating oligarchy with mild, but only mild, overtones of plutocracy. There are plenty of rich men in the Senate, but only a few of them are high in the ranks of the establishment, and none of them would admit to a belief that the accumulation of great wealth is a principal object of life. This is another distinction between the American and the congressional establishments. The former, consisting of the prime beneficiaries of the status quo, has, despite its slightly liberal orientation, definite overtones of plutocracy, although its tolerance is much more for inherited than for recently acquired wealth. 14. Senator Clark now comes to the ties that bind the congressional establishment. They are, a common militant belief in white supremacy, a stronger devotion to property ownership rights than to rights of the person, strong support of the military establishment at all times, marked belligerence in foreign affairs, and an absolute determination to block internal congressional reform. A substantial number of the members of Congress in both parties are the product of political forces which give them a rural, pro-business, anti-labor, isolationist, conservative perspective with an attitude toward civil rights which ranges from passive unconcern to outright hostility. 15. It is plain that the legislative strength of the big business establishment is, ironically, mainly in the agrarian districts. What are the political forces to which Senator Clark here refers in a somewhat opaque manner? They may be summed up in a word: money. The rural legislator not directly tied to the business system, which is invariably weak in his home district, few stockholders, consumers, corporation employees, or factories are found there, has something to sell, his vote. And he sells it in a circumlocutional way, wrapped in some rococo principles such as states' rights, sacred privacy, economy, government anti-centralism, economic individualism, or plain pure Americanism. This is the kernel of support by rustic Solons for softly regulated big city industrialism. Politics, popularly thought to consist mainly of elections, really begins only after elections, when those elected come together to divide the spoils. The meetings of any legislative body, as of a floating crap game, must be under rules, which, like laws themselves, must emanate from the legislative body itself. The Constitution does not stipulate how Congress must govern itself. This is a political question, wide open. One of the Senate rules is that there may be unlimited debate, no senator may be silenced, unless, under Rule XXII, 2/3 of the senators present vote to terminate debate. With all senators present, This rule requires 66 votes to end debate. If only 35 refuse to limit debate, those who have the floor may go on talking endlessly, in relays. Such filibustering blocks all business until an agreement is reached to withdraw some proposal disliked by a sometimes very small minority. As Senator Clark notes, the United States Senate is the only open legislative body in the world under such an extravagantly absurd rule, which calls to mind the veto power held by any member in the House of Nobles of the old Polish kingdom. There the rule, more severe than ours, so effectively paralyzed the country as to leave it an easy prey to neighboring Prussia, Russia, and Austria. From 1789 to 1806 the Senate rules included the motion for the previous question, as provided for in Jefferson's manual. On 2 occasions it was used to close debate. Since 1811 the motion has been used frequently in the House to end debate and is provided for in House Rule 17. Virtually all the state legislatures allow the procedure, which, as Jefferson pointed out, was used in the British Parliament as early as 1604. It is not, as Senator Clark reminds us, alien to hallowed Anglo-Saxon parliamentary procedure. It is, in truth, almost sacred, and not to allow it full reign is ground for the deepest suspicion. May a majority of the Senate at the beginning of a new Congress vote to terminate debate in order to pass on a change in the standing rules? This question was put point blank as recently as 1963 by the Vice President as the presiding Senate officer. In response there were only 44 ayes and 53 nays, with no roll call. The establishment had triumphed, by a clear majority. The question has since been put at the opening of every term with a similar outcome. Early in 1964 on a cloture petition that would have ended further debate on the question of a change of the rule and which, under the rule, required a favorable vote of 2/3 of those present, the Clarkian majority lost by 54 for and 42 opposed. Senator Clark draws comfort from the fact that, including 4 absentees, the Senate at the time stood 56 to 44 in favor of cloture, only 10 short of the necessary 2/3. But the earlier vote, with 53 nays, showed the full firepower of the establishment on the bedrock issue. On such showdowns the establishment has thus far been able to muster far more than a third, pointedly, more than a half. The establishment itself is not a majority, but it can, owing to the many strings in its octopall fingers, pull many unhappy non-establishment senators into line when all the chips go down. On basic questions affecting its own power it is, in sober fact, a majority. The sole contemporary full-face defeat of the establishment was on the Test Ban Treaty, which came to a vote September 24, 1963, after a long debate. 2/3 of those present and voting were required for ratification under the Constitution. The vote was 80 to 19 in favor. Those who voted no at the time constituted the stone-faced core of the Senate establishment in Senator Clark's view: Russell and Talmadge of Georgia, Stennis and Eastland of Mississippi, Long of Louisiana, Byrd and Robertson of Virginia, Byrd of West Virginia, McClellan of Arkansas, Thurmond of South Carolina, Curtis of Nebraska, Goldwater of Arizona, Simpson of Wyoming, Jordan of Idaho, Margaret Chase Smith of Maine, Bennett of Utah and Tower of Texas. Most of these were from rule-by-terror states, nearly all from one-party states. Mont of South Dakota, who usually votes down the line with the establishment, defected. But for changes in Rule XXII and cloture all of these, with Mont, voted no, including the following establishment people who had defected momentarily on the Test Ban Treaty: Ellender of Louisiana, Hayden of Arizona, Holland of Florida, Johnston of South Carolina, Hill and Sparkman of Alabama, Cannon of Nevada, Cotton of New Hampshire, Williams of Delaware and Dirksen of Illinois. Half of these were also from rule-by-terror states, most were from one-party states. It is the men mentioned in these 2 paragraphs, according to Senator Clark, who constitute the nucleus of the present Senate establishment, which has its counterpart in the House. How one stands on Rule XXII determines whether one is for or against the establishment. A few of those mentioned are not present as of 1968. Such absence makes no difference to the establishment because fresh replacements are always available approximately from the same states. When death approached Byrd of Virginia, the ailing senator retired and had his 50-year-old son appointed in his place an hereditary senator. Hardly any of the states represented by establishment senators are industrialized, only Illinois and Delaware. The rest are predominantly rural and agricultural or extractive, most are non-urbanized and are of exceptionally low general educational levels, defective schools, few libraries and bookstores, mediocre newspapers, poor radio-television programs, etc. Money for these is shot away nationally in wars. The core of the group is the Southern Democratic Bloc, which has been said to be the South's revenge on the rest of the country for the loss of the Civil War. But it has many members from parts of the country that are as economically and culturally retarded in general, the Bible Belt, which tends to look indulgently on terror and intimidation. The establishment people are not men of parts, they are devoid of generally esteemed talents. None, possibly excepting McClellan and Sparkman, is a persuasive speaker. Many such as Eastland show themselves conspicuously deficient in reasoning powers, confidently propounding howlers in elementary logic that would shame most college freshmen. Nearly all appear to be quite innocent of acquaintance with semantics. Although most are members of the bar, none is rated high as a practicing lawyer. Few seem to be well read. None, as far as the record shows, is a writer. Goldwater's books of shabby notions were ghost-written. Few if any are soundly schooled. Their knowledge of the world and of the language itself appears to be meager. Their talents lean almost entirely to simple intrigue. Everett Dirksen is their prototype of a prophet. They are a drab crew. If these people did not band together as they do behind Rule XXII, if they relied on their own capabilities in open debate on the merits of issues, they would stand forth in all hollowness among more talented men. And this is one reason for the establishment: it is a refuge for the untalented, a closed trade union of the meagerly endowed. What do establishment members want? Are they merely interested in preserving the ties that bind them together and give them factitious substance, Rule XXII, white supremacy, the celebration of property and military daring-do, and a truculent stance in foreign affairs? So to suppose would be to credit them with very limited, purely symbolical objectives. Actually, as Senator Clark stresses, many members of the establishment go along with other measures, some with quite liberal measures, as long as Rule XXII and white supremacy remain inviolate. They are political traders, keen for cheap-jack opportunities. When blockages arise under Rule XXII, the establishment is in a position to trade. In return for concessions, it becomes its turn to make demands, to enforce its gloomy will on the country. Customary analyses of Congress distinguish Republicans from Democrats, Southerners from Northerners, and Westerners and conservatives from liberals. The latter distinction suggests, misleadingly, that there are reasoned attitudes present rather than rationalization for narrowly pecuniary self-interest. Political scientists are united in believing that national party affiliations are meaningless, that congressmen nearly all stem from purely local state and district factions. 16. Nor is the regional distinction fundamentally any more important than that of party. There are, in truth, more fundamental distinctions to be observed. There is, first, the establishment and anti-establishment distinction that Senator Clark brings to view, with most of the establishment people organization men from Soviet-style one-party districts or states. As unchaperoned strangers in them quickly discover, most of these states have extremely inquisitive police. Few such states are industrialized, few are very rich, and the rich ones, like Texas, are largely absentee-owned, obvious colonies of Wall Street and State Street. In all, organized politics offers one of the few sure roads to personal affluence, functional latitude, and renown. In the industrial states there are many such roads. Much about American politics would be clearer if one thought of a metropolitan and a colonial or provincial United States. Metropolitan United States consists of southern New England, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, Illinois, Wisconsin, California, perhaps the state of Washington and the very eastern portions of Missouri, Iowa, and Minnesota. Just about everything else is non-metropolitan, culturally below par and holds nearly all one-party politics. It is more like Eastern Europe than like Eastern United States. Economically, this division is generally made as between agrarian and industrial states. Yet the congressional politics of the representatives of the agrarian states are not distinctively agrarian. Elected by a politically illiterate, often very small electorate unaware of the true drift of affairs and with few vital demands of its own to make, congressmen from these states are far freer than those of the metropolitan states to place their votes where the most money is, on the side of big property. For doing this they are allowed to join the propertied class by backstairs methods and are impressively referred to as conservatives. Leadership in the non-metropolitan states is noticeably below par, one of their basic deficiencies, owing to the steady drainage of homegrown talent into the metropolitan sector. It is not that the non-metropolitan region fails to produce talented leadership material. It does produce it but discourages it and loses it steadily to the metropolitan sector, culturally more attractive. New York, Chicago, Boston, San Francisco, and other metropolitan centers fairly crawl with talented people from Georgia, Mississippi, Kansas and other retrograde provinces. On trips back home they are careful to keep a tight rein on their tongues lest they face the prospect of being expertly tarred and feathered and ridden out of town on a rail by the local authorities, acting through local thugs. Many organization politicians inside and outside metropolia are known to feel, self-righteously, that their party ties provide a democratic device for the distribution of some of the industrial wealth to themselves. They are sadly mistaken. No distribution of wealth to public-spirited connivers is taking place by this route. What is available, in various ways, is only a small percentage of the untaxed industrial revenues in the form of campaign contributions, gifts, fees, and retainers. These are tips to menials. It is not being suggested here that members of the establishment and their veiled supporters are in all cases primarily trying to gain affluence for its own sake. Rather is it a fact that they must have affluence in order to function on their chosen level. The organization men split their take with other organization men in the home party organization. Many, it can be plainly shown, are eager estate builders Johnsons, Dodds, Dirksons, Kerrs etc. Some, probably most, are a combination of the two. The prospect of money is definitely in the picture except in a very few cases. Money is needed to get into electoral politics. Money is needed to remain there. And money is needed to carry one over the bleak days if one is voted out. In saying this, one is not saying something that would have astounded the Founding Fathers. Under the Constitution as it originally stood, there were property qualifications for voting even for members of the House of Representatives and the state legislatures. Only as the various states gave the franchise to the non-propertied in the early 19th century was this qualification removed, thus opening the way to office for poor men. This was a dangerous development because the poor newcomers to politics, seldom themselves partisans of the poor, needed money going far beyond the paltry pay of office, originally designed purely as honoraria for men of property and still on this level. In many jurisdictions, the unpropertied man in politics was in time, according to an unwritten convention, expected to use ingenuity in providing for himself. Imaginative and defensible schemes were devised by some, but the sheer logical possibilities of making adequate monetary provision outside of meager salary without going beyond the law or the proprieties are few and largely boil down to writing, lecturing, making after-dinner speeches or practicing ordinary law, all of which takes some talent. Promotions in which the name of the office holder was used to confer prestige were legitimate when the promotions themselves were legitimate. But for most of the new off-the-soil office holders, always with noteworthy exceptions, it all boiled down to acquiring money in some questionable way. They were necessarily purchasable men. In the practice of law, the purchase price took the form of heavy retainers from big interests. In order to attain congressional or any political office, one must, as many experts have attested, 1. Be independently wealthy either as an inheritor or a builder of better booby traps, 2. Have the backing of a wealthy individual, group, or organization, or 3. have the backing of a local party organization which in turn has access to suspect supporting funds. Sometimes a bad organization supports a man of impeccable probity as a way of disarming critics. The supporting funds, it is true, could come from thousands of little people chipping in quarters or dollars, but the little people are either not sufficiently interested, do not understand, or cannot afford to contribute, or a combination of the three. They have money for booze, soft drinks, tobacco, cosmetics, gadgets, high installment interest rates, and the whole range of stuff at Woolworths, but not a cent as expense money for their tribunes. They may well suspect, too, that the candidates have already been spoken for by higher bidders. What I say here is by no means original with me, arising from some internal distemper. It is the consensus of sophisticated observers. Many people are asking the question, says Drew Pearson in his nationally syndicated column, do congressmen steal? Our answer is that they do not unlawfully take money from the government, but they do take money lawfully for representing anti-government interests. In this sense they do steal the right of the voters to have a man in Congress who represents them, instead of representing his law firm and its big business clients. 17. There are, however, many ways of legally putting money into a congressman's hands apart from attorneys' fees and campaign contributions. Attention will be given this lush aspect of standard garden variety democratic politics further along. The establishment method. How does the Republican-Democratic establishment extend its will over the rest of the Congress? It does this, first, by its power to block anything, which forces others to trade with it. But its general control derives from its minute control over committee appointments. As the work of Congress is quietly done by committees, not through rational debate on the floor, such control is fundamental. Any newcomer to Congress, whatever he has rashly promised his constituents, has as much to say over surrounding affairs as if he stepped into the rush hour crowd at Grand Central Terminal or into the midst of a Bombay riot. If he managed to get the floor to make the most rousing speech ever delivered, there would be nobody present to hear it except the board clerks and some flabbergasted tourists in the galleries. As soon as he rose to deliver himself of his deathless remarks, all the members would walk out as they customarily walk out on each other. What he must do, Senator Clark informs us, is to keep quiet and watch what goes on. And the way to get along, he further tells us, is to go along with the older hands. If he continually goes along with those who are solidly ensconced, he will soon find that he is a member of some friendly bloc. It might seem that the smart thing to do would be to join the establishment at once, but this cannot always be managed because establishment ideas are under some dispute in the more crowded and variegated parts of the country. The next smartest thing to do is to be against the establishment on the record, but to support it on showdowns, as many do in voting that a majority of a new Senate may not vote to close off debate in order to pass on a change in the rules. He can, also, be a maverick like the 44 senators of 1963, although not many of these are very far-ranging. If the new member continually goes along, particularly with the establishment, he finds that he is able to get various things done of interest to himself and to his standing in the eyes of his constituents. He may even be allowed to get his name on bills, the Sasha-Schmaltz bill to exterminate poverty in our time or something similarly astonishing. Also, his bank account, if he so desires, will steadily improve. His banker and broker will know he is now running with a well-heeled crowd. Committee appointments, especially the powerful chairmanships over, not of, the most powerful committees, are commonly supposed to go to the members with the most seniority. Senator Clark shows conclusively, citing chapter and verse, that the establishment freely deviates from the seniority rule whenever it wishes to push some member for reasons obscure to the observer. Committee appointments are made by two party groups, the Democratic Steering Committee and the Republican Committee on Committees. The establishment holds a majority of both, and, through its ability to entice new members, holds its power as an hereditary fief. The Democratic Steering Committee varies in composition from time to time. By custom its members serve until they die, resign, or are defeated at the polls, the last not likely in the one-party states and districts from which they emanate. As of 1959 it had 15 members, 7 Southerners plus Lyndon B. Johnson, Majority Leader, and Carl Hayden, President pro tempore of the Senate, thus giving the establishment a majority of 9. Johnson all along has been a 200-proof, sour mash establishment man. Because the composition of Congress changed with the election of 1960, bringing in more Democrats, Senator Clark wanted the steering committee changed. He did get himself and 3 others put on, but the establishment still controlled with 9 votes. In 1963 at a Democratic conference, composed of all the Democrats in the Senate, he proposed that the steering committee be increased to 19 members. Such an increase would have brought about geographical and ideological balance, in Clark's view, and Majority Leader Mike Mansfield promised to support him. To my chagrin and surprise, Mansfield opposed my motion and Hubert Humphrey failed to support it. They told me later Bobby Baker had told them the votes were not there to approve the increase. Perhaps this was right. Had the Majority Leader and Whip supported Senator Anderson and me, I believe we would have won. 18. The point though, is that they did not. On the secret ballot the establishment vote was highest. Within the Democratic Conference itself on a secret ballot the forces of reform represented by Clark were outnumbered nearly 2 to 1. The Republicans, the non-urban element of them establishment people from the cradle up, have no need of such stacking in their committee on committees, which Senator Clark finds to be regionally and ideologically representative. With the Democratic Party in the majority, the Republicans get few committee appointments anyhow. Yet their members plus the Southern Democrats constitute the establishment power. As the Republican Party has been deflated to a minority since 1932, it is clearly the congressional wing of the Democratic Party that is now the chief bloc to legislative forthrightness. Yet the Democratic Party is the one that is popularly regarded as liberal, even radical. When the Republicans have a president he usually sees pretty much eye to eye with the establishment, but since the accession of Democratic Lyndon B. Johnson as president, the establishment is now in closest harmony with the White House. On the basis of Senator Clark's analysis, it would appear that the establishment controls all the positions except the Supreme Court. Through its power of appointment the establishment in both houses stacks the committees of Congress with its supporters. In the 86th Congress, House members from 7 backward states controlled 97 of the 153 committee votes. 19. As Senator Clark shows, the establishment dominates all vital committees and keeps off non-establishment men with seniority. In the crucial committees of both houses there is a frequent installation of the same pro-establishment men, although in the Senate no person may be a chairman of more than one committee. A small percentage of pro-establishment men hold majority votes, with few exceptions. The effect throughout, from the party committees to the standing legislative committees, with only minor exceptions, is as though a permanent bureaucracy were installed, Senator Clark notes. In Russia the same sort of phenomenon, differently arrived at, is known as the Politburo. What Senator Clark calls the establishment is indeed very much like the Politburo in its permanence and indestructibility, although not perhaps in its specific objectives. The methods of holding and wielding power are similar. But one does business in rubles, the other in dollars. Owing to the large number of intra-party and legislative committees the establishment people sit on, they are heavily worked. Russell, leader in recent years of the establishment as the most senior member, always managed the opening session struggle against changing Rule XXII, masterminded meetings of the Democratic Steering Committee, was active in the Policy Committee, chairman of the Armed Services Committee, was a member of the Appropriations Committee and chairman of its Subcommittee on Defense, member of the Aeronautical and Space Sciences Committee, the Joint Committee on Atomic Energy and a member of the Commission to investigate the Kennedy assassination and of the boards of visitors to the military, Naval and Air Force academies. And similarly with other establishment people. 20. Senator Clark makes much of the distinction between liberals and conservatives in the Senate, but just how little it signifies was shown in 1966 on the vote to allow the Foreign Relations Committee and Appropriations Committee to share supervision of the Central Intelligence Agency with Senator Russell's Armed Services Committee. Russell was opposed to the change. Senator Fulbright, chairman of Foreign Relations, favored it. Russell won on the showdown, 61-28. While no establishment people sided with Fulbright, plenty of liberals sided with Russell, namely, Anderson of New Mexico, Douglas of Illinois, Magnuson of Washington, Neuberger of Oregon, Pastor of Rhode Island, Ribicoff of Connecticut, all Democrats, and Kuchel of California. It is this sort of thing that earns liberals the label of fuzzy-mindedness. Clark and Scott of Pennsylvania were not present, not that it would have made the slightest difference. 21. The CIA is ideologically a straight establishment agency, designed as an identical opposite number to the Soviet paramilitary intelligence network. Whatever its model, the Soviet apparatus, does the CIA can and does do as well or better. The committees of the Senate are rated in order of prime importance about as follows: finance, taxes, armed services, military supplies, foreign relations, world markets, appropriations, domestic allocation of money, rules and administration, banking and currency, monetary policy and credit, and judiciary and government operations. Committees such as Agriculture and Forestry, Commerce, District of Columbia, Interior and Insular Affairs, Labor and Public Welfare, Post Office, and Civil Service and Public Service are far less important, possibly excepting Agriculture, because they exert less leverage. It is the power to block plus leverage in vital situations, often involving stupendous amounts of money, that makes certain committees paramount. Chairmen of committees are powerful because they are permanently installed as the senior member, are alone empowered except in the case of a very few committees to call committee meetings, and alone set agendas, call up bills for consideration, regulate bearings, and terminate committee debates. Within the jurisdiction of each committee, the chairman is almost a dictator. He can kill any bill in his jurisdiction by simply pigeonholing it. Although it is possible to call meetings at the demand of a majority of committee members, practically this is rarely done because most committee members are more hand-picked than the chairman, with whom they have many convenient understandings. They may even have been picked by the chairman himself. Until a bill is reported out by a committee, it cannot come before the Senate unless 2/3 of the senators want it out. A bill could be ordered out on a majority vote, of course, but only if the establishment approved. In the House, the chief committees are Rules, Ways and Means, Taxes, Armed Services, Interstate and Foreign Commerce, Banking and Currency, Appropriations and Judiciary. Before going to the floor, unless a hard-to-get majority votes to bring it out, a bill must first be reported out by the Rules Committee. Most proposed bills, many of them having wide public approval, are never reported out. Filed with the Rules Committee, they might just as well have been dumped in a wastebasket. A majority of the House may order a bill discharged from committee, but ordinarily such a majority is hard to get. Even though the House does not allow unlimited debate, it has a more complex set of rules than the Senate. These rules are used to strangle or whittle down proposals unwanted by the House establishment. Committee and subcommittee chairmen have more naked power in the House than in the Senate, Senator Clark notes. There is no tax legislation if Wilbur Mills of Arkansas, chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, doesn't want any, nor a wilderness bill against Aspinall's wishes. 22. The various committee chairmen are kingpins in the House and form the nucleus of its establishment. While power seems more fragmented in the House than in the Senate, Senator Clark remarks, it is probably because the former body is so much larger. Thus it is easier for chairmen to become more powerful. For the same reason there is less cohesion. There appears to be less sense of a band of brothers. While the South is to some extent in the saddle, it seems less obviously so. 23. Still, the men from the non-metropolitan sector rule. Yet the establishment coalition operates on many an occasion even more effectively in the House than in the Senate and has killed or whittled down a long line of useful bills: federal aid to education in 1960, area development in 1963, the Mass Transit Bill and Youth Opportunities Act, health care for the aged in earlier versions, improvement of foreign aid. It cannot stop civil rights legislation because of the urban and suburban Republicans. But it can usually stop if it really wants to what the establishment likes to call spending programs. 24. It did not, however, stop or whittle down administration requests in 1965 and 1966 for additional appropriations for the undeclared presidential war in Vietnam. Although costing some $20 billion or more annually, the Vietnam operation is not construed as a spending program. It is, more properly put, a patriotic program. Opposed to expenditures for domestic improvement programs, the establishment in both houses is religiously devoted to all military spending, sometimes votes more than is asked for by the President. Committee control and the two-thirds rule are only part of the establishment method. The American constitutional system at best, as all scholars know, yields a cumbersome government that operates much like a Rube Goldberg threshing machine. With everybody giving his best, the machine will work according to the intention of the designers, not efficiently but surely. But when the delays inherent in the checks and balance system are added to, as by Rule XXII and other contrivances not found in any parliamentary manual, the machine simply stops. Rule XXII and the dominance of committee chairmen in the House by no means constitute the only devices of delay. As Senator Clark notes, certain procedures have been adopted that use up more than half the time of Congress with a view to keeping new business from coming up even if it could be dislodged from the dilatory committees. There is, first, a requirement that the journal of each Senate session must be read the following day unless unanimous consent to skip it is obtained. Says Clark, it is utilized only for purposes of delay. 25 Next, the morning period reserved for minor business, using up a valuable legislative hour or more, makes for delay. 26 Senators speak at exhaustive length. Clark believes speeches should be limited to 2 hours. Often the subjects talked about haven't the remotest connection with anything taking place, they may be a description of the scenery of the Solon's native state, memories of boyhood, a disquisition on the culinary arts, the national flower or the care of dogs, all with a view to using up time. Again, a motion to take up a bill on the calendar made by the majority leaders should be determined by vote without debate. At present such a motion is subject to unlimited debate, thus giving the opponents of the bill 2 chances to filibuster instead of only 1. 27 Establishment senators, with a keen instinct for wasting time, introduce all manner of irrelevancy in their speeches, violating the rule of Jefferson's manual that no one is allowed to speak impertinently or beside the question, superfluously or tediously. Says Clark, no other legislative body in the world, so far as I have been able to discover, operates without a rule of germaneness. 28 Clark's staff in a survey of the congressional record for 1961 found that non-germane speeches, excluding written insertions made only for the record, took up 1/3 of that gangrenously swollen publication. While the Senate is in session, committees may not sit. Thus committee work can be delayed. When quorum calls go out, senators check in on the Senate floor, then fade out, leaving nobody to vote on measures. Thus arises the amusing distinction between a live quorum and a pro forma or on-the-record quorum. The Appropriations Committee, however, sits continuously. It obtains unanimous consent at the beginning of each session to sit at any time whether or not the Senate is in session. It would be just too bad if appropriation bills were not ready for railroading on time. Still another way of slowing down the legislative process is by requiring separate House and Senate hearings on the same bills, thus making witnesses appear twice at different times. As Clark points out, such time-consuming duplication could be eliminated by joint hearings. Again, when there are joint House and Senate conferences with a view to harmonizing different bills, establishment leadership sees to it in both houses, very often, that the representatives of the stronger bill are men who voted against it and are unsympathetic to it. These men tend to favor the weaker bill and to compromise accordingly. It is sometimes an election ploy by a rival for his seat to charge a House congressman, especially with a long series of absences from roll calls and votes, implying that he has not been attending to business. But if he is not a member of the establishment and does not have many committee appointments, there is really no need for him to be present most of the time. He knows the votes on most matters coming up are cut and dried in advance. There is no issue on which his presence can make a difference. The sensible thing to do is to be absent until such time as he can function meaningfully. It would look better on the record, it is true, if he hung around and answered the roll calls. But such roll call response can be misleading with respect to the significant activity of a congressman. Some merely sit and read and entertain visitors in their offices between roll calls and votes. I have given here only a taste of Senator Clark's revealing work. The student of American government, steadily fed on formalistic pap, can do no better than turn to it, read it, memorize it, put it into blank verse and set it to stately music. Why doesn't somebody, it may be asked, point out in detail to the senators themselves precisely what is taking place? As men of goodwill, the naive will suppose, they will quickly respond and mend their ways. Senator Clark, however, has already performed this bootless task, without avail. 29 Clark's books offer many concentrated grotesque details, tabulations on the stacked committees, on the ages of the principals, etc. Congress in truth is ruled by a collection of old men, like a primitive tribe. The average age of chairmen of leading Senate committees in 1963 was 67.5 years, with one chairman aged 86 and the youngest 51. 30 in the same year. The average age of chairmen of the important House committees was 68.7 years, with the oldest 84 and the youngest 54. 31 A reason advanced by agile establishment spokesmen against the invariable application of the seniority rule is that it would, unless relaxed from time to time, leave senile dodderers in charge. Yet such are in fact left in charge despite variations in application of the rule to others. In general, these committee chairmen are unimaginative, insensitive, uncultivated, set in their ways and nurture a vision of social reality long since vanished, always with the inevitable exceptions such as J. William Fulbright of the Foreign Relations Committee, Clinton P. Anderson of the Aeronautical and Space Sciences Committee, and perhaps a few others. The preponderance of the lawless South on key committees is clearly evident. There were 23 Democratic senators in 1963 from Dixie, 11 Confederate states plus Arkansas and Oklahoma, 23% of the Senate. Yet they held 50% of the seats on the Appropriations Committee, 42% on Armed Services, 55% on Finance, 42% on Foreign Relations, 47% on the Democratic Steering Committee and 33% on the Democratic Policy Committee, this last their true proportion among 67 Democrats. 32 among Democrats on the committees. Their disproportion is far greater than given above. Something not realized by Senator Clark and his on-the-record anti-establishment cohorts, generally styled liberals and reformers in both parties, is that they themselves lend plausibility to the establishment game, which is to seem part of a representative body. Without Clark and his stalwarts, playing according to the Democratic book, Congress would be visible to all as a heavy-handed affair, like a Russian constituent assembly, redolent of the hangman. As it is, the anti-establishment opposition makes it look at times like a representative legislative body, full of enticing nuances and shadings. The opposition gives the establishment a brisk dialectical workout from time to time, keeps it on its toes. Whenever it wishes to, the establishment can submit its power to a test vote, play for real and knock the opposition through the floor with solid Democratic votes. Agreeing with Senator Clark's analysis, up to a point, I must dissent from the final chapter of his magnum opus. There, no doubt remorseful for the way he has thrown a scare into the stray American reader by showing how he is ruled by nothing very different from a grim Politburo, he gives way to optimism and looks forward to changes. Simply the many required conditions for changes that he mentions show that it is an all but impossible dream. Actually, if only 35 senators were as demonically opposed to Rule XXII as the establishment is in favor of it, they could destroy it in a matter of weeks, perhaps days. All that a determined opposition need do is to start filibustering on the first item of establishment business brought to the floor. When there finally came a call for a termination of debate, by the establishment this time, on the showdown vote there would not be the necessary 2/3. The hardy 35, or more, would stand adamant. So the filibuster would go on, if necessary for weeks, and Senate business would grind to a halt. Appropriation bills would not get passed and the government would need to resort to financing through the banks in a large way. As the price of ending the filibuster, all the opposition would do is to demand the end of Rule XXII. If the rule stayed, the filibuster would continue. It is highly doubtful if 35 senators, or even 15, are this resolutely determined to end Rule XXII. They have, it is true, no mandate for such action from their constituencies. The latter for the most part do not even know of Rule XXII. The non-establishmentarians are not so determined to abolish it as the establishment is to keep it, nor are they sufficiently numerous. It follows that the establishment rules completely, with no sign of an early break in its grip. Such a break, when, as and if it comes, is not likely to develop on the basis of a Clarkian appeal for fair dealing. It can come only as a consequence of some profound upheaval in American society. The discarding of Rule XXII would not in itself break the power of the establishment, although the alignment of forces within it would no doubt shift. One sees this by looking at the House, which is run by full-time self-centered intrigues without resort to unlimited debate as a threatening weapon. Rule XXII, while convenient, is not really needed. The remedy for all this, some will say, is in the electoral process before the people. How inadequate a refuge this is one can see by noting that most of the members of Congress occupy safe seats, are always virtually sure of election. In the House, supposed paladin of the people, hardly more than 100 seats are ever in doubt, as Senator Clark admits. More than 3/4 of the occupants know they will invariably be re-elected. An even larger proportion of the Senate holds completely safe seats. Under the impact of a social cataclysm as awesome as the Depression, seats change hands slowly, and after the cataclysm the new incumbent is usually in for the rest of his life. Such exceptions as there are can be cited from only a few highly competitive, transitional, and variegated regions, mainly California and New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, etc. Inertia in the stuporous electorate is a large factor in holding seats. Not only do the voters usually dislike change, but they see no reason for it, can discern no more merit in new contenders than in incumbents. All promise heaven. Unless one can raise the strong suspicion that an office holder is a communist, a homosexual, a freethinker, a dabbler in science, a sexual athlete, a practitioner of divorce, a reader of prohibited books, or something equally esoteric, he will be hard to dislodge if he has conducted himself according to the established routines of the electoral game. Senator Clark, like others who feel as he does, lays great stress on public opinion, the need to mobilize it in order to put the government on a course conducive, as he sees it, to the long-term interests of the people and the very safety of the Republic. Such stress on the need for an informed public opinion is an indirect confession of the inadequacy of representative government. If everyone must be fully informed on every question and press insistently for government action, it means we simply now have a more cumbersome form of the New England town meeting when the populace as a whole was the legislative body. If public opinion must be so rampant, and at variance with its own standards, what is the need of representatives? Why not submit all proposals to direct popular vote? The establishment in action devoted conscientiously to blocking adjustments in the ramshackle status quo, the establishment can be cooperative and quick-moving when it wishes. It is most cooperative and retiring, Senator Clark points out, in time of war. Then it endorses anything asked for remotely likely to help in crushing the enemy. War, in fact, seems most effective in unlocking its springs of action, in quickening its pulse, in arousing its ardor. It is as bellicose as any Prussian Junkerverein. It equates patriotism with war. Bills affecting its special pets among the Finpoles also get rush order treatment. Thus, the emergency bill to exempt DuPont stockholders from the capital gains tax in the distribution under Supreme Court mandate of General Motors stock held by E.I. DuPont de Nemours was galloped through prestissimo. As Senator Clark notes, it was as though the establishmentarians knew that now they were being watched by the gentry and were anxious to show what really fine work they could do, all of which was no doubt very reassuring to Wilmington, Delaware. How the establishment works to ensnare the country in something the electorate finds distasteful is more interesting and more revealing of establishment ways, and is best shown in the matter of taxes. Congressmen in general are not well informed on taxes or on much else, for that matter. They are, to put it bluntly, conveniently ignorant and depend on the word of floor leaders, whips and committee chairmen. Needless to say, as the infinitely expert Eisenstein remarks, members of Congress are not as well versed in taxation as they should be. Of course, they are also inadequately informed on other matters which are entrusted to their care. It is no secret that votes are commonly cast without a firm grasp of the issues involved. In taxation, however, knowledge comes with unusual pain and suffering. The statutes are enveloped in a peculiar verbal fog of their own. The Internal Revenue Code, indeed, is a remarkable essay in sustained obscurity. It has all the earmarks of a conspiracy in restraint of understanding. The conspiracy never ends because amendments never cease. Year after year many minds combine anew against the grave danger of being understood. Surely, the nimblest member of Congress can hardly hope to perceive in a day what the alleged experts are unable to understand over the years. Most members are soon lost and bewildered when they move beyond the rates and personal exemptions. As Representative Patman gently understated the ignorance of Congress, the tax laws are passed with the members not knowing exactly what they mean. 33. Rank-and-file Republicans and Democrats, right and left, complained at its submission that they did not understand the tax law of 1954, 34, which still provides the main base. A vote on a tax bill, then, says the legist Eisenstein, is an act of faith. With few exceptions, the members of Congress helplessly approve whatever the tax committees may choose to offer. They must take the word of the committees. While the committees usually provide reports for each bill, the reports hardly qualify as guides for the perplexed. As a rule, they merely fortify the sense of organized confusion. If the members look for enlightenment during debate, they rarely learn much more. Complex tax bills are poorly discussed and hastily enacted. At times there is no discussion at all. The House, in fact, proceeds on the theory that individual members should generally abstain from thinking for themselves. This principle of parliamentary behavior is known as the gag rule. The members are discreetly denied the right to offer any amendments or to vote on separate sections of a bill. They can only accept or reject the bill as a whole. Since their function is so limited, they have little incentive to be enlightened. In any event, too many questions cannot be asked because debate is carefully curtailed. Too often the explanations on the floor sound as if the halt were leading the blind. 35. Within the tax committees and among their technical staff writers, the people who compose taxes or tax prose, there is a clearer view of affairs. Among them, Republicans and Democrats alike, there is full understanding of the workings of special dispensations or loopholes. 36. The story is always the same, Hubert Humphrey admitted when he was a senator. Higher rates are imposed and at the same time loopholes are carefully framed which permit the wealthy to get out from under the higher taxes. 37. Says a leading tax expert. The average congressman does not believe in the present high rates of income tax, especially those applicable in the upper brackets. When he sees these rates applied in individual cases, he thinks the rates are too high and therefore unfair. True believers in these rates would long ago have torn down the tax shelters and resisted all pressures for special relief. Instead, the reverse is true. 38. Astronomic rates, headlined hysterically by newspapers, impress the general public. The rich, it is presumed, are being made to bleed and disgorge by a stern socialistic or at least fanatically liberal government. Rightists fulminate. With the left hand, however, a truck-size loophole is chopped that cancels the high rate, in some cases allows no tax at all to be paid. For one oil and gas virtuoso, for example, on a total income of $14.3 million in 5 years, all subject prima facie to a 91% tax, the total taxes were only $80,000 or 3/5 of 1%. Still another artist in oil did even better. He tenderly groomed properties that brought in nearly $5 million 1 year on which there was no tax due. In escaping tax on his oil income, he also escaped tax on most of his other income. His total taxes for the period were less than $100,000, but his income from sources other than oil averaged about $1 million a year. 39. At the same time, the lowest rates for ordinary taxpayers, the fevered patriots in the streets, rates they could not escape, ranged from 19 to 23%. There's not to reason why. Some ultra-large oil companies find the tax at times so infinitesimal that they do not even list it as a separate item in reports to stockholders. 40. The politically illiterate common man pays what others do not. The government always gets all the money it says it needs. It never permits a raid on the Treasury. The committee process by which the rambling Internal Revenue Code is amended is childishly simple, yet difficult and fatiguing to follow, much like a long-drawn tournament between chess masters. Like a chess game, too, it is tedious to describe in its inwardness for non-initiates owing to the ramifying effects of simple little moves. It is in committee hearings that one sees men of C. Wright Mills's executive power elite - all figures of distinctly secondary rank, many of them subject to the pleasure of the President as temporary appointees in the executive branch. If committee chairmen or members feel like it, they rake them with sarcasm, challenge them point blank, give them the lie direct. Before these committees a good deal of careful deference is shown by visiting executives and lawyers. It doesn't all run one way because there is a good deal of reciprocal respect, and there is the knowledge among committee members that the witnesses are, after all, connected as underlings with big distributors of pecuniary patronage. Such knowledge is not always controlling because, as the front men in well-entrenched one-party state political factions, the committee members already have plenty going for them both politically and financially. If he felt sufficiently irked, one of these committee chairmen could tell the DuPonts, Rockefellers, and Mellons combined precisely where to head in and never feel even slightly threatened by the possibility of any successful electoral reprisal. It has been done, simply as a bravura finger exercise. Critics charge that the major tax forces represent narrow and selfish private interests as against public and presumably broad and generous interests, but as Eisenstein points out, it is not possible to isolate public and private interests as separate determinate essences. In the eyes of these critics, the taxing process emerges as an unceasing struggle between good and evil. The general taxpayer, the general public, the people are on one side, organized groups, special groups, pressure groups, on the other. But the public or the people necessarily consist of individuals, and individuals fall into various groups. Not even the adherents of ability insist that all taxpayers should be similarly treated. If they are not to be treated alike, they must be treated as distinctive groups. 41. Some groups, each of the tax proponents feels, are more vital to the public interest than others, and are entitled to special consideration. This, basically, is the point. Some people count, most do not. How it plays out is well shown by Eisenstein. The same generalities are perennially repeated because they are vacant expressions. Everyone may freely put into them whatever he wishes to take out. That is why they are beyond dispute. For the same reason they are also very useful. Dispensations may be broadly condemned and then selectively approved without fear of engaging in any contradictions. Senator Wiley of Wisconsin, for instance, declares that taxes should be as fair and equitable as possible. They should be based primarily on ability to pay, and they should not discriminate as between different groups. But at the same time the senator also maintains that taxes should, as a matter of principle, provide a reasonable incentive to earn, to grow, to expand. Therefore, he warmly recommends such special dispensations as a credit for dividends and a reduced rate for income from foreign investments. Apparently dispensations which remove barriers and deterrents do not discriminate between different groups. The public interest similarly enables Congressman Mills to distinguish between one dispensation and another. Our income tax, he charges, is riddled with preferential benefits. The statutes are full of special provisions through which a shrewd or lucky taxpayer can often escape paying anywhere near his full share. But having said all this, Congressman Mills indicates that it would not be desirable to eliminate all the special provisions that we now permit. Those who fail to pay their full share may also serve the public interest. 42. Whatever is said at these tax hearings, and whatever one may think about what is said, the result, whether explicitly intended or not, is clear. Most of the tax burden is shouldered over, directly and indirectly, on the non-propertied, free-spending labor force, which constitutes the main body of patriots upon which the future of the Republic depends. After protracted hearings, the tax committees go into executive session, excluding the profane. Staff writers get their instructions. Whatever is not of sentimental appeal is put into the customary opaque language, but what is of sentimental appeal, such as high rates on the big incomes and bated deductions for blindness, medicine, children, and superannuation, is left crystal clear. When ready, the bill is reported out on the floor near the end of the session, when a great many other bills, equally suspect under careful analysis, are also awaiting passage. There is here the usual logjam of important legislation, with members impatient to get home to sweet-talk low-IQ voters. The heat is on for swift passage. If anyone wishes, he may suggest amendments, which may or may not be voted down. The votes are there, the floor managers know, to pass the bill. The word is passed to the stalwarts, all ready to act. At the signal, the bill is easily pushed through. The Senate Finance Committee in 1966, of which Russell Long, an establishment stalwart, was chairman, consisted of 17 members. 6 were identified by Senator Clark as of the establishment core, 6 were from the South, 8 were from one-party states, and 12 were from outside metropolia. Only 7 were clearly non-establishmentarians, and only 6 would ordinarily be classified as liberals or rationalists. The House Ways and Means Committee under the redoubtable Wilbur Mills of Arkansas had 11 members out of 25 from one-party states, many more from one-party districts, 8 from the South and 13 from outside metropolia. The back country was clearly in the saddle. As the committee is under the mesmeric control of Mr. Mills, much like the New York Philharmonic under Leonard Bernstein, it is not necessary to carry the analysis further. It is all an establishment affair. Oddly, what radicals call Wall Street tax laws are largely put into final form by men from the swamps, bayous, tundra, bogs, crossroads, pastures, plains, bills, ravines, badlands and backwoods of the country. These men, with some exceptions, have not attended fancy law schools or studied at the leading universities. There is about few of them any taint of sickly intellectuality. They are, one might say, as common as any drugstore loafer. Nor did any of them, so far as I can ascertain, ever have to meet a flabbergasting payroll in private business. None was ever a super salesman, a super lawyer, or a big-time entrepreneur. One can safely say that none has had either first-hand or theoretical knowledge of economics, finance, or business affairs. As far as taxes are concerned, they only know what they may have alertly picked up by hearsay in their committee rooms from visiting monetary sophists. Yet, when all is said and done, they are well able to distinguish campaign contributors from unsound, unkempt, and uncouth, not to say openly literate, ivory tower theorists. The payoff, contrary to common supposition, a majority of those in the House and Senate enjoy incomes vaulting far beyond their relatively modest salaries of $30,000 a year plus office expenses, travel allowances, and other extras. Merely at this salaried minimal they are already in the upper 1% of income receivers. 43 income-wise they make members of the mafia look like bashful Boy Scouts. Much of this congressional income by all signs probably most is obtained in ways that, although technically legal, would be condemned by almost any citizen having ordinary claims to respectability, and even by many of the more high-toned swindlers who comb the bistros for hard-to-get victims. So many, indeed, are the ways on record congressmen have of funneling furtive lucre into their pockets that they defy description at any seemly length. Some attempt must be made, however, to comprehend what goes on among political entrepreneurs in order to understand the Weltanschauung of the men who confect our tax laws. Congress is largely but not exclusively staffed by assiduous off-the-soil moneymakers who use government as a tool in their profit-seeking operations with the gusto of a pack of hypertonic pickpockets assailing a convention of paralytics. In so doing, manifestly, its members are engaging in wholly unfair competition with the business and professional classes, especially with the small and medium-sized portions. Most business people, high or low, and even mafians, do not have such ready toll-free access to the inner valves and spigots of government. I am far from contending that money-making congressmen, who must be distinguished from a civilized minority genuinely concerned about the fate of the Republic, are primarily athirst for lucre. So to say would involve me in a bootless squabble with degree-flaunting sages about the tenuous and wholly irrelevant question of primacy in motivation of possible interest only to psychologists. Whether congressional absorption in money-making is first or last in order of emphasis, it is patently materially the largest and most assiduously pursued of all congressional interests. These possibly truistic prefatory remarks are inspired not by some hostile, foreign, pagan, and blasphemous un-American influences such as the godless writings of Karl Marx, Nikolai Bakunin, V.I. Lenin or Leon Trotsky, but by first-hand, on the scene, carefully put together reports in such solidly established, churchly bourgeois publications as the New York Herald Tribune and the Wall Street Journal. On the score of method, it would be difficult to find sources more homey and comfy unless one had it all in the form of a unanimous opinion of the United States Supreme Court certified in blood by the National Association of Manufacturers. A bastion of old-line conservatism that yearned for the return of the mansard roof and the Stutz Bearcat, the Herald Tribune was until its demise the nonpareil Republican organ of the country. The discontinuance of the valued Herald Tribune was announced as the consequence of a prolonged, complicated strike involving 10 labor unions and 2 other newspapers. New York Times, August 13, 1966, 1, 6-7. The journal is to Wall Street what Pravda and Izvestia are to the Kremlin, although it is a tremendously better paper professionally. None of this, of course, is a guarantee of pinpoint accuracy. But neither publication could be suspected of unorthodox or vagrant leanings in politics or social conceptions. If there was error in the political facts, it sprung from inadvertence rather than ignorance or un-American, pro-intellectual bias. Although ornaments of the corporate press, the Tribune was owned by John Hay Whitney, a vintage supermillionaire. They are not to be confused with the mass media, the chief task of which is to portray the world as a never-ending sideshow while fostering mass illusions about the great day that is just around the corner, due to dawn right after the election of John, the louse, outhouse. Such publications belong to what sociologists modishly dubbed the elite press. Of such there are some dozen to 18 in the country. I myself lean to the first figure. Among hundreds this is not many, but it represents the level of press seriousness. Although sections of this elite have been accused from time to time of editing news in favor of their own point of view, it has never been so much as whispered that they are un-American or anything but wholeheartedly committed to the Constitution, profits, and godliness. Error, yes; heresy, never. Even though these elite papers are corporate entities, and as such are subject to the usual reservations, in recent years their owners, who once felt safe under Mark Hanna and Calvin Coolidge, have become dimly but increasingly aware that they are insidiously threatened simply as flesh and blood by much that is taking place by events internal, external, and technical. As a screwball society of demoralized citizens gradually comes unglued under ideologically justified neglect by its repeatedly sworn dunghill guardians, the wealthy and their family members are also affected. Long unable to trot their horses through Central Park owing to the descent upon it of hordes of the demented, they, too, in or near the vicinity of their homes now are increasingly robbed, assaulted, raped, kidnapped, blackmailed, swindled, intimidated by servants and plug-ugly labor leaders, assassinated, run down by unregulated cars, poisoned by offbeat drugs and foods full of additives, overcharged, misled, misdirected, engulfed in half-shot planes and the like. One could compile imposing lists of wealthy victims within just the past 5 years, some with prolonged pedigrees and valuable Roman numerals after their names. Again, this isn't the half of it. They are now, wealth or no wealth, subject to common industrial hazards of the population as a whole, air pollution, smoke inhalation, water pollution, unpleasant regional odors, public service strikes, gratuitous noise, equipment failures right and left, chemical leakages, explosions, water shortages, area blackouts, public crowding, riots, radiation poisoning, possible atomic warfare and the like. And if elected government officials are conveniently purchasable, it is always possible, even probable, that they will be purchased by adversely hostile interests burrowing under established cushy positions. As there is no stock exchange quoting officials' prices, which would be a great convenience, one never knows for sure at what figures the political bidding begins and ends. Nor does one ever know when one has a firm acceptance. Bought men sell out again at higher figures, which makes sense. All of which promotes much displeasing uncertainty and anxiety even among general beneficiaries. Established wealth, in order to realize its potentialities to the maximum, needs orderly, intelligent and principled government. It does not have that now, but is caught in something of a more efficient continuation of the catch-as-catch-can 19th century. Government is now more systematically and organizedly wayward than it once was. Although after the Civil War the rising magnates engaged in plenty of funny business with the politicians, the latter had not yet organized on a rational semi-corporate basis to put the vacuum cleaner systematically on rich and poor alike. Hence, in part, the rising concern in what are, seen from the street, high places. If government is thoroughly unprincipled and is at the same time pretty much out of control, if the butler and the rest of the help are freely helping themselves to the vintage stuff and giving their lip to their betters, established wealth is itself in some danger of being clipped. As the Herald Tribune somewhat primly observed, an anarchistic moral climate prevails in Congress. The complaint is not, then, that the congressmen are Bolsheviks but that they are dedicated anarchists, which is surely just as bad or worse. If government men kick up their heels in wild abandon, the rule of the jungle, using government as a handy bludgeon, has returned and, as Thomas Hobbes said, life for everyone tends to become nasty, brutish, and short. If, as it turns out, government officials are surreptitiously enmeshed in a tangle of distractingly profitable involvements, where anyone comes out in the ensuing melee is chancy. Here the problem of government takes on particularly seamy hues, as much in some ways, more for the rich as for anyone else. But if the elite press expected a public uprising on the heels of these probing exposures, recalling the best efforts of the old-time muckrakers such as the famed Lincoln Steffens, the editors showed little knowledge of the political system or the public. Proved money-grabbing by elected officials in the atomic age piques a disoriented public far less than the latest amours of the Hollywood set, axe murders in Brooklyn or the birth of two-headed quintuplets. As long as there seemed some possibility of sandwiching call girls into l'affaire Bobby Baker a few years ago, public interest momentarily stirred. It faded as soon as the impresarios failed to produce the cash-minded damsels in undress. Tabloid readers sulked at being deprived of an American Profumo affair. In what follows it should always be remembered that there is no question of illegality involved, everything reported is strictly legal, just as Hitler's extermination of the Jews was legal. A little point I mention merely to suggest how much weight one may attach to the notion. And until further notice everything that follows is taken from the unreservedly patriotic Herald Tribune of June 9 through June 15, 1965. Anyone who wants any legislation, buys it with cold cash. I don't mean you go up to a senator and ask him if he'd like to make $5,000 by voting for your bill. That's out today. So are broads and booze. The words were those of a well-known veteran Washington lobbyist who was explaining his modus operandi. What you do is arrange to meet him alone somewhere but not at his office. I almost never go up on the Hill, except maybe to show friends or relatives around. You don't tell him what you want. He knows. You tell him you understand he has a tough campaign coming up or he has had a tough campaign and you'd like to help cover the costs. Then you leave an envelope with cash in it. The real reason you are giving the money is never mentioned. Of course, you can't do this with all congressmen. But generally it takes only a couple of votes in subcommittee to swing a bill one way or another. After you've been here a while you know who to deal with. 44 As there are more than 4,000 registered lobbyists in Washington, nearly 8 to a congressman, it is evident that there are plenty of paymasters. While bribes are illegal, random gifts are not, but to be fully legal they should be reported on income tax returns. Presumably they are not. And presumably they come out of capacious expense accounts provided lobbyists by their principals, whoever they may be. Campaign contributions are legal but should be reported, many are not. An al fresco way of receiving gifts was disclosed by T. Lamar Caudle, an assistant attorney general who was convicted in 1956 of tax fraud conspiracy. Caudle told the FBI that he customarily parked his car with the window open and was always pleasantly surprised that somebody kept putting presents in the back seat. The Herald-Tribune doubted that congressmen use this method, which seems overly conspiratorial. The congressional deals are more apt to be right over the counter, thus disarming untutored observers. Lobbyists stand so high in Washington that they constitute an informal branch of government. Thus, Dale Miller, long a successful lobbyist, is one of President Johnson's closest friends. The President accorded Mr. Miller, a fellow Texan, a signal honor by naming him chairman of the 1965 Inauguration Committee. Myron Weiner, lobbyist for the ocean freight forwarding industry, shared his Washington apartment for a while with Sen. Harrison Williams, D.N.J. During the Bobby Baker investigation it was disclosed that Mr. Weiner split a fee with Mr. Baker, even though the former Senate Majority Secretary reportedly performed no special service for it. And so it goes. The Herald-Tribune continued, the relationship between congressmen and lobbyists is based on reciprocity. Lobby organizations are the big campaign contributors and the buyers of most seats at political fundraising banquets. In an age of skyrocketing campaign expenses, congressmen need the financial handouts which lobby groups offer. Campaign expenses, while real, are in part a euphemism. As Frank R. Kent mordantly noted long ago, campaign fund collectors have sticky fingers. That is, they pocket part of the money and divide it with cronies. Frank R. Kent, The Great Game of Politics, Doubleday, Page & Co., N.Y., 1923, pages 130-133 f.l. On their part, lobbyists require the support and votes of the lawmakers if their clients are to prosper in the fiercely competitive business world. What happens when face-to-face competitors each bid for lawmakers' support was not inquired into f.l. Generally, lobbyists solicit aid through persuasive education, stressing the merits of their position, by wining and dining lawmakers and their aides, and by subtly offering rewards. The era of the outright bribe, when the little black bag stuffed with greenbacks was left on the desk, is fading with age. Few lobbyists try brazenly to buy votes with cash across the table. Instead, the lobbyist seeks to make the congressman beholden to him. Should the lawmaker be on the fence, uninformed or indifferent concerning a measure, it is presumed he will feel obliged to favor the stand promoted by his lobbyist friend. One lobbyist said the latest ruse among his colleagues was to work through lawyers. The lawyer-client relationship keeps everything confidential. The lawyer, who is never registered as a lobbyist, simply calls up the congressman and says he represents a client on a matter in which the congressman might be interested. 45 corporation lobbyists have two main objectives: to influence legislation and to dampen enforcement of existing laws by federal corporate regulatory agencies such as the Federal Power Commission, the Federal Communications Commission and a long string of others the average rank-and-file nitwit believes to be standing vigilantly on guard. Simple inquiries by congressmen have the effect of deflecting the hand of law enforcement, because all these agencies are financed through appropriations voted by congressmen. The hostility of even one congressman can lead to severe reduction of an agency's needed funds, can even cause official heads to roll. In consequence, virtually all regulations on the books are only selectively applied. As to legislation, it was brought out in 1963 that John R. O'Donnell, a promoter of Philippine sugar interests, had bankrolled more than 20 congressmen in 1960 to ensure passage of a dubious $73 million Philippine War Claims Bill for which he expected a fat commission. Cases cited are only typical examples from among many offered. This text does not profess to be an exhaustive treatise, which would fill volumes if it went back over more than 2 or 3 years. Roy Chalk, president of Trans-Caribbean Airways, the D.C. Transit System and other projects, is a chum of Representative Abraham Moulter, Democrat of New York, the Herald Tribune asserted. Moulter achieved a certain amount of notoriety as an echo of Chalk's views, so much so that when a subway system to which Mr. Chalk is piously opposed in Washington was suggested, Mr. Moulter owlishly warned all and sundry that building it would surely increase the capital's crime rate. Stanley L. Sommer, a Washington public relations man associated with Morris Forgash, head of U.S. freight forwarders, admitted, said the Herald Tribune, that many senators have been entertained on board the Forgash yacht Natamore. Among other tidbits which the paper said Mr. Sommer related, he had picked up the tab for Senator Everett M. Dirksen, Mrs. Dirksen, and her sister for a frolicsome Labor Day weekend in 1963 at the Carousel Motel, Ocean City, Maryland. The hotel was owned by Bobby Baker, ousted former secretary to the Senate Democratic majority, of which Majority Leader Lyndon B. Johnson was a freewheeling ringmaster. It is noticeable throughout that it is mainly establishment and fellow traveling legislators who are enmeshed in this sort of far-ranging entrepreneurial activity. The establishment forms the spider web out of which operations are conducted and to which the operator returns for protection. Men banding together for protection are one source of establishment power. Members of the House and Senate are of several economic categories. They are, first, of independent, partly or wholly hereditary means, well-educated, who have acquired a general rational interest in government. Some of the best ones, intellectually and morally, can be found in this group. In their various outlooks many of these recall the Founding Fathers, nearly all men of property. Unfortunately, they are greatly outnumbered by the dunghill climbers whose political task it is to gyp their dunghill constituents. There are, too, moderate-sized business and professional entrepreneurs, most of them unable to distinguish between their business and governmental duties. They use government as a tool of their businesses, a practice openly defended by the late Senator Robert Kerr of Oklahoma, an oil man who was often referred to as the King of the Senate. There are, finally, those without means or firm business connections. Most of these, excepting only the conspicuously educated, are on the make, looking upon the government much as brokers look upon the stock exchange, an opportunity to feather their nests and thus gain witless public esteem, status. A difference, however, is that brokers do not function under oath. And it is because congressmen have taken an ostentatious oath that one is entitled, without listening to any sophomoric mush about human failings as the orchestra plays Hearts and Flowers, to subject them to sharp scrutiny and judgment. What one might be inclined to overlook in a broker, or even a banker, one cannot sensibly treat as just one of those things in a legislator or other official if one values reasonable civil security. In the passing of loaded legislation, many instances of which were cited by the State Herald Tribune, the lawmakers manifestly act either for their own account or, as brokers, for the account of others. As the record shows, they function in both roles. Apart from direct gifts of money, which perhaps are what give most establishment congressmen their financial starts, the prime way outsiders, mainly corporations, mobilize their zeal as by means of retainers through their law firms. Of 435 representatives and 100 senators, the Herald Tribune noted, 305 are lawyers. The firms of nearly all are under lucrative multi-corporate retainer. While one cannot show in every case that a lawyer-congressman is supporting a client of his firm on the floor or in committees, it can be shown in many cases. In some instances one would be hard put to show a one-one connection between a client and a legislative beneficiary. The client-attorney relationships of the congressman, however, show that both client and attorney are running out of the same corporate stables, flying the same battle flags. The congressmen, if not full-fledged corporate men, are so close to it in their thinking that they are indistinguishable from the officials of the United States Chamber of Commerce. Nobody has to tell the congressman how to think, for example, on the subject of taxes if they think about them at all, they think that way spontaneously. The law retainer racket, often combined with threatened extortion, is very old and is touched upon by Charles Francis Adams II, one-time president of the Union Pacific Railroad, in his autobiography, 1916. In Washington on business for the railroad, Adams at once encountered a prominent member of the U.S. Senate who was still alive, retired, when Adams wrote, "He has a great reputation for ability, and a certain reputation, somewhat fly-blown, it is true, for rugged honesty. I can only say that I found him an ill-mannered bully, and by all odds the most cowardly and dangerously corrupt man I ever had opportunity and occasion carefully to observe in public life." His grudge against the Union Pacific was that it had not retained him. He was not, as counsel, in its pay. While he took excellent care of those competing concerns which had been wiser in this respect, he never lost an opportunity of posing as the fearless antagonist of corporations when the Union Pacific came to the front. For that man, on good and sufficient grounds, I entertained a deep dislike. He was distinctly dishonest, a senatorial bribe-taker. This sort of thing is virtually standard legislative practice in the United States and was the thought in the mind of the nation, June 26, 1967, when it charged that the nature of the case made against Senator Thomas Dodd before he was censured by the Senate had been largely a cover-up. John Stennis, chairman of the Ethics Committee, the nation charged, had steered the Senate away from considering the more serious charges against Dodd, that he had, 1. threatened to investigate the movie industry but, after taking a political contribution from the Motion Picture Association, dropped the probe, 2. threatened to investigate the television industry, but dropped the matter after taking money from a major member of the industry, 3. taken money from insurance companies while supposedly investigating them, 4. taken money from the firearms industry, and thereafter cooled in his ardor to control interstate shipments of guns, 5. used an airplane belonging to McKesson and Robbins, the drug makers, while sitting on an antitrust subcommittee investigating the drug industry, 6. taken a gift from Westinghouse's lobbyist while sitting on a judiciary subcommittee probing price fixing in the electrical industry, 7. sought favors and jobs for a number of groups and individuals who had contributed to his seemingly bottomless need for money. Dodd, in fact, was a fairly typical legislator, fitting right into the history of the American congressional system. Apart from the incentives of surreptitious gifts, campaign contributions, and law retainers, congressmen ferret out independent legislative and bureaucratic incentives strictly for their own account. Not only brokers, they are entrepreneurs and promoters as well. They are especially concentrated in the building and loan, television, insurance, local banking and credit fields, all subject to regulation and franchising by governmental agencies. Some are also personally interested in a variety of other government-regulated business activities, including the juggling of oil lands. They are, not to put too fine a point on it, estate builders. Estate building represents their philosophic horizon. First, a word about law firms. Aware that some question of propriety might arise, some congressmen are related to two name law firms. There is, first, their original firm. There is, also, a newer firm listing all partners' names except their own but occupying the same office, employing the same personnel, using the same telephone number and the two sets of names on the same door. The Herald Tribune photographed some of these novelties. It is presumably through the newer firm that business about which there might be some question is siphoned. The congressman does not participate on the books in such business. But, also presumably, his partners in the old firm are grateful. Presumably he is given a compensatory share in the old firm, doing business with non-government connected clients, and is excluded from direct participation in the juicy second firm. Thus appearances are preserved. But, even so, the single-name law firm prevails. Most congressmen don't care about appearances. As the Herald Tribune noted, Senator Everett Dirksen, a big establishmentarian and like his close friend Lyndon B. Johnson an ardent public partisan of prayer and God, is a member of the obscure Peoria, Illinois, law firm of Davis, Morgan, and Witherell. This little firm numbers among its clients the formidable International Harvester Company, Pabst Brewing Company, the National Lock Company and the Panhandle Eastern Pipeline Company, a sprawling giant. During a 1959 Senate debate on pending legislation to bar pressures on federal regulatory agencies, Sen. Dirksen said he would continue contacting them for constituents until such time the law provided he could be put in jail for doing it. 46. In addition to his public chores, he is a director of the First Federal Savings and Loan Association of Chicago. Sen. Dirksen's business ties meshed neatly with his politics, earlier this year, with the appointment of Carl Lebag, a Chicago railroad attorney, as an industry-oriented member of the Federal Power Commission. It was on the senator's recommendation that President Johnson appointed Mr. Bagg. 47. The Herald Tribune then recalled that the Dirksen law firm represented Panhandle Eastern Pipeline, which falls within the jurisdiction of the FPC. Dirksen, therefore, is seen to play a variety of roles. Everybody legislator, president, law firm, corporations, commissions and lobbyists is rolled together in the same capacious bed. Dirksen, although nominally a Republican, bobbed up in several parts of the Herald Tribune inquest. In 1962 he received, according to this rock-ribbed Republican newspaper, concentrated campaign contributions from members of the pharmaceutical industry, officials of the Warner-Lambert Pharmaceutical Company, the Olin Matheson Chemical Corporation, Squibb, and G. D. Searle and Company, drug manufacturers. During this period, said the Herald Tribune, Sen. Dirksen was leading the opposition against Sen. Estes Kefauver's campaign to regulate the cost and safety of consumer drugs. In his book, The Real Voice, on the late Sen. Kefauver's drug fight, author Richard Harris says that Sen. Dirksen became known as the defender of the medical and pharmaceutical interests. 48. Representative Claude Pepper, Democrat of Florida, former senator, a practicing lawyer with 3 Florida offices, and an officer and director of the Washington Federal Savings and Loan Association of Miami Beach, in 1963 introduced 2 bills authorizing savings and loan associations to buy tax-exempt securities. He was at the time a member of the House Banking and Currency Committee which passed on the bills. Sitting on the board of Pepper's Savings and Loan Association was Arthur Courchon, one of the chief savings and loan lobbyists in Washington. One bill was enacted into sacred law in 1964. Pepper lost his Senate seat in 1950 after 14 years incumbency in an election that achieved some fame owing to the novelty of the charges against him by George Smothers. The latter bawled to the swamp water electorate that Pepper had a sister who was a thespian and before his own marriage had practiced celibacy. One wonders what would happen in the outlands if some candidate were ever accused of being a carnivore, heterosexual and biped who had caused his wife to undergo parturition. Very probably he would be lynched before a dictionary could be ordered from Sears, Roebuck. Many congressmen, in sober fact, are paranymphs. Not a few statesmen like Senator Smothers, Democrat of Florida, although no longer active as lawyers, nevertheless promote legislation favorable to their law firm's clients. Over the years Sen. Smothers has supported bills beneficial to Standard Oil of New Jersey, International Telephone and Telegraph Corp., Pan American World Airways, the Florida East Coast Railway and several insurance companies, all clients of the Miami law firm which bears his name. 49. He is a real corporate fan. Senator Sam J. Ervin, Jr., Democrat of North Carolina, a member of the Judiciary Committee which had held hearings on 4 of 9 sitting Supreme Court justices, argued as a paid attorney against the government before the court for the Milliken textile interests. 52. Businessmen Senators Wallace F. Bennett, R., Utah, and Edward V. Long, D. M.O. have successfully blocked the Truth in Lending bill which Sen. Paul Douglas, D. Ill, and a host of other senators have been sponsoring since 1960, said the Herald Tribune. Sen. Bennett, former president of the National Association of Manufacturers, is head of an automobile distributorship and director of an insurance company. Sen. Long, a director of a St. Louis bank, has been a vocal supporter for savings and loan institutions since he served in the Missouri legislature. More recently he has been shown tied up with James Hoffa's Teamsters Union. U.S. Comptroller of Currency James Saxon once commented that about two-thirds of all congressmen are involved in savings and loan associations. An aide later reported Mr. Saxon's estimate was somewhat exaggerated, but that a substantial number of congressmen were indeed connected with savings and loan groups. He said that of the 1,200 or so inquiries which the Comptroller's Office receives annually regarding bank charters and branch applications, at least half come from congressmen. Most of the inquiries, the aide said, were simple requests for information without any suggestion of pressure. But as pointed out by George B. Galloway, author and government expert, a telephone call from a senator or congressman can paralyze the will of a government executive and alter the course of national policy. In other cases, Sen. Jennings Randolph, D.W. Virginia, an insurance company director, has taken an active role in debate on proposed medical insurance legislation. His deciding vote killed Medicare in the Senate in 1962. Rep. Moulter, chairman of the Subcommittee on Bank Supervision, is privately associated with banking operations. 51 Senator B. Everett Jordan, Democrat of North Carolina, is chairman of the Strategic Rules Committee and frequently has argued on the Senate floor against allowing increases in competing foreign textile imports as recommended by the Tariff Commission. Increasing such imports is part of a supposed national policy of knitting together a raveled world. The senator is himself a domestic textile man, an officer and director of the Sellers Manufacturing Company of North Carolina. It was before his committee that the case of Bobby Baker, hired secretary to the Senate majority, was brought for investigation. Baker was accused of improperly using his position in personal out-of-bounds windfall money-making schemes. And it was Senator Jordan who abruptly closed the inquiry as the trail grew hot with the historic remark, "We're not investigating senators." Would Bobby Baker have been able to engage in shadowy business deals if his Senate bosses had been above reproach? The Herald Tribune asked rhetorically. 52 Baker, in the view of sophisticates, merely paralleled the operations of his masters, from whom as a very young man he had learned everything he knew about anti-public skullduggery. Alluding to the Bobby Baker case, the Herald Tribune said it raised doubts about the moral fiber of the government right up to the steps of the White House. 53 It was, indeed, precisely as attention was directed toward the Senate group of which Lyndon B. Johnson had been a rabidly prayerful member that Senator Jordan abruptly closed off the tepid Baker investigation. The television industry embraces many congressmen. It has been estimated that 75% of congressmen have interests in Indiana television radio broadcasting franchises. The Herald Tribune found that 9 senators and 14 representatives had direct or family-related interests in broadcasting stations. While he was in the Senate, the family of Lyndon B. Johnson held the only television broadcasting license in Austin, Texas. The case of Lyndon Johnson, a paradigm according to the Wall Street Journal. Mr. Johnson's large-scale property dealing activities began when B was a representative back in the 1930s. 54 Unofficial estimates, said the Herald Tribune, pegged the president's fortune, accrued mostly through his radio-TV holdings, from 9 to 14 million. Last August in a public statement he listed his net assets at $3,484,098. A month later, Mr. Humphrey, who sometimes refers to himself as an unemployed druggist, reported his net worth as totaling $171,396. 55 Earlier Barry Goldwater, Republican presidential candidate, disclosed that he and his wife were worth $1.7 million mostly in stocks, all of it inherited money. Johnson, by contrast, was a poor boy who made good in politics. Back in the 1920s he worked on Texas road gangs as a laborer and was variously employed in Catch-a-Scatch-Can jobs until he went to Congress in 1934 after a brief stint as state director of the Depression-born National Youth Administration. Those were lean days but, as the Democratic song promised, happy days were returning and soon everything would again be as it was before the dismal crash of 1929. Once on the government payroll Johnson, like many of his colleagues, was never pried loose. The Johnson fortune, and the miracle of its growth despite the monkish immersion of its architect in steamy affairs of state, came in for a great deal of sudden press attention. What figures are available on it were unprecedentedly disclosed during the presidential campaign of 1964. This revelation resulted from many rumors of the vast magnitude of the Johnson holdings and particularly from a cold-eyed 7,000 word analysis in the Wall Street Journal of August 11, 1964. The editors of this elite feuilleton had assigned a three-man assault team of ace reporters to invade Texas and find out what caused all the aroma. Their report heightened the worst fears abroad in the land, leading to the later, somewhat perfumed self-disclosure reported in the New York Times on August 20, 1964. The journal led off its findings with the following rollicking heading: Lyndon's pals his hometown coterie wheels and deals in land and broadcasting, they buy into Austin banks, trade property with LBJ and play some politics too. Direct line to the White House. What engages our attention here is not what might interest a political partisan, the fact that this was about the holder of the highest competitive office in the land. It would be a grave mistake to look upon Mr. Johnson's financial affairs as rarely exceptional. They are, rather, a baroque pattern of a congressional establishment man's affairs. I remarked earlier that none of these men operate alone. One man could not juggle all this stuff. Behind practically each establishment figure is organization, a standard political organization of the Republican or Democratic variety and a personal political financial organization of longtime cronies. This area of our politics has not been studied, as far as I am aware, by our political scientists. What shows on the surface in Washington is only the tips of the various icebergs. These personal political financial networks show what politics are about to most of their successful professional practitioners, chiefly a way of self-enrichment. The pub polls are trying to become junior fin polls. So, taking what the journal found out as a paradigm of approximately what would be found in practically every establishment case, there was disclosed the following: the Johnson affairs revolved around the hitherto obscure Austin law firm of Clark, Thomas, Harris, Denius, and Winters, patronized by giant national corporations. A separate lawyer, A.W. Morsand of Johnson City, was found to be Mr. Johnson's personal attorney, realty partner, and a key figure in his affairs. He was linked by private telephone circuit to the LBJ Ranch and the White House. All the lawyers interviewed talked themselves down, jocosely. "I'm just a country lawyer," said Morsand. "I'm just a poor boy, born and raised in East Texas, trying to make an honest buck," said Don Thomas of the law firm. Said Mr. Ed Clark, "Spell my name right, I need the business." Mr. Johnson, the Johnson family, these lawyers and other cronies, the journal found, held parallel or interlocking interests in television radio properties, vast tracts of land made valuable by federal electrification and Johnson-sponsored dam projects over the years, and shares in clusters of Texas banks that gave the group enormous credit resources. Said the journal, according to experts of the American Bar Association, it is unusual for law firms to invest substantially in bank stocks, but perfectly legitimate. There was, first, the Texas Broadcasting Company, a name substituted for the LBJ Company when Mr. Johnson unexpectedly became President of the United States. This outfit owned the various radio and exclusive television stations of the Johnsons. A competing radio station, working out of the same address, had been long before set up by Johnson associates and employees: John Connally, now Governor of Texas, Walter Jenkins, Merrill Connally, Willard Deason, Melvin Winters, the Johnson City contractor who is a trustee of the Johnson Foundation, Robert L. Finney, an old Johnson College roommate who became Austin's postmaster and more recently director of the Internal Revenue Service for the region, and various other Johnson employees or associates. The journal was piqued by two contrasting strands it found in Johnson affairs: the pattern of monopoly as in the television broadcasting station and concentrated bank holdings, and the pattern of apparent competition within the group itself. The broadcasting enterprises are housed in a modern office building at 10th and Brazos Street in Austin, owned by the Brazos 10th Street Corporation, a holding company held in the name of Don Thomas of the law firm. Mr. Thomas denied point-blank that he was just a front man for LBJ. Yet he is also the secretary and a director of the broadcasting company, and a trustee of the LBJ Company Profit Sharing and Incentive Plan and of the Johnson City Foundation, an LBJ creation. The Brazos 10th Street Corporation, the Journal found, figures in baffling big land deals with Mr. Johnson. Court records showed that it bought property from the LBJ Company and resold it the same day to Lyndon B. Johnson in person. It engaged in a series of such land deals with the then Vice President, as local records showed, and in some cases acted as the buyer-seller in deals between Mr. and Mrs. Johnson. The Journal explained them as possible tax maneuvers through a conduit agency. Other deals were recounted in which parcels of land were sold over the years in a circle extending through Johnson companies and employees and then winding up again in the hands of the original owner, Donald Thomas of the law firm. Money for the various deals, said the Journal, was supplied by banks in which the members of the Johnson inner circle have an interest and a voice. Mr. Morsand himself was found to be a big dealer in land tracts, held 50-50 with the LBJ Company. According to Mr. Thomas, the president owned about 5,000 acres of land, most of it ranch land, but 27 acres of it bought back in the 1930s for about $300 an acre and now worth about $20,000 an acre, a rise from $8,100 to $540,000. In addition to being a partner of LBJ in big land deals, Mr. Morsand was a trustee of the Broadcasting Company stock and of the Johnson City Foundation, the philanthropic distributions in 1 year of which were found to total $8,000 out of $11,000 income and an increase of $89,000 in asset value. Both Mr. Morsand and the law firm were found to be extensively interested in regional banks, and the Journal reporters found the belief strong in the muted region that Mr. Johnson was an eminence grise in the background. Mr. Morsand, his mother, his law partner, Mr. Thomas of Austin and the Brazos 10th Street Corporation acquired control of the Moore State Bank of Llano, Texas, soon after Messrs. Morsand and Johnson had paid it a visit. Lyndon's associates own or manage stock in all 8 of Austin's banks, said the Journal. Here in Johnson City, at about the time Lyndon Johnson was being inaugurated as vice president, Brazos 10th acquired 4/5 of the stock of the town's only bank, Citizens State Resources, about $3 million. On the board sit Mr. Thomas, Mr. Morsand, and another key member of the inner circle, Jesse Kellum, president of the Johnson Broadcasting Company. Kellum is a college chum of Johnson's, succeeded him in 1934 as youth administration director, helped him with his first congressional campaign, now owns stock in 4 Austin banks and is a director of one of the biggest, the Capital National. But the big man at Capital National was Ed Clark of the law firm, a former Texas Secretary of State, lobbyist, and political and legal troubleshooter for Mr. Johnson. Clark and his partners are big stockholders in Capital National. Mr. Morsand is a director of the American National, another big Austin bank of which the Johnson Profit Sharing Plan and the Johnson City Foundation are also stockholders. The Johnson Foundation also has holdings in 3 other Austin banks. Its total of bank stock comes to roughly $137,000. In Austin National, the biggest bank in the region, Brazos 10th has a stockholding foothold. John Connolly served as the first president of the ostensibly competing radio outfit, KVET. Connolly had been secretary to Representative Johnson prior to 1948 and was manager of the presidential bid of LBJ in 1960. As governor of Texas, he is now conceded to have complete establishment control of the state, having routed the liberals. Connolly originally subscribed to half of the new radio station's stock for $25,000, which he borrowed from Ed Clark's Capital National Bank. Mr. Clark was also a founder of the radio company that entered the field against the Johnsons' KTBC, headed by Mrs. Johnson. The Federal Communications Commission, the Journal noted, apparently did not notice KVET had the same address as KTBC and numbered among its founders KTBC personnel. It is illegal for the owner of one station to hold even minority interest in a competing station in the same town. Walter Jenkins, later an administrative aide to President Johnson, was an early stockholder in the Connolly station. Difficulties in Washington connected with the new station were quickly cleared. Its bid for a wavelength held by a San Antonio station, 70 miles away, was quickly resolved by the FCC. KVET got the desired wavelength. Then the Civil Aeronautics Administration complained erection of the 210-foot broadcasting tower would present an undue hazard for the safe operation of aircraft. But 2 weeks later it changed its mind. KVET, like Lady Bird's KTBC, had no trouble getting network affiliation, signing up with Mutual. To this day these two remain the only network outlets in Austin, though the city now has 7 radio stations. Connolly in 1955 became attorney for Sid Richardson, the multimillionaire Fort Worth oil man, thus cementing the relations of the group with the inner circle depletion allowance crowd, of which Mr. Johnson in the Senate was always an ardent supporter. At this time Mr. Connolly turned over his control in KVET to Willard Deason, old Johnson's school chum. Those who drop in to visit station president Deason nowadays can hear his cheerful view of competing with the Johnsons and his cozy recollections of how it all came about. They can see 2 pictures adorning his office. One is a brown-tone photo taken in 1932, of schoolmate Lyndon. The other is a large autographed portrait of the President of the United States. It was hard on the heels of this instructive report that Mr. Johnson took an unprecedented step for a President of the United States by disclosing figures on his financial position. The principal assets shown consisted of the Texas Broadcasting Corporation and real estate. The total valuation placed on them was $3,484,098. Ownership titles were split among the families so that the president apparently held $378,081 of assets, his wife $2,126,298 and the 2 minor daughters close to $500,000 each. No mention was made of the Johnson City Foundation. As the Times pointed out, original ground floor costs were used in arriving at valuations, and the auditors themselves noted that the method used was not intended to indicate the values that might be realized if the investments were sold. Unfeeling and obviously partisan Republicans called the valuations incredibly low and charged that the method used was like the city of New York listing the value of Manhattan Island at $24, the original price supposed to have been paid to the Indians. Financial analysts in general contended that merely the holdings shown were worth up to $15 million or more. There were internal discrepancies in the report as published. Texas ranch properties listed among total balance sheet assets were set at $502,478, a figure carried forward from an erroneous computation that on the basis of the itemization given should have added up to $1,445,822. Either the total given is wrong or the items composing it are erroneously stated, as anyone may ascertain by consulting the Times. In the preceding decade the family had received admitted cash income exceeding $1.8 million, irrespective of the pro forma quadrupling in value of assets. The original cost of the broadcasting enterprise was $24,850 in the period 1944 to 47. Undistributed profits of $2,445,830 after the deduction of purely potential capital gain taxes were solely used to bring its valuation to $2,470,680. Capital gain tax will never be paid unless the broadcasting enterprise is sold. The broadcasting company, it was shown, is wholly owned by Mrs. Johnson and her 2 daughters. It owned or had an interest in broadcasting facilities in Austin, Waco, Bryan, and Victoria in Texas, and in Ardmore, Oklahoma. Both in type of personal holdings and those distributed among kin there was nothing to differentiate the statement from that of any Wall Street tycoon except the numerical details. The president and his wife held respectively $159,270 and $239,270 of tax-exempt state and local government bonds. Each held ranch properties valued at $227,114 and minor amounts of other assets. Properties owned by Mr. and Mrs. Johnson were placed in trust in November 1963, immediately after he assumed the presidency. They will be so held until he no longer holds federal office. Yet, he held high federal office before the creation of this trusteeship, which has the sole effect of placing the properties under the management of nominees. It does not represent a divorce. Knowing he is the beneficiary under this trusteeship, is the President's mind so free of property influence that he is likely to come out for, say, strict government regulation of television advertising or the end of tax-free oil? Is he likely to agree with Kennedy appointee Newton Minow that television is a wasteland? Said the New York Times editorially on September 25, 1964, about this arrangement, the property has been placed in trust while the President is in office, and Mr. Johnson will unquestionably take special pains to avoid any charge of improper influence over the FCC. But a conflict of interest remains as long as the nation's chief officeholder possesses a stake, direct or indirect, in a property he is charged with regulating. This property was acquired when Mr. Johnson was in Congress. He was doing what many other congressmen have done. There is, unfortunately, no law against congressmen owning television and radio facilities or having a financial interest in other franchises or businesses that are either regulated by federal agencies or dependent on government contracts. But the very fact that Mr. Johnson set up a trust when he assumed the presidency indicates that ownership of government-regulated business suggests a conflict for members of Congress as well as for the occupant of the White House. The Times suggested divestiture of the property as a way out, without suggesting the nature of such legerdemain. If it were sold, the president would realize a handsome profit. If it were given away for charity, it would defeat the intended purpose from the beginning. The insight given by the Johnson financial statement, as far as it went, into the affairs of a big establishmentarian and career politician who 30 years before was as poor as the proverbial church mouse, enabled reflective observers to see where rhetoric leaves off and substance begins in the thinking of the establishment. The energy devoted to putting together from scratch and sheltering these properties should be some guide to personal motivation. What was disclosed bore none of the earmarks of a part-time hobby. What is even more strange is that even as President, Mr. Johnson has continued large-scale land and cattle purchases through agents, paralleling value-bringing state highway and bridge-building projects, according to the New York Times in an extensive report of December 26, 1966, 23:2-3. This report of total holdings more recently of 14,000 acres in 5 separate ranches led Washingtonwits to say that Mr. Johnson has been the biggest real estate operator as President of the United States since President Jefferson's Louisiana Purchase. Despite his single-handed involvement of the United States in a big Asiatic land war, long held by the chiefs of staff as something to be avoided at all costs, Mr. Johnson is nevertheless hailed by many as the architect of the Great Society, an apparition that is due to materialize no doubt at about the same time as grassroots communism appears in Russia and the Soviet state withers away. Just how much stock one should take in the Great Society fantasy was suggested at the annual get-together of the American Political Science Association in 1965, as reported by the New York Times, although a high proportion of them unquestionably voted for Mr. Johnson last fall. The comments of the political scientists indicated a shocking skepticism about Washington's earnest belief that this president has introduced through his Great Society programs, his style of vigorous personal leadership, and his invocation of the virtues of one great big party - a dramatic new element in American politics. Nelson Polsby of Wesleyan University captured the prevailing view when he remarked, "There's nothing new about all this. All you really have is a swollen congressional majority, that Barry Goldwater handed the Democrats, passing programs that have been kicking around since New Deal and Fair Deal days." A colleague from Wesleyan, Clement E. Vose, compounded the heresy, saying that the Johnson record is not one of innovation, but of ratification of ideas that have been germinating since the time of Henry Wallace. 56. So much for the Great Society. Other political Horatio Algers. Before closing the books on the Horatio Algers in politics, some further nuggets from the valuable Herald Tribune series, put together by ace reporter Dom Bonafide, should be exhibited. Civic participation by applicants is one of the yardsticks used by the Federal Communications Commission in granting TV licenses, and being a congressman is interpreted as civic participation given weight in licensing, a doctrine that Democratic Senator William J. Proxmire of Wisconsin called an amazing proposition. 57 Representative William E. Miller, Republican candidate for vice president in 1964, was on the payroll of the Lockport Felt Company while in Congress, where he had openly promoted legislation favorable to the company on the floor. He was made a vice president of the company 2 weeks after leaving Congress. 58 Senators Spessard Holland and George Smothers of Florida and B. Everett Jordan and Samuel J. Ervin, Jr., of North Carolina were co-sponsors of a bill in which the Florida Power and Light Company was the prime mover to exempt from federal regulation private utilities not directly linked with out-of-state transmission networks. 59 Until he recently sold the bulk of his holdings, Sen. Warren G. Magnuson, D., Washington, the Commerce Committee chairman, was part owner of a Seattle broadcasting station. One of the committee's functions is to oversee operations of the FCC. Sen. John L. McClellan, D., Ark., the famed rackets buster, is chairman of the subcommittee investigating the federal banking system, even though he is a bank director in private life. Another subcommittee member, Sen. Sam J. Ervin, D., NC, also holds a bank directorship. Rep. William C. Kramer, R., FLA, spoke against the administration's war sick on poverty almost from the program's inception. But his protests appear to have been muted ever since a laundry service he heads in St. Petersburg was awarded a contract with Women's Job Corps. 60 Although the Corrupt Practices Act of 1925 requires congressmen to report campaign contributions and expenditures, limiting what can be spent to $5,000 for representatives and $25,000 for senators, large numbers of members of both houses report none on the required forms after each election. 61 Yet carloads of money are nevertheless spent, or at least collected, in congressional campaigns. Only $18.5 million was formally reported as collected for the 1962 off-year campaigns, but an expertly estimated $100 million was collected. 62 Political money is really tossed about in a large way. Newly elected Rep. Richard L. Ottinger, D., NY, a multimillionaire in private life, spent almost $200,000 through 34 committees to win his seat. Yet, his campaign report lists expenditures of $4,500 and no contributions. 63 Although there are criminal penalties prescribed for negligent failure to file a report or to file a false report, there has never been a prosecution under the Act of 1925. Ingenious methods of raising campaign funds are developed. Card games are held in which a portion of the pot from each hand is set aside for a campaign committee. For many years, Rep. Michael J. Kerwin, of Ohio, House Democratic Campaign Committee chairman, staged a St. Patrick's Day party for the purpose of soliciting campaign funds. 64 Cocktail parties are a standard fixture where lobbyists are panhandled for handouts to support democracy. One lobbyist told the Herald Tribune that it usually cost him $100 for a single drink and a cold shrimp on a toothpick, which was perhaps cheap. A generally favored swindle is to run $100 to $1,000 a plate testimonial dinners, production cost about $10 apiece, and to send 25 to 100 tickets to various corporate people, who generally grab them like manna and distribute them to the office help. If the corporate boys fail to remit, they suspect an undeserved demerit may be entered against their names in some little black book. While a direct gift of money in excess of $3,000, except, as the courts have percipiently ruled, expensive presents to a lady friend, are subject to tax, a gift in recognition of public service is not so taxable. Although such gifts are not lavished on low-paid scientists, artists, military officers, and profound cogitators, who may be supposed to have rendered some public service, they are rife in the case of officials, especially congressmen. It is not necessary to pass them money in some back alley. What is done is to stage a glittering public affair, with hundreds of well-heeled customers present, and to present the modest recipient with a large certified check as the cameras flash the scene for posterity. What results are photographs reminiscent of Renaissance paintings titled Adoration of the Infanta. Diners leave with the vague semi-alcoholic feeling that they have participated in a religious ceremony, have at least paid homage to a glorious republic once sadly betrayed by wicked Benedict Arnold. Lest any straight-laced, dyspeptic methodologist charge that I am drawing my data from only two sources which, although highly orthodox, could be wrong or wrong-headed, let the future historian know that among many other sources on congressional skullduggery there are the nationally syndicated Washington columns of Drew Pearson, a practitioner of the journalistic craft for more than 40 years. Not only do we encounter many members of the cast we already are familiar with in the Pearson columns, but a host of new names ooze into view week after week. Any pressure group that is rich and powerful enough can find a champion in Everett Dirksen, said Pearson. It is his conviction that the special interests are entitled to a voice in the Senate. His office has been headquarters for almost every major group: the drug industry, gas and oil combine, food packagers, etc., that has had a legislative problem. To no one's particular surprise, Dirksen's law firm in faraway Peoria, Ill., has collected retainers from many a giant corporation whose interests the senator has served in Washington. 65 A few other nuggets from the Pearson columns. The nuggets alone would fill a book are as follows. Representative William H. Harsha, Jr., Republican of Ohio, has been a strong opponent of the Federal Mass Transportation Act, designed to develop rail and commuter services for clogged cities. His law firm represents the Greyhound bus lines. The congressman favors limiting imports of residual fuel oil. His firm represents Phillips Petroleum and Ashland Refining Company. 66 Representative Charles Chamberlain, Republican of Michigan, introduced a bill to repeal the manufacturer's excise tax on cars and trucks. His law firm represented the United Trucking Service and the Detroit Automobile Insurance Exchange, as well as the Panhandle Eastern Pipeline Company of Texas, which like other companies appears to make use of many congressional law firms. 67 In the 1940s, Representative Victor Wickersham, Democrat of Oklahoma, asserting "I am a poor man," advocated increased congressional salaries. Despite still moderate congressional salaries, he was more recently set on getting back into office. In an application filed with the Federal Communications Commission to buy radio station KREK in Sapulpa, he stated his current net worth at $1,579,789, placing him among some 90,000 millionaires. Pearson traced various typical flourishes in the financial efflorescence of Wickersham over the years. 68 Upon the impending retirement of Representative Orrin Harris, chairman of the House Commerce Committee, to accept a presidential appointment as a United States judge, Pearson noted that Harris was a stockholder in station KRBB of El Dorado, Arkansas, and as a close associate of Ham Moses of the Arkansas Power and Light Company had introduced more special interest legislation than any member of Congress. Because of the inability to find a suitable replacement for Harris, said Pearson, the lobbyists asked Senator McClellan to intervene and hold up at the White House Harris's appointment for the stated reason of a ticklish election in Arkansas. The president obliged. This will help Madison Avenue, but it puts the president in a bad light in regard to his family radio-TV property in Texas. He has claimed that he has kept aloof from influencing the Federal Communications Commission, but now he continues in power the congressional chairman who has slapped down the commission on behalf of the big networks. Note it's significant that Mr. Johnson has been very chummy with the big networks, as witness the repeated White House dinner invitations to network executives. 69 How it may work out when anyone drives a high-placed official into a tight corner was shown in the case of Senator Thomas J. Dodd of Connecticut, as reported by Pearson. The FBI had been informed of documentary data in Pearson's hands and photographed and rephotographed it. Pearson's subaltern had been working with half a dozen prospective witnesses, all former Dodd employees. These were young people who had been shocked at what was happening in Dodd's office and departed. They felt under moral obligation to report what was happening. The G-men called on the witnesses all right, but didn't ask a single question about Dodd, his conduct, whether he had diverted funds from testimonial dinners to his own pocket or whether he had acted on behalf of an agent for a foreign power, Gen. Julius Klein. Instead, the FBI cross-examined these young people about the alleged theft of Dodd's documents. They also heckled them about other stories Jack Anderson and I had written. As fast as the FBI discovered the identity of the witnesses, they were bullied and badgered, hounded and harassed. One lost his job on a House committee. The news of his dismissal came from Dodd's office. Another, since submitting his resignation, has been unable to find another job. Others have had their jobs threatened. One woman, 7 months pregnant, was grilled by agents for 3 hours. Agents hauled some witnesses right into Dodd's office for cross-examination and behaved as if they were working for the senator. Other witnesses were alternatively soft-soaped and threatened with federal prosecution. I have been around Washington a long time, but have never seen such an example of police-state operation. Such investigations, of course, do not happen by accident. They usually go beyond the Attorney General, Mr. Katzenbach, an awfully nice guy but a bit wishy-washy when it comes to standing up to the White House or the Senate Judiciary Committee, of which Tom Dodd is a member. Such investigations usually go right up to the President himself. Johnson has on his desk a direct private phone to J. Edgar Hoover. They are very old friends, dating back to the days when I used to visit in Johnson's home when he was a gawky young congressman from Texas living just across the street from Hoover's well-appointed bachelor abode. Johnson is not only a friend of Hoover's but he is a friend of Dodd's. It takes a real friend to make the 2 trips he made to Connecticut to speak at testimonial dinners which raised $100,000 for Tom's personal bank account. Johnson did all right for Tom. He hoisted him to a choice position on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, ahead of other senators, a vantage point from which he was able to work more effectively for Gen. Klein. And he almost picked Tom to run with him for vice president. 70. While much more along the same line could be cited, it is time to close the books on this phase of our quest for enlightenment. Suffice it to say that a majority of members in both houses are tainted with what is euphemistically known as a conflict of interest. There is, however, as readily seen, really no conflict of interest involved. The line of interest is clear-cut and unambiguously pointed in one direction to personal nest feathering at public expense. Nor are only overt establishment people involved. Democratic Senator Thomas Dodd was never a recognized establishment man, perhaps one reason he was made an object of gingerly inquiry by the Senate for actions little different from those of others except that he involved himself with a registered agent of unholy foreign interests and stepped into delicate areas subject to foreign policy and the jurisdiction of the Foreign Relations Committee under Vigilant Chairman J. William Fulbright. But where is the line to be drawn on congressional self-dealing? What difference does it make whether the havoc caused is international or domestic? Some fairly feeble solutions have been proposed for this parasitism at the heart of the political system. One is that congressmen be required to disclose their personal financial holdings so that the public may evaluate their votes, thus determining whether they are cast on the merits of a case or for personal profit. This proposal has been supported by Senators Clark, Wayne Morse, Paul Douglas, Clifford Case, Jacob Javits, Kenneth Keating, Maureen Neuberger, and others, all non-establishmentarians in the House. It was supported by Edith Green, Ogden Reed and John V. Lindsay. Senators Clark, Hugh Scott of Pennsylvania, Stephen Young of Ohio, William Proxmire of Wisconsin, Morse of Oregon and Mike Mansfield of Montana have voluntarily disclosed their personal financial holdings, and Paul Douglas rendered an annual public account of his income and expenditures. They have had few emulators. Senator Dirksen predictably objected to the proposed law on the clownish ground that it would be an invasion of privacy and would make him a second-class citizen into whose private affairs every vagrant peeping Tom could penetrate. Apart from the fact that the establishment, as a sovereign force effectively unchecked by any knowledgeable electorate, will never enact such a measure, if it did, who would enforce it? Hidden holdings again. If congressmen disclosed their holdings, such disclosure would not portend much even if it was made annually. For the source of the poor boy congressman's original stake consists in most cases obviously of under-the-counter gifts, ambiguous campaign contributions, legal retainers, public testimonial awards and benevolent bank loans. And all such, if subject to disclosure, could be kept in the names of wives, parents, daughters, sons, cousins, and the like. Actually, Any man may have vast holdings with nothing set down anywhere in his name. A man can own 1 million shares in a big corporation without his name ever appearing on the books. The stock can be held by obscure paid nominees who have signed, in blank, stock transfer certificates allocating these shares to whoever holds and fills in the certificates. Any person interested in concealing assets can do even better than this, as we are reminded by that old reliable, the Wall Street Journal, of recent decades a most informative newspaper. Money can be transferred to one's own neutrally named holding company, a shell company, in any one of a number of places: Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Panama, the Bahamas, and deposited in a numbered Swiss bank account, the owner of which the bankers are forbidden by strict Swiss law to disclose. The Swiss bank, conducting all operations in its own name, can buy or sell securities, realty, or other titles in any market without anyone knowing for whom it acts. Profits are transferred to the owner direct or to the shell company, which cashes checks and turns money over to the true owner. The shell is in charge of low-paid employees, glad to perform this less than onerous occasional service. The money, if wanted in the United States, is simply carried home in one's wallet or is brought back by couriers. This method, as a device for evading American income, capital gains, and inheritance taxes, is already used by many American business and professional men, Las Vegas gamblers, racketeers, some millionaires, and owners of at least 10% of some corporations' shares among executives, according to the Wall Street Journal. It estimates that hundreds of millions of dollars are so involved, perhaps billions. 71. The stacking away of tax-shy assets abroad is not confined to marginal elements. As the New York Times informs in a special dispatch from Luxembourg, 72, along the Grande Rue and the Boulevard Royal, companies like DuPont Europa Holdings and Amoco Oil Holdings have nestled their sieges sociales, head offices, in filing cabinets next to 2,000 other Luxembourg holding companies. With a few exceptions, the head office is the street address of a bank or a law firm. The lawyer or the banker may be a director of more corporations than are most captains of industry anywhere. Some Luxembourg holding companies date back to 1929, when Parliament passed a law making it easy and inexpensive for them to be established and kept here. Not a few were or are facades for family businesses in nearby countries, shells to make possible the investment of income hidden from the tax collector. Since this is not such an easy contrivance anymore, the reasons for setting up Luxembourg holding companies nowadays are likely to stem primarily from difficulties in carrying on essential business operations elsewhere. This indeed has been the basis for the recent stir of holding company activity by American corporate giants in this quiet, 999 square mile Grand Duchy. With direct dollar sources of capital restricted by the American balance of payments restraints, Luxembourg has become a strategic base for raising needed investment capital in Europe. Apart from basic tax advantages, the duchy also provides a singular freedom from business regulation. A holding company can be formed within weeks' days, says one American lawyer. The company is exempt from income and capital gains taxes. Most important, Luxembourg requires no tax withheld on payments to foreigners. Actually, the only chance for a significant change in Congress and the stripe of elected officials generally is to get an altogether different type of person into active politics, perhaps men of the type of the non-establishmentarians. Considering all factors, including the fuzzy mentality of the electorate, this will be very hard if not impossible to accomplish. The fundamental difficulty is institutional, the universal equal franchise that gives the vote to clods. It is not for lack of precept that congressmen conduct themselves as they do while bringing a laudably strict set of standards to bear against appointees in the executive and judicial branches. Thomas Jefferson laid down the rule in 1801 when he was vice president and Senate presiding officer that where the private interests of a member are concerned in a bill of question he is to withdraw. This is just what a competent judge does if there is any question of his personal involvement in a case sub judice. Such a rule assumes that the relevant body consists of gentlemen and, perhaps, scholars. The electorate, it is observable, does not usually support such when they appear. For the latter-day comers up from bayous, swamps, gutters and sties. The rule was broadened by House Speaker James G. Blaine of Maine, who in 1874 asserted astonishingly that a member might vote for his private interests if the measure was not for his exclusive benefit but for the benefit of a group. Blaine was exposed in 1884 as a bribe-taker in connection with the securing of land grants for the Little Rock and Fort Smith Railroad. Said the Herald Tribune significantly in concluding its valuable series. Frequently a senator or representative's outside income results directly from the fact that he is a member of Congress. 73 political sources of new fortunes. That the transfer of monies to congressmen is a long-term, standard affair is attested by the Wall Street Journal of May 11, 1966, which says that dozens of congressmen allow wealthy supporters to set up office funds or let lobbyists for business and labor sponsor testimonials, anniversary celebrations, birthday parties, and other occasions or excuses for fundraising not necessarily related to campaign needs, namely, office, entertainment and travel expenses. Few legislators, the journal noted, reject such helpful emoluments, which come under the heading of perquisites of office. But a majority of legislators, continued the Wall Street Pravda, regard contributions made outside regular campaign fundraising channels as perfectly proper, always assuming that the recipient doesn't mortgage his independence to the givers. These statements come under the heading of laying it on the line by Wall Street for those multitudes who are under some illusion about how, and why, the government is operated. It is always well to remember that existing laws, passed by Congress and Congress alone, do not prohibit these activities. In fact, in many ways it would be tedious to probe, they encourage them. Congress no more navigates under any canon of ethics than does the Politburo. In this respect both bodies are on all fours. As in the case of any true sovereign, Congress is richly privileged. So, indeed, is the President. Whatever Congress and the President are not specifically, in detail and under penalty, prohibited from doing they may do. So they do it, whatever it is. The simple enumeration of powers of Congress in Article I, Section 8, of the Constitution should show any doubter that, collectively, this is an awesomely powerful assembly. Any small group such as the establishment leaders that can by intrigue, the supreme method of practical politics, manipulate this divided collectivity internally, obviously has in its hands a formidable engine, with a wealth of modern technology at its service. The only restraints upon Congress, largely theoretical as far as immediate or individual actions are concerned, are the Supreme Court and the President. The latter, if he wants cooperation from it, must cooperate with it. Difficult though it is to build a fortune by engaging in new business ventures among the established corporate giants, there is a wide open road to wealth if one knows how to worm one's way into politics. By all present indications, really big new fortunes in the future will be more and more politically based, and we are already, perhaps, in the era of big emerging political fortunes. Should this become so, it will be evident that the United States is reenacting parts of Roman and later European history when fortune building was the perquisite of men associated with sovereign powers rather than of men more directly related to the marketplace. Much of such political fortune building, it is notable, was in the past related to the systems of taxation and government contracting. Ex-Senator Paul Douglas, a careful student of congressional ethics, does not believe it would do any good to raise congressional pay, but, looking at the fat rewards given high executives by corporations to keep their wonder boys in line, one pauses to reflect. If congressmen were each paid $200,000 per year plus $50,000 expenses, all tax-free, they would at least know whence their good fortune came. They would know for whom they were working. And such pay, by visibly exalting the office, might attract many others who under the present system do not wish to engage in the shabby dodges, the money grubbing, necessary to achieve substantial emoluments, that is, so-called financial security. The total public cost would be relatively slight, only $133,750,000 annually, a bagatelle compared with sums now voted for all manner of dubious projects, far less than the cost of elections. Opposition to such a pay boost might be counted upon to come from two quarters the frugal-minded rank-and-file citizens to whom the present $30,000 annually plus expenses is in itself an astronomic sum, and the very rich. The latter, or at least their advisers and lobbyists, would in many cases probably oppose the idea because such pay would make congressmen truly independent of the patronage of the rich. A senator who had served only 6 years could easily accumulate $1 million of his own and could thereafter safely afford to stick his tongue out at ubiquitous paymasters. True, such compensation would still not be enough for some, who would be up to the old tricks, perhaps even more flamboyantly. But threatened loss of the cushy job, as in the corporations, would be a big deterrent to skullduggery. Corporate officers, it can be shown, are personally far more straight-laced than most congressmen. The basic deal: we are now in a position to understand the basic deal, arrived at by unconscious but instinctively sure stages, among finpols, corp-pols, and pub-pols in the welfare warfare economy. In return for substantial camouflaged tax, and other concessions ranging up to complete exemption for very large incomes, these being constantly sought by the spokesmen for big wealth who appear before congressional committees, and for thoughtfully saddling most of the tax burden onto the politically illiterate lower labor force, the pub polls have been heavily financed on their road to financial independence by campaign contributions, testimonial gifts, law firm retainers, and simple donations. Without such financing, the poor boys who made good in politics would never have acquired the stake necessary to set themselves up as entrepreneurs under federal allocation of licenses, which they indirectly control, in building and loan operations, television radio broadcasting, consumer loan sharking, local banking and insurance underwriting, and subsidized speculation in oil and mineral lands. And without retainers from grateful corporate clients, many lawyer congressmen would be hard put to divert lucrative business from some of the less directly political law firms. Just as the more impetuous racketeers when in difficult straits with the law turned to skillful high-fee pleaders like Edward Bennett Williams or Percy Foreman, in an earlier day they turned to the Max Stoyers and Clarence Darrows, so the big corporations, when they find themselves in a tight spot, legalistically speaking, turn to the big league law firms of Wall Street, State Street, and La Salle Street. While for routine matters the Bush League of congressional law firms will do, when the action gets really serious it is necessary to bring the big guns of the big-name firms to bear. Before such luminaries, entranced judges sit properly spellbound at seeing it uncontrovertibly proved once again by law, logic, and philosophy that wealth is virtue, poverty is crime. The lesser firms, however, are indispensable for routinely guiding legislation or softening the touch of regulatory commissions to a delicate pianissimo that would arouse the artistic envy of a Horowitz. Naturally, with the big property owners given a large degree of accommodation up to complete exemption, with loopholes liberally carved in the imposing tax wall, it is necessary to saddle the rising costs of the welfare warfare economy onto the shoulders of the rank and file in the labor force. Hence the lopsided tax structure, Wilbur Mills's House of Horrors, that we have scrutinized in only slight detail. The signal contribution of the Democratic politician here, and this is well understood in such places as Wall Street, is that he is gifted with the ability to flimflam this large collection of taxpayers with stupefying rhetorical pyrotechnics and appeals to free-floating sentiment. He puts these gifts to work so that, even if not cheered, the public cannot grope its way out of the verbal barrage in which appear all the gems of stale oratory. In addition, to show he is friendly, he kisses babies, smiles, shakes hands endlessly, and gobbles strange foods thrust upon him by the local constituency. His brain in something of a fog, grasping desperately at some notion of a lesser evil, the common man feels that the vote he is about to cast is the best thing, everything considered, that he can manage in the hairy circumstances. So, perhaps not too happy about the whole thing, he stoutly votes for Horace Bugsy Latrine, the people's friend, and against John the Louse Outhouse, who slipped and allowed himself to be photographed giving candy to a Negro baby, thus fomenting the sinister rumor that he keeps a harem of lascivious negresses contrary to the laws of God and men. Karl Marx, in an often quoted apothegm, thundered that the state is the executive committee of the ruling class. Although this is merely redundantly truistic, it is often disputed by bargain counter sages. Yet the utterance has misled many self-styled Marxists to believe that the finpoles or big capitalists issue direct whiplash orders to their docile minions in government, sometimes by picking up a phone in Wall Street and barking harsh instructions over the wire. Nothing could be further from the truth, even though direct wires from Wall Street to the White House have been known to exist during Republican administrations up to the time at least of Herbert Clark Hoover. The process through which the finpoles induce the pubpoles to march in lockstep with them is much subtler than this, but not so Marxianly subtle as merely being common participants in a cultural climate, nor does it consist of winning them over by powerful logical arguments in favor of the free enterprise or capitalist system. The finpoles ensure that the pubpoles will be like-minded by making it possible for the latter to become free, that is, government-licensed entrepreneurs themselves. The fusion of those ways is achieved this simply. That the process is not more subtle anyone may observe by noticing how quickly a politician can change his outlook if the quid pro quo is not forthcoming. In such circumstances self-styled conservatives can be led to stand for quite radical measures, let the cultural climate be what it may. It is noticeable that congressmen and spokesmen for the rich in general are much more impassioned in defense of the free enterprise system of government economic support than the prime beneficiaries. One seldom hears of a Rockefeller, DuPont, Mellon, Ford, or lesser luminary of great wealth bawling wildly to the countryside about the impeccable virtues of free and easy enterprise. This task is discreetly left to recent converts. And while I believe there is much to be said for capitalism in some of the modified variegated forms it takes, particularly in Europe, and while I also believe there is little, humanistically speaking, to be said for the Leninist version of the vaguely outlined Marxist substitute, capitalism at its best can arouse in the sensitive observer at most a cool and moderate sort of admiration. It did not, contrary to the sly suggestion of its political friends, invent science and machine technology, industrialism, launch the age of discovery, or put in their places the natural resources of the earth. Rather did it impress these into its service. Nor did it foster the population boom, which is greatest outside its confines. Even tried and true capitalist economists of any stature do not trace to capitalism all novel boons, whatever they may be, although anti-capitalists madly trace to it all evil. It is left to recent off-the-street converts, beneficiaries of the big quick deal, the windfall, to discover overwhelming virtues in a system that, whatever its merits, is subject to evaluative analysis that brings to light not a few dubious aspects into which it is not edifying to delve. Appreciations of capitalism by economists, it is always evident, are far more muted than those of its public political celebrants. For those who wonder at the emotional fervor of the politicos, the explanation is as simple as it is vulgar. Would not almost anyone except the rarely cultivated man be inclined to see, as in a Pauline revelation, vast merits in a system that suddenly, without any forewarning, showers down upon him personally, apparently from nowhere, vast rewards? Would not such a man A. Dirksen, perhaps be dramatically and sincerely struck by the suddenly revealed beauties of the system? Would he not feel strongly impelled when the occasion presented itself to draw upon whatever eloquence he commanded to defend and extol that system? He was nothing, and he knows this. The system made him into something, perhaps a television pundit, perhaps a senator, even president. Here is ground for true belief. There is a more immediate reason, too, for the pubpoles to see extravagant merits in the system, which plays the role of the goose that repeatedly lays the golden eggs for them. Many economists, some in dismay, have observed how Congress is inclined to starve the public sector of the economy, as government non-military operations are somewhat ornately styled, and to favor the private or corporate sector. Congressmen in general show little enthusiasm for schools, parks, hospitals, sanatoria, low-income housing, libraries, and the like, but immoderate enthusiasm for, say, armaments entrepreneurs and bowling alley proprietors. While structures and programs in the public sector can be milked to a certain extent at their inception, as in the letting of contracts and buying land, the process cannot be repeated indefinitely as with going concerns in the private sector. With a going concern, such as a bowling alley, it is different. It can, first, be taxed continuously, a great advantage. Schools and the like pay no taxes but eat them up. Furthermore, the proprietor can be shaken down regularly for campaign contributions and off-the-cuff gifts in return for regulatory legerdemain. The proprietor is to a certain extent, at least as far as the courts will permit, at the mercy of the Democratic politician and his little tin box. And if the Democratic politician has been thoughtful enough to intersect 2 new superhighways at the door of the bowling alley, with mandatory long-cycle traffic lights installed, he is obviously deserving of a testimonial donation for public service from the bowling alley proprietor. Hasn't the business generated boosted gross national product? A politician who can do this and at the same time gain public plaudits for his sagacity is obviously a statesman who should be concretely recognized. Cooperation, it is evident, is necessary between finpoles and pubpoles if the system is to work as it does. Nor are showdowns between the two ever necessary, because all that is usually required to bring most of the latter into line, if they stray, is money, the big grease of American politics. In saying this, one is not saying that all pubpoles are susceptible to the monetary touch. It is not necessary to have all of them on the side of the big money. The entire operation, indeed, looks better if there are some honest dissenters, even vociferous dissenters. Such dissent appears to imply that positions have been taken, each way, on the merits of an argument. There are, perhaps, mysterious reasons on the side of the majority, which consists of sound down-to-earth men like Everett Dirksen and Lyndon Baines Johnson. All that the big money needs is a Democratic majority of a subcommittee of 3 to a legislative committee, of a legislative committee of 15 to 25, of a caucus of 50 to 100, of a legislative body of 100 or 435. This is not much to achieve in a nation of some 200 million immortal souls. And even if there is not a majority on the side of the money interest, all is not lost, because any suddenly flaring opposition can be blocked and stalemated by a minority under the rules. If the money interest cannot have its way, neither can anyone else unless there has been a rare political upheaval induced by non-typical circumstances. So much has been written about the veritable misdeeds of the corporations, not without ample grounds, that there is a tendency among critics to overlook the indubitable fact that business enterprises sometimes, even often, like black sheep of a family, act quite legally, properly, and even meritoriously, and are nevertheless clipped below the belt by the pubpoles. It would take hundreds of pages to detail all the harrowing cases in this vastly neglected area, so I cite a single recent major instance simply to remind the reader of what goes on. L. Judson Morehouse, 52, an authentic Anglo-Saxon and chairman of the Republican Party in New York State, was convicted and sentenced in June 1966, to 2 to 3 years of penal servitude on 2 counts of bribery, a very serious offense. The judge could have imposed a sentence of 20 years and a fine of $9,000, but, as he explained, the defendant until his conviction had an unblemished reputation and has many good friends in most high places who have willingly come forward to urge leniency. The judge also noted that Morehouse was a man who wielded tremendous governmental power and influence which, as the judge himself volunteered, he had perverted for personal and private gain. According to the prosecutor, Morehouse was an influence peddler not uncommon in politics. The specific charge against Morehouse was that he induced former State Liquor Authority Chairman Epstein to accept an illegal $50,000 for granting the Playboy Club of Chicago a New York liquor license, and that he, initiator of the deal, assisted the Playboy Group in bribing Epstein. The Playboy Club was a legitimate tax-paying enterprise, not even a sweatshop that sought to do legitimate tax-paying business in New York City. Yet it was required to pay toll to do legitimate business, a common occurrence as between small and moderate-sized businesses and politicians. This is one reason, rather than labor costs, many enterprises move from one part of the country to another, especially out of big cities, although after they get well settled in a new location they often have the bite again put on them by local politicos. Sometimes, though, the bite is smaller in one place than another, so moving may be advantageous. One can refuse to pay and instead fight for one's rights in the courts, but experience has shown that this process can be so costly as to be ruinous. Morehouse took his sentence stoically, although his lawyer said he had been punished enough by merely being put on trial, a strange doctrine. Against this contention, the prosecutor cited a long list of other instances in which Morehouse had received fees ranging up to $100,000 from enterprises engaged in legitimate endeavors, enough to give him success or what sociologists coyly refer to as upward social mobility. So it is not, very evidently, necessary for a company to be delinquent in some way in order to experience the exactions of politicians, although the big corporations are seldom bustled about in the way the Playboy Club was. Morehouse would never have acted as he did in this case if the Standard Oil Company of New Jersey had wished to put up a gas station or refinery in some unseemly place. When the big corporation wants anything out of the routine and the Playboy Club did not even ask that, it simply states its case on the merits in high places and gets all or most of what it wants. As a matter of tactics, it asks for a great deal more than it really wants in order to be roundly rejected in some way, thus making the regulatory commission, public executive, or legislature look properly vigilant in the eyes of the public, a simple instance of finpolitics. The reason the big enterprises no longer resort to crude bribery, except perhaps through remote agents in minor situations where a local ordinance bars the road, is that they have the ways already thoroughly greased all along the line through campaign contributions, donations for public merit, testimonials, law business, foundation grants to savants and other forms of patronage involving legal tender. The request, whatever it is, in substance slips through easily all the way up to and including Congress. But if some random individual made an analogous request, he would be haled before the nearest psychiatrist or, perhaps, jailed for jarring the dust on some moth-eaten statute. Morehouse, it should be made clear, did not suddenly suffer any loss of esteem among those in the know. He had simply been caught working on a highly competitive street. New York City is Democratic and upstate New York Republican and hostile to the city. Morehouse in the city was somewhat out of the jurisdiction under his surveillance and up against rival Rouse politicos. According to the well-understood rules of the game, he had to serve as a scapegoat, thereby helping to reassure the public. My own opinion of Morehouse did not change in the slightest when he was convicted, because I always assumed, on the basis of a long line of similar cases, that as a state party chairman he was doing something of the sort, if not this then something else of a gamey order. What he did was hardly more than par for the course. Just as the businessman is not in business for his health, the typical American politician is not in politics for his health, the pay of office, or because he is enamored of the public. So to suppose would, in the light of much evidence, strain credulity beyond the breaking point. Money in politics. That a great deal of money is bandied about in politics is well known. On this topic many extensive studies have been written that need not be summarized here. All, fragmentary though they are, show a steady avalanche of money. 74. What is now, today, causing concern about this telltale phase of American political life is the rising cost. It was estimated, for example, by Dr. Herbert E. Alexander, an authority on election costs, director of the Citizens Research Foundation and Kennedy-appointed executive director of the President's Commission on Campaign Costs, that the 1964 national campaigns cost at least a whopping $200 million, not counting efforts by volunteers, unpaid efforts by public officials or amateurs, and sideline commentary by telecasters, newspapers, and other publications. 75. And campaign costs, as we have observed, are not the only items of political expenditure. The bill, it is evident, is running very high. An incisive, brief updating of the situation was written by Victor Bernstein for The Nation, June 27, 1966, under the title of Private Wealth and Public Office, The High Cost of Campaigning. As it was shown, political money is not put up by the rank and file of citizens. In all its forms it invariably comes from property owners and people of assured position, the upper 1% of income receivers, apart from such money as has in recent decades filtered into the pot from labor leaders, themselves in the upper income strata. As Bernstein made clear, the electoral system, as distinct from the extra-legal politicians' system within government, another item of big expense, is extremely costly to operate. In the 1966 off-year, for example, $175 million were scheduled to be spent solely at the state levels. Again, a Senate seat, as Bernstein testifies, kin cost $1 million or more, and $2 million were spent to make John Lindsay the able mayor of New York. This last leaves out of account what was spent to defeat him. Noting that in order to be in politics one must be rich or have rich friends, some of the currently rich ones cited being the Kennedys, Harriman, the Rockefellers, Romney, Pell, Ottinger, and Johnson. There are others. Bernstein raised the rather marginal question of whether democracy, by which he meant the rundown U.S. political system, is better served by relatively penurious politicians who owe office to support by the rich or by the rich in person. He did not note the fact, significant in my view, that Johnson, like many others not mentioned, grew rich while in, of, by, and for politics. Congressional origins: most congressmen, all now in the upper 1% of income receivers, were at least originally impecunious. This is made crystal clear in Donald R. Matthews's thorough study, U.S. Senators and Their World. According to Matthews, all except a handful of senators were the sons of men in middle-class occupations. 76. On the basis of the mainly blurry class indices he cites professional, proprietor and official, farmers, low-salaried workers, and industrial wage earners. I should rather say most came from lower middle class and middle class occupational backgrounds. This is made evident, first by the fact that among 180 senators in the decade 1947 to 57 no fewer than 52% were rural-born, 77, and at the time of their birth none of the criteria of upper middle class status such as relatively high income and prolonged schooling were ordinarily found in rural areas. Places like Centerville, South Dakota, Isabel, Illinois, 10 Mile, Pennsylvania, Rising Sun, Delaware, and Honeopath, South Carolina, nurtured more senators in the group studied than all the cities of the United States combined. 78. Most of the remaining senators came from small towns, with the most overrepresented small towners from places of 2,500 to 5,000 population. 79. The Senate, in brief, consisted largely of pure Hicks, ruling an urbanized, mechanized society. As to class origins, the children of low-salaried workers, wage earners, servants, and farm laborers, which together comprised 66% of the gainfully employed Indiana 1900, contributed only 7% of post-war senators. Owing to the disparity of birth rates between the upper and lower classes, the disparity in political life chances, as Matthews notes, was actually greater than these figures indicate. F.L. Only 2 of the 180 men, Senators Wagner and O'Daniel, were the sons of unskilled, urban wage earners. Wagner's father was a janitor in a New York City tenement, O'Daniel's father was a construction worker. Senator Purtell was the son of a cigar maker, McNamara, of a ship fitter, Daniel, S.C., of a millwright, Welker, of a carpenter, Pastor, of a tailor, Corden and Dirksen, of painters, Payne and Dworshak, of printers, Anderson, of a salesman, Myers, of a bookkeeper, Lennon, of a clerk, Margaret Chase Smith was the daughter of a barber. 80. There were no Negroes, although Negroes constituted 10% of the population. Among the sons of farmers, some were born in relative poverty, yet it is virtually impossible to ascertain this in specific cases. It is still possible to conclude that very few senators were born in working-class and lower-class families. 81. Yet 33% of Democrats and 31% of Republicans had fathers who were farmers. 82. Farmers have never been considered upper middle class. And 16% of Democrats and 7% of Republicans had fathers who were lawyers, not invariably an upper middle class index in the United States. That most of these men are generically middle class, and as such likely to be upward strivers and admirers of entrepreneurial as distinct from rentier plutocracy, is also shown by the fact that just prior to their debut in the Senate 102 were job-holding political officials, 88 having started out as lawyers and 97 regarding the law as their principal non-political occupation. 83. By percentages, 26% of these pre-senatorial office holders were in law enforcement offices, prosecutors, 23% are in administrative offices, 17% are in state legislatures, 11% in the House of Representatives, 9% in the governor's chair, 9% in local elective offices, 3% in some statewide elective office and 2% on the congressional staff. 84 For those hoping for a better day in politics with new upcoming men, it should be noticed that the pipelines feeding high office are now filled with similar types. Anyone looking to the state legislatures for zeal in better government can get a glimpse of the future in Congress that will induce sober second thoughts. While class origin may be broadly indicative of outlook, it is not determining in every case, as is easily shown. Despite their humble origins, Everett M. Dirksen and Margaret Chase Smith have all along been pillars of the establishment which Joseph C. Clark and a number of other propertied patricians sharply oppose. Johnson, once literally dirt poor, was a leader of the establishment. Looking further afield, one sees that some of the leading oppressors of all time were of lower class origin. Hitler was a house painter, Stalin was a lower class theological student, and Mussolini was a one-time school teacher. On the other hand, Thomas Jefferson, perhaps the modern world's most forceful exponent of democracy, and Frederick Engels, collaborator and financial angel of Karl Marx, were both wealthy. Nearly all the original Bolshevik leaders were middle-class and upper-class intellectuals. There was not a true proletarian among them, nor, be it noted, did they produce a pro-proletarian government. Most of the Fabian socialists and, indeed, socialists in general, have been middle-class, upper-middle class or aristocrats like Lord Bertrand Russell and many others duly certified as such in Burke's Peerage. Socialism is too remote in its aims for most workers to understand. Most lower-class people in politics, perhaps influenced by the cultural climate, act so as to deny their origins. Although class origins, especially from the middle upward, do often have an influence on political outlooks, what should be rationally determining in judging politicians is the set of propositions they are willing to implement in action. If they frame their working propositions rationally, in the light of the evidence and according to critically refined values, they are, as I see it, jewels beyond price, whether born and raised in a sty or a palace, and whether styled conservative, moderate, liberal or radical. Digressing a bit, let it be noted that Matthews brings out that 84% of senators went to college, and of those attending college 31% went to the most highly rated institutions. No less than 45% specialized Indiana law. Of those specializing in law, 47% went to law schools of the highest type. As lawyers, then, many of these men were theoretically capable of understanding what a new statute meant. They could, if they wished, spot the loophole in a tax measure on first reading as though it were the Empire State Building. The point is, the tax laws are no accident or consequence of carelessness. They are as premeditated by the establishment as a bullet from a Colt .45, intended to kill. Most senators, in other words, usually know precisely what they are doing. What is in question is not their intelligence but their values in action. Professor Matthews is carried away by misplaced enthusiasm, however, when he notes that senators are among the most educated in the formal sense of the word of all occupational groups in the United States, with 85% of them having been to college against only 14% in the entire population. 85. It is true that he qualifies with the phrase in the formal sense of the word, which merely indicates they attended school. But, thorough, Professor Matthews makes clear that of those who attended but did not necessarily finish college, 69% attended other than Ivy League, 20% non-Ivy League Eastern schools or the Midwestern Big Ten universities. While some of this 69% may have attended, finishing or not, rigorous schools, most of them, as Who's Who shows, attended distinctly makeshift swamp water colleges. Matthews, in his discussion of senators and lobbyists, pages 176-96, illustrates very well the tendency of academic political scientists to avert their eyes from obvious unpleasant facts. He introduces his genteel discussion of this phase with a lobbyist's story about two women watching a senator and a lobbyist conversing innocently in a Senate waiting room. "OOH," says one of the women, "odd, is he bribing him now?" Although a very fine study, the Matthews book on this and similar phases we have examined reminds one very much of an old-time silent film drama in which the hero chastely kisses the heroine, who thereupon proceeds to have a baby. That anything else happened between kiss and the appearance of the little stranger was not suggested. Similarly, legislation to this school of political science seems to be the consequence of immaculate ratiocination. Slush is a word it does not recognize. That many of the senators are in no sense educated men, whatever their on-the-record schooling, I shall show by citing two salient cases. Senatorial irrationality. Senator James Eastland, chairman of the powerful Judiciary Committee, who reports as having attended without finishing the University of Alabama and Vanderbilt University, in 1962 published an elaborate report prepared by his staff purporting that various of the justices of the Supreme Court had in scores of cases made pro-communist decisions and that the court as a whole had made such decisions no less than 46 times. 86 in every instance. The Eastland mode of logic adhered to the following form. Communist officials are politicians. Republican and Democratic officials are politicians. Therefore, Republican and Democratic officials are pro-communist. No educated man could seriously make such a carefully premeditated argument on a serious question. Former Senate Majority Leader Lyndon B. Johnson since entering the White House has shown the same sort of elementary confusion, especially on the Vietnam question, thereby disturbing the professoriate from coast to coast. The Johnsonian whirligig arguments in favor of its Vietnam action have been notoriously confused, contrary and contradictory, thus destroying the entire ostensibly reasonable structure. The initial Johnsonian logical error about Vietnam did not concern form but content. The argument was as follows. If people are bombed they will negotiate. These people are bombed. Therefore, these people will negotiate. Although valid in form, this argument was completely unsound because its first premise was known to be factually false. Official studies of the behavior of people and governments in England, Germany, Russia, and elsewhere in World War II, all known to the American military, showed in fact that if people are bombed their tendency to resist increases. Malta was bombed almost to extinction by the Germans yet never sued for peace. The sound argument, dismissed out of hand by Johnson, who was probably not bright enough to grasp it, was as follows: if people are bombed it is known they will resist more desperately, and not negotiate. This, in fact, happened, showing the value of logic if one knows it and applies it. Mr. Johnson's educational attainments, on the formal record, go beyond those of Mr. Eastland. Mr. Johnson holds a Bachelor of Science degree from the Southwest Texas State Teachers College. Not only does the Senate, and House, consist mainly of hicks but of poorly educated hicks, even though they must be conceded to possess a certain low animal cunning. The main sin of the majority consists of simple presumption in presenting themselves as leaders of men. Blue sky limits. As to money in politics, Bernstein quotes Robert Price, one-time hard-headed deputy mayor of New York, very precisely to the point that beyond a certain small amount from the national and county committees a congressional candidate must rely on his own efforts. If he commands a popular following, he can raise a substantial sum from the small contributions of many people through a broadcast or mail appeal, said Price. But usually for the bulk of what he needs he must rely on friends, or friends of friends, or labor, or business. The biggest givers are likely to be firms with government contracts, or with hopes of getting one. They are what I call the predators, the guys who, if you win, will want something for their money. Emphasis added. Noting that most campaigners are not so fussy as Mayor Lindsay of New York in turning down certain large offerings, Bernstein agrees with many observers that the higher and more influential the office sought, the more likely is the contributors' list to be studded with the names of the wealthy. These give directly to many party committees, buy a full-page ad in a party pamphlet for $15,000 at a clip, until recently tax-deductible, join the President's Club for $1,000 or more and clamor to pay high rates for places at testimonial dinners. Again quoting Mr. Price after reviewing the influence of money in politics, Bernstein continues. It is in seeking the nomination, says Robert Price, that wealth or access to it, counts most for the candidate. Once he wins the nomination, he already has the attraction of a winner, and he has the party apparatus at his disposal. Until then, he is more or less on his own. John F. Kennedy's triumph over Hubert Humphrey in the West Virginia primaries is given as a case in point. There are jungles of laws governing the use of money in the electoral process, but, as Bernstein shows, they are full of holes, obviously premeditated. A political committee is allowed to receive or spend only $3 million in any year, but the law applies only to committees operating in 2 or more states, not to state or local committees, and not to series of interstate committees. A candidate could legally have 100 committees collecting $3 million each, or $300 million in all. He could have a local committee that collected the whole $300 million. Every political committee under federal jurisdiction must report to the House of Representatives all contributors of $100 or more and all recipients of $10 or more, but the reports are kept in Washington, for a period of only 2 years, and are not subject to check or audit. Each Senate candidate may spend personally up to $25,000, each House candidate up to $5,000, but there is no limit on contributions receivable or on what others spend for him. Each can legally have an infinity of committees receiving unlimited amounts. No national bank, corporation, or labor union may contribute as much as a dime to the election, primary, pre-nomination convention or caucus campaign of any federal candidate, but officers of such entities may legally contribute without limit and may form any number of educational and nonpartisan organizations. No government contractor may contribute to a federal candidate during the negotiations for or the life of his contracts, but an officer of a contracting firm may legally contribute without hindrance or limit. No individual whatsoever, in the entire universe, may contribute more than $5,000 to any one candidate or any one committee during any calendar year whatsoever, but any individual may make an infinite series of $5,000 gifts to as many candidates or as many committees for a single candidate as he likes. What all this means, behind the legalistic verbiage, is that the sky is the limit and that any individual, corporation, bank, labor union or other entity whatever can contribute by various channels as much as it wants to any single man or collection of men seeking office. The laws governing the use of money in elections, like the laws governing the use of money in rewarding public officials, are pure balderdash as far as interfering with the practice. The sole purpose of the laws as drawn is, as in the case of the tax laws, to appease uninstructed public opinion and at the same time permit popularly irksome practices to continue without let-up. And what all this shows most saliently is that influence over or ready access to the makers of public policy has very high cash value. For readers who may feel that the sources I cite on this point are not sufficiently conservative and are therefore tainted, we may turn once again to the trusty Wall Street Journal, under date of September 20, 1960. There, on the subject of campaign money, it is duly set forth. Where does all the money come from? Despite growing stress on little gifts, fundraisers still depend on wealthy contributors who give $500 or more. That's why Republican Chairman Thurston Morton made a special plea last week to the members of New York Union League Club, calling the party's financial problem most difficult. And that's why some Democrats are worried over possible defections of Texas oil men. As a measure of concern, a Democratic team made up of Sen. Smothers of Florida and Republic Lagarde of Texas last month gathered 100 Houston oil men together to reassure them, "Don't worry about the platform, the Democrats won't hurt you." Smothers and Lagarde spoke truly. One can always say this to people of wealth about both parties, "Don't worry about the platform, you won't get hurt because the little old establishment and, most likely, the president himself have everything under nice control. The platform is pure blarney." What would happen if Congress, for instance, passed a thoroughly equitable tax law? For one thing, the members of Congress who voted for such a law would quickly find their extracurricular emoluments ended. The rich, it is well to note, make their political contributions out of part of their tax savings, thus serving to keep public policies as they want them and at public cost. Neat. A note on methodology. On the score of method, many political scientists would no doubt be inclined to fault me for highlighting what they call the seamy side of politics. What they are almost uniformly inclined to do in their writings is to put it all in perspective by sandwiching in passing reference to these dealings among a vast mass of routine formal details. The story, as journalists say, gets lost. It is buried in the salad. If sports writers used their method in reporting a prize fight, they would chronologically and even-handedly record every punch and movement from the beginning and terminate with the drab curt statement that the champion finally scored a knockout with an illegal punch on the back of the neck. The headline would read, "Fight at the Garden." This would be objectivity, but of a crazy sort. Instead, able, and permitted, to sift the significant from the trivial, the seasoned sports writer is more apt to begin his account. Scoring a knockout in the second minute of the 9th round with the illegal rabbit punch, Plug Ugly Muldoon last night retained the world's heavyweight championship as excited fans jeered and threw pop bottles. Apparently the referee did not see the illegal punch and therefore did not disqualify the champion, although the blow was clearly visible from ringside. From the beginning it was a dirty fight with the loser, Ratsy Schlemiel, freely butting in the clinches and Muldoon levering in low blows of explosive force. Still, the referee, for whom many have suggested an eye examination or a long vacation, did not see, although he twice warned each gladiator. The headline on this masterpiece would read something like, "Muldoon retains crown in dirty brawl at Garden. Schlemiel K.O.D. with foul blow. Referee booed." Newspaper reporting of Congress, however, ordinarily tends to follow the drab cue given by the political scientists. If congressional reporting in general were as forthright as sports reporting, a headline on a congressional session might read somewhat as follows: "Congress in new tax swindle. Clips labor force. As stock prices soar. Bone thrown to blind vets. Dirksen foresees prosperity for all." The text would be similarly to the point. In defense of the politician. For any reader who is now ready to bring in a hanging verdict against the genus Politician Americanus, let me interpose a restraining caveat. Under the American theory of government, the people are sovereign and have the right to boot out any office holder in duly prescribed elections. "Throw the rascals out," has been the battle cry in many rousing elections, often coming from the throats of other rascals trying to squeeze in. The assumption behind this apparent permissiveness is that the people, by definition good, know, or can sense mysteriously, who is deserving between two politicians. But as seasoned politicians know, meritorious service is not sufficient to retain the favor of the electorate. This could be shown by the citation of scores of cases, but I will here cite a single recent lamentable case. Senator Kenneth B. Keating, Republican incumbent, was defeated in New York in 1964 by Robert F. Kennedy, Democrat. The electorate had no particular distaste for Keating, who had functioned as a liberal, voted for all measures preponderantly favored by New Yorkers, and was roundly praised before and after his defeat by a wide spectrum of editorialists. As Senator Kennedy himself later analyzed his victory, Keating made a tactical mistake by not merely standing in dignity on his record. Instead, Keating in the course of the campaign launched a panicky attack on Kennedy as a carpetbagger from Massachusetts, thus opening the door to attention-getting verbal counter-blows by Kennedy which he could not otherwise have delivered with any good grace. The downfall of the civilized but non-lustrous Keating showed once again that electoral tactics and the appearance of an attractive new face may count in an election more heavily than unquestioned merit in office. Having seen this sort of thing happen many times, knowing the ditheeriness of the electorate, the impecunious man in politics usually guards against it by clandestine counter-organizational measures and by seeing to it while in office that he gathers something of value to tide himself over in the event he is brusquely turned out. The politician, in the form of his personal profit enterprises, his organization, and the various establishments going up the line in a hierarchy, belongs to something very analogous to an underground trade union. Committed for life to the holding of public office, he does not intend to see himself unemployed or, if suddenly turned out, without ready means of self-support. He is, in brief, intelligent within his zany environment. If arrangements similar to those affecting the politician applied to all employees, they would be forced, every 2, 4 or 6 years, to debate with rivals for their jobs before company stockholders, customers, and assorted cranks. If these thought a new candidate looked fresher, younger, more clean-cut, sexier, or was better spoken or more churchly, they would vote him in. It is precisely to defend themselves against critical judgments of that kind that workers, whenever they succeed in organizing, vociferously stress job seniority and job security. The quixotic democratic idea that an office holder, a man of no hereditary substance, dependent only upon his salary, should be subject to offhand dismissal every few years at the hands of the hoi polloi, thereupon to join the throng of job seekers in the open labor market, is one that has little appeal for the ordinary, up-from-nowhere, jerk-water politician. He therefore guards against such a dire eventuality in every way he can think of, some highly aromatic and far out in left field. What happens in the case of many successful politicians is that they are so intelligently careful about their many defensive measures, and so lucky, that they reap far more than job security and carry over money for life's arduous road. They become authentically rich, in a position to thumb their noses at the foolish public, which they freely if covertly do. It should not be thought that I am offering an apology for the politician in thus presenting him, accurately, as a job-protecting specialized worker on his way up in the world. I am simply offering the perspective from his personal point of view. It is because of the position he occupies under oath, transcending in importance that of the physician-surgeon, that one holds him, after everything has been said on all sides, to the strictest accounting. When a physician-surgeon is able to enhance his own security by deviating from the highest canons of medical practice, as by performing unnecessary, high-fee operations, society and his peers do not forgive him merely because his financial problem is understood. In the same way we can safely condemn the typical off-the-soil politician. He is betraying his true responsibilities in order to achieve personal accommodation vis-a-vis the mob. The upside-down republic in his great republic, praised by some, derided by others, Plato laid out a reasoned scheme of government in analogy with what his primitive psychology comprehended of the individual. A man, as Plato saw it, consists chiefly of a head or rational function, the chest or spirited function, heart and lungs, and the stomach or appetitional function. People, as he saw them, were classifiable as these functions dominated their temperaments. Because the head was presumptively the better, because rational, part of a man, Plato deduced that the head should rule the state. Hence a philosopher or man of learning should be king, assisted by similar men of learning. Should a ruler be a man of knowledge or an ignorant man? Obviously, he should be a man of knowledge. The safety of the state and its people required it. Who would deny it? Subject to these rational, informed rulers, men of learning and intellectuals would be men of the spirit, whom Plato called guardians and auxiliaries. Guardians corresponded to our civil service employees and auxiliaries to soldiers. As Plato saw them, both regarded personal honor or prestige, status, as the highest value, just as the philosophers primarily valued knowledge and insight. These strata in the Platonic Republic would lead very ascetic lives, would own no property, would never marry, and would conduct sexual relations only on rare occasions when perfect children were desired. Women as well as men were equally to be guardians and auxiliaries. Children of these strata would be brought up by special teachers, would never be left under the corrupting influence of their doting parents. Below these strata would be the common people, perpetual victims of their insatiable appetites, who would lead their confused catch-as-catch-can lives under rules laid down from above, although they might rise into the ascetic strata if they wished. The people of the appetites might own property, marry, have and mal-educate their own children, and copulate blissfully with all the abandon of Hindus on a holiday. It is from Plato that we derive our high ideals of the lawgiver, rarely approached in reality, as anyone can see. But although Plato's scheme, intended only as a didactic device, is now widely ridiculed by trivial minds, it is worth noticing that what we have in the United States is its exact opposite, hardly an improvement. The rulers, in our present scheme, are people of the largest appetites, to whom most public deference is paid. While appetites exist among all, their greatest strength is obviously among the most voracious acquisitors, the rich and their sycophants in office. Rated considerably below these in public esteem are our guardians and auxiliaries, civil servants and soldiers. And, popularly rated lowest of all, are our philosophers or men of learning. One must admit that the public is a bit ambivalent and confused on this score owing to some colossal breakthroughs scored in recent years by the learned and by no one else, but as between a plutocrat and a politician on the one hand and a professor or vagrant intellectual on the other. Any popular survey will show that the professor, proverbially absent-minded and inept, is low man in the totem pole. He is in most schools kept on a tight leash held by trustees. He is rarely a free agent. We are confronted, it is evident, with an exact inversion of the Platonic scheme. Yet some persons unreasonably expect the common people of the larger appetites installed at the top to conduct themselves like Platonic philosophers, guardians, and auxiliaries, which is much like expecting a gorilla to conduct himself like a Lord Chesterfield. Subversive Jeffersonianism in voting, politicians have noticed. The American electorate is hardly attracted by any except the most general Jeffersonian propositions. If the inclination of the electorate were toward true Jeffersonianism, actually an inverted aristocratic doctrine, politicians would conduct themselves differently and speak differently. Any even slightly successful politician is fully aware that any office seeker who liberally salted his speeches with specific Jeffersonian views, or composed his speeches of actual Jeffersonian quotations, would be lucky to escape with his life from the nearest functionally illiterate mob. Radicals and civil writers of various stripes have tried it again and again and have been deluged with rotten eggs, overripe fruit, stones and local police attentions. The broad public is simply not democratic, would find Jefferson repugnant if they could read him. If any stray reader doubts this, let him dip into Jefferson's writings here and there or select common topics from their indexes. For Jefferson, extolled in the abstract at annual Jefferson Day fundraising dinners of the Democratic Party, was very close to being a political bedfellow of at least one prominent side of the later coming Karl Marx and practically the antithesis of Lyndon B. Johnson and almost every American president since Lincoln. Even more than in the Declaration of Independence, Jefferson elsewhere explicitly preached an inherent popular right to make revolution by force and violence, without awaiting a green light from the Supreme Court. The Confederacy acted precisely according to this doctrine, although it did not in its support of slavery, its true love, subscribe to the notion of equality. Nor is civil equality the ideal of the broad populace today, as one can see from popular reactions to the ordinary claims of Negroes, Puerto Ricans, Mexicans, and a variety of other ethnic or national minority groups. As anyone can readily detect, such sentiments are subversive and are hardly subscribed to by any discernible portion of the electorate, which instantly identifies them as akin to Bolshevism and unconducive to job security and quiet viewing of night baseball on TV. Two unequal strains have been woven through American politics from the beginning. There has been patrician Jeffersonianism, largely given lip service except by patricians themselves here and there. And there has been Hamiltonianism. Alexander Hamilton, 1757–1804, our first Secretary of the Treasury, was an ambitious poor boy in politics, a self-appointed spokesman for plutocracy and outright corruption in politics as a way of ensuring its hold. Hamilton detested the common people with more fervor than is usual among those who have emerged from among them, and did more than anyone else at the inception to give American economic affairs and much of political affairs their gamey flavor. Slain in a duel with Aaron Burr, Hamilton fittingly lies buried in Trinity Churchyard at the head of Wall Street. As far as ascendant trends are concerned, in the United States one openly talks John Locke and Thomas Jefferson but surreptitiously acts Alexander Hamilton. A plan for improvement. It is not the duty of the critic to suggest ways of improving a bad show. After he has pronounced upon it, his job is finished. A wide public, however, thinks otherwise and believes it stymies a critic when it says, "How would you improve the script?" The presumption is that this would be difficult or impossible to do. Many cut-rate sages on the political fringes adopt this attitude and say, democracy, meaning the present system, may be imperfect but it is the best system possible. Denying this completely, I shall here, for the benefit of skeptical cogitators, sketch in a few strokes significant improvements that could easily be wrought in the American system, although such improvements would by no means produce everlasting salvation. It cannot be denied that the best government would be that which was run by the most qualified men. As we see in the case of the medical profession, the greatest proportion of qualified men is produced by rigorous attention to their education and training. Standards are imposed which prospective doctors must meet in the medical schools, in post-school training and in state licensing examinations. Nevertheless, some bad hats slip through event in the strictest jurisdictions, and some degenerate into bad hats, which cannot readily be guarded against. If a set of proper educational standards for office holders were adopted, those who met them could be assigned to a public panel from which all candidates of any party would have to be chosen. In reply to nitwit sages who will say that this bars poor boys, the instruments of major corruption in politics, my reply is, poor boys unable to afford schooling might qualify merely by passing the examinations given to the schooled. 87 Just as one would not think of licensing a man as a surgeon on his plea that he was too poor to afford medical school, so one would not in a well-ordered polity think of licensing a poorly schooled office seeker. Under the scheme I here propose, bad hats would slip through, but their number would be so significantly reduced that they would have a hard time finding enough fellow travelers to caucus. Again, no matter how strict the qualifications were, they would by no means intercept all inept politicians. While I can readily devise qualifications that would block out a Harding, a Coolidge, an Eisenhower, a Johnson, and a Horde in Congress, I do not, unfortunately, see any way of devising qualifications that would block out a Wilson or Hoover without at the same time blocking out some very good men. In the matter of qualifications, law school training would, as I view the prospect, count for very little but first-class degrees from first-class schools, the emphasis being on first class. In social studies, humanities, and general thought processes would be essential. In the matter of improvement, attention should also be paid to those who select office holders, those who vote. Improvement beyond the present level could here be attained by a simple scheme of weighted voting. Every citizen would have one vote, as at present. Those who finished grade school would have 2 votes, high school 4 votes and college 16 votes. As the educated population is not evenly spread through all voting districts, I would take the national average and reweight the voting strengths in each election district so as to conform to the national average, distributing the voting power pro rata. Those who did not have the formal schooling might be admitted to higher voting brackets by passing the same examinations passed by the schooled. An ancillary good effect of this scheme would be to enhance the status of learning in the populace by equating it with political power. Any 2-vote citizen could readily convert himself into a 4-vote citizen simply by meeting high school requirements through self-study or part-time attendance at any of the many schools. The 4-vote citizen could similarly convert himself into a 16-voter. The more sophisticated the voter, the more able would he be to decide on candidates on the already thoroughly screened panel. I would extend the scheme to jurors, who would be full-time professionals, publicly salaried, of specially educated men sitting on public panels. 6-man juries, judges of the facts in every case, could probably do the job. Barred would be the present catch-as-catch-can juries of the witless who return too many dubious verdicts. The trained jurors, all skilled in evaluating evidence under the law, would provide a reservoir of future aspirants to elective office. Such a scheme would not eliminate interest biases and class biases from voting, but it would soften them and would tend to eliminate much of the present chicanery and gullibility from politics. Let not any reader suppose that I believe these extremely excellent ideas, for which I obviously deserve a high decoration and an ample public pension, will be seized upon and put into effect by the powers that be, who have other fish to fry. I simply set these notions down to make it evident that the present system does not contain the ultimate and entirely workable and sensible political ideas. And, who knows, in some happier day they may bear fruit for the Republic. Only those who would deny that the ascertainably most qualified persons should run the government and should have greater weight in selecting government personnel can rationally oppose this plan, which can be put into force without any great disturbance to fundamental institutions. 13. The cleverness of the rich. There is a lush literature, much of it monographic, on the creation of the modern world's large fortunes. Most of them originated in and still concentrated in the United States, the self-advertised paradise of the common man. Almost always writers flatly claim or imply that the schemes of fortune builders, legal or illegal, were extraordinarily clever, infinitely complicated and without supplemental support. Actually, scrutiny of the way any very large fortune was put together shows that the method was simple, often but not invariably at least partly illegal, usually secret, and sooner or later supplemented with the direct or indirect aid of sovereignty or its agents. One can show the creation of singularly few very large fortunes that was not aided by the stealthy support or benign tolerance of government agents. A preponderance of politicians, like flies around garbage, is always on the side where the money is. Whatever cleverness was shown invariably lay in the transparent simplicity of the scheme. In the case of no known large fortune was there a complex scheme. Apart from three exceptions by type, every large fortune is the consequence of a simple formative pattern, pursued in most cases in secrecy, in all cases with pertinacity and with the direct or indirect aid of sovereign power or its agents. The three typical exceptions to the rule of secrecy are, where the scheme involved a patent, land title, or franchise that effectively kept other grabbers off the known valuable terrain. There is also the special case of a lawful operation that got such a head start out of gusher earnings others found it difficult or impossible to raise the capital to overtake it. As to patents, themselves often covering complex processes, in virtually all instances the operative patent holders were not the inventors. The Melians, for example, did not invent the aluminum extraction process, although they took the lion's share for financing its beginnings with bank money, other people's money. A true case of nothing down. It is noticeable that whenever anyone puts into play a good commercial idea, others, such as the widely distributed appetite for easy lucre, instantly copy it. Competitive copying is especially noticeable in the spheres of fashion and novelties, although it extends to designs and innovations in almost everything. The person who first develops the idea does not derive full profit from its exploitation owing to the rapid appearance of panting interlopers. He is thus prevented from making a full killing, but in theory a wide and infinitely deserving public is catered to at constantly lower prices by many avaricious sellers. On the other hand, the man especially protected by the umbrella of sovereignty or its agents and who has a franchise, effective possession of a basic patent, or is working a good thing in secrecy with respect to potential competitors and the public, need not fear being forced to share with others. In the presence of fully established competition no one can build a fortune. Competition divides the market, diminishes the share of each operator, impedes or prevents fortune building. But can this be true? The careful reader will ask. Is it not a fact that fortunes are being openly made or monumentally added to all around us today by giant competitive corporations, without benefit of special franchises as in public utilities, of effectively held patents or of operating secrecy? The prime money-making factor for nearly all existing large corporations and many smaller ones not merely legal monopolies like AT&T is that they are parts of discrete monopolies. They only pretend to be competing. If they had to compete, they would be little better off than a fashion designer whose work is infringed overnight. There is no need venturing to show here that the large corporations are monopolistic units within each industry. The job has been done many times. The reader is referred to a long line of analytic literature, much of it monographic and scholarly and dealing with specific monopoly situations, many formally adjudicated as monopolies under the laws and others not so adjudicated either because the purposely imperfect law does not prohibit their monopoly practices or has not been brought to bear owing to lack of zeal in law enforcement officials. One earlier, the illegal monopoly conspiracies in the electrical and steel industries were touched upon, each formally and solemnly adjudicated as such under the Great Seal of the United States in federal court. Until the time of exposure, an unfortunate occurrence to all corporate right-thinkers, such frequent conspiracies are secret, meeting one of the prime requirements of fortune building here laid down. Analogous conspiracies seem to exist at all times in all American industries, although the facts are hard to produce. In Europe such cartel practices are legal, a triumph for candor if not for distributive justice. The Rockefeller story as complicated a money-making scheme as any that led to a large fortune, and it was essentially a simple scheme, was that devised by John D. Rockefeller, the proverbial poor boy who became very rich almost overnight. As the high-pressure methods he diligently employed have been copiously recorded, there is no need to review them in detail. The methods were secret and conspiratorial at every step of the way, so much so that it took nearly 40 years to bring even the earliest steps to light. Standard Oil was in its long formative period one of the world's biggest clandestine operations. And always there was assistance from the agents of sovereignty, for Standard Oil infiltrated its well-rewarded henchmen into strategic nooks and crannies of the political system as well as into the ranks of its competitors. It developed one of the earliest systems of industrial espionage, hardly gentlemanly. Rockefeller's advantage, which he used to beat down thousands of producers and to force hundreds of rival refiners into his hands, was the consistently lower freight rates he obtained from railroads and pipelines as a large buyer of crude oil and shipper of refined oil. The railroad rebates and drawbacks, secretly granted by common carriers which under law were required to give everyone the same rates, were only one aspect of illegality that saturated Standard Oil up to the final paper dissolution by Supreme Court decision in 1911. But Rockefeller kept his holdings, and the constituent parts of the one-time trust remained intact, loosely united by stock holdings in foundations, trust funds, and the hands of family members and partners. By his ability to control transportation rates unfairly with the connivance of railroads fighting each other for huge shipments, Rockefeller could force down the price of crude oil to him at the wellhead and could undersell refineries outside his combination until they sold out to him at sacrificial prices or went under. By this process he became what establishment writers joyously salute as an industrial statesman. Rockefeller, after a sketchy education and a brief apprenticeship as a bookkeeper, started in business for himself in 1859 at the age of 20. By the early 1880s, slightly more than 10 years after the Standard Oil Company of Ohio was founded to succeed the firm of Rockefeller, Andrews, and Flagler, the company's portion of the national oil business, crude and refined, was rated at 85% and the fledgling company was already extending its spiderweb into California and Texas. As early as 1883 the company took the output of 20,000 wells, held 4,000 miles of pipeline, used 5,000 tank cars and employed 100,000 people. It was already an obvious monopoly, alluded to as such on the floor of Congress. Apart from some new capital early brought into the coercive combination by investors such as whiskey distiller H.V. Harkness, most of the money for the expansion came from especially favorable secret transportation rates. These were always Rockefeller's hidden ace, his major source of growing capital. With variations of detail one will find a similar pattern of secrecy in the building of virtually every large fortune. Why the fortune builders succeeded the builders of the large fortunes succeeded, then, because the crucial part of their operations was kept secret. When attempts were made to uncover the inelegant facts, they were blocked by Horatio Alger officials under the purchased control or influence of the fortune builders. This last was true, for example, of the Standard Oil Company as of others. From a very early stage its partisans bloomed miraculously in the Ohio legislature and executive branch and in the Congress and the national executive branch. These representatives of the people at every turn nipped one attempt after the other at investigation, despite widespread indignation in Congress and among the then free entrepreneurial newspapers. For the question widely asked was, if there is nothing wrong, why will not the friends of Standard Oil permit an investigation? When effective investigation finally took place, despite Herculean opposition and proclaimed attempts to bribe officials such as the Attorney Generals of Ohio, there was indeed found much reason for concealment. In his annual report to the Governor of Ohio in 1899, Attorney General F.S. Monett detailed charges of 6 attempts to bribe his predecessor, David K. Watson, to withdraw a suit filed in 1890 against the Standard Oil Company of Ohio for participating illegally in the Standard Oil Trust. Mr. Monett also charged in court that he had been offered a bribe of $400,000 to quash a later suit to enforce the court decision in the first. This and other suits brought by Monett were abruptly quashed as soon as a successor took office in January, 1900, but not before enough information about the secret operations of Standard Oil had been developed to prepare the way for later federal dissolution suits. 7. It was a matter of constant comment in Ohio, New York, and Pennsylvania that the Standard was active in all elections, and that it stood in with every ambitious young politician, that rarely did an able young lawyer get into office who was not retained by the Standard. 8. This practice promoted by Rockefeller prevails among corporations today with their coast-to-coast chains of retained political law firms. As a result, most of our legislators in Washington and the state capitals are bluff and hearty corporation men, yet they speak in public in common accents, as though they were human. It is evident, then, that although some elected officials perform their duties as required by law and the expectancies of constituents, a majority do not. For proof, turn to the tax laws. This prospect brings into range for consideration those who elect officials, the people themselves. That the public in general through the shallow criteria it brings to bear in selecting its wayward officials makes possible the ostensible cleverness of the rich is, as far as I know, a thesis never before explicitly laid down and forthrightly argued. As we are interested in ascertaining how the lopsided distribution of the world's goods came about in so short a time in the United States and why it is likely to continue for the indefinite future, this phase is germane. For without a public and a system constituted in a certain way it would be impossible for anyone, clever though he might be, to become extremely rich in the ways that have been practiced. Favorable circumstances. Nobody, first of all, would be rich if he had not been favored by circumstances. Favoring general circumstances in the United States have been a naturally rich virgin continent, an enlarging widely skilled population, a basic law designed to facilitate private property under earlier purely agrarian mercantile circumstances, an expanding machine technology that took multiplied advantage of agrarian mercantile law and a plethora of purchasable officials. Had Henry Ford been a Swiss, operating under Swiss law, he could never, no matter how shrewd, have developed the Ford Motor Company. Had Rockefeller been a citizen of England, France, Russia, Germany, or China, functioning in any of those countries, he could never, by whatever hook, crook, or cleverness, have developed the Standard Oil Company. If one nevertheless insists that the fortune builders were unusually clever men, entitled to their fortunes as a reward for performing vast economic services, and this is the line apologists do take, one cannot go on to argue equal cleverness in their heirs. For the performance of what service, for the display of what cleverness, do they hold their enormous riches and transcendent power? Does their cleverness consist of their pre-selection of ancestors? In the case of either the originators or the inheritors, the fortune was hardly derived by conspicuous cleverness but a set of fortuitous circumstances, one element of which, still bearing particularly on inheritance, was a body of pre-existing law reasonably designed to fit more modest cases, not designed to apply to huge international estates enjoying the application of machine technology in mass production. In the United States it is now common for heirs, sometimes quite stupid, to come into estates, largely untaxed, that make the inherited dukedoms decried by 18th-century Republicans and Democrats seem microscopic. No Grand Duchy ever came near the proportions of many American corporations and banks. The United States is the most exaggerated case of plutocracy in all history, eclipsing all others combined. The demon of demos, a big factor in modern fortune building, however, was unquestionably the state of popular opinion and understanding. This opinion has never been more than occasionally, in fits of temper, opposed to fortune building. The common if languid supposition seems to be that everyone may have his fair chance in this inspiring game. As every clean-living, clear-eyed, pure-souled American boy may look forward to being at least president, so every American virgin may marry a millionaire. Those boys who fail to achieve the presidency may quite easily, one gathers in reading the Wall Street Journal, Time, and Fortune, as consolation prizes become millionaires or marry an heiress. The films play about a good deal with this popular fantasy of heir-pauper marriage, blissfully passing over the fact that if every nubile scion of wealth each year married someone on the relief rolls, there would be hardly more than 100 such marriages a year. To look for the sociologist's precious upward social mobility by this route is veritably to chase dancing moonbeams. To understand fully how fortunes came to grow so profusely in the United States to grotesque, diseased dimensions and how they are so readily maintained in full panoply amid outlandish cries that they are being whittled away by taxation, one must give some attention to the general populace. Referring to this populace, the profoundly experienced P.T. Barnum said, "A sucker is born every minute." 9. The late H. L. Mencken referred to the common citizen as a boob and to the collectivity of common citizens, what sociologists now drably refer to as the mass, as the bourgeoisie, a thesis he tirelessly embellished with copious examples in voluminous brilliant writings over several decades. Mencken never tired of pointing to the obvious chicaneries and obscenities in the spectrum of phenomena which disoriented professors and clear-eyed politicians call democracy. Expressing the purely operational as distinct from the formal attitude of American society, Texas Guinan, joyously echoed by W. C. Fields, whooped, "Never give a sucker an even break." 10. There was hardly any need to give utterance to this thoughtful homily, which appears to have been ventured in gleeful satire at contemplation of the absurd American scene. It would be advisable here, or so I suppose, to avoid such epithets born of anguished subjectivity and find some other meaningful term for the masses with reference to their inadequacies of judgment. I propose, therefore, that they be regarded, in varying degrees, as handicapped, crippled, unable to make sound judgments and decisions in their own self-interest. They live blindly in a system that offers wide although not unlimited free choice, and they are unable to choose wisely. They are victims of their own choices. Nobody protects them from themselves. What qualifies most of the mass for being regarded sympathetically as handicapped people, mental cripples, rather than astringently as willful suckers and boobs, is their seemingly inherent infantile gullibility. The masses are handicapped in that they are ready believers in tales and promises of nimbler wits, prone to give credence to the improbable or very doubtful. They believe that some obvious charlatan, a preacher, a politician, a vendor of cheap merchandise, is going to do something very good for them, at only a slight fee or absolutely free. At their most extreme, these people are the followers of astrologers, spiritualists, religious dervishes, and messiahs of all kinds, very often political messiahs. They believe, for example, that installment selling is something contrived for their special advantage, rarely suspecting that it is elevating already high prices of shoddy goods by 14 to 30% or nothing down and they buy happily. Furthermore, they tend strongly to resist whatever is objectively the case if it does not harmonize with their delusions. Tell most of them today that Lyndon B. Johnson, or anyone else, has no more serious intention of establishing the Great Society than he has of becoming sheriff of Buncombe County, and they will want to report their voracious informant to J. Edgar Hoover as seditious, possibly a full-fledged heterosexual and viviparous. Gullibility and muddle-headedness are functions of insufficient intelligence. The intelligent person is prone to make significant distinctions, to analyze, compare, reflect and seek out difficulties in proffered propositions, whether flattering or promising to himself or not. Skeptical self-analysis is beyond the powers of the gullible because they already feel insecure, must, as they say, believe in something if only in believing. Intimations of any lack in their judgment are resisted. Hence it follows that they believe whatever ethnic, religious, or national group to which they belong is inherently superlative. If I belong, it must be good, hence, I'm proud to be a Ruritanian. Having little sense of individual identity, they derive their identity from some extensive tribe, hence white supremacy, black power, etc. Sagging IQs. While all men may have been created equal, whatever that means, what strikes the most casual observer is their disparity of age, circumstance, capability, and condition. And, considering people in general with respect to their judgmental powers, what is most unequal about them is their intelligence. During World War II, the government administered what was known as the General Education Test to nearly 10 million men. A score of 100 represented the average. Approximately 50% of all who took the test scored from 86 to 114, 25% were below 86, and 25% above 114. The method of grading was based on earlier inquiries of psychologists into the national distribution of intelligence. Of college graduates who took this test, more than 81% scored 115 or higher, so that by present standards 4 out of 5 persons completing college have the ability suggested by the test score of 115 or higher. An IQ of 110 is the minimum required for admission to standard colleges and universities today, excluding at a stroke 75%er. Colleges, however, do not get all the high IQs. Testing for IQ, although regularly done by government, universities, and corporations in selecting personnel and admitting students, is a scientific practice as widely resisted today, and roundly condemned, as was the assertion by Copernicus and Galileo in the 16th century that the Earth was spherical and revolved about the Sun. IQ testing yields information generally unwanted because, among other things, it strikes at the basis of the democratic dogma, the doctrine of equality, and the alleged ability of people to act with equal skill in their own interest. Resistance to accepting the idea of an IQ is reinforced by its frequent presentation as something honorific, like having blue blood in the old days. Yet a person of lower IQ will often out-achieve one of higher IQ who may, owing to adverse emotional factors, amount to nothing. However, everything else being equal, which it rarely is, the higher IQ will have the edge, and the very low IQs will never get into the running. Nonetheless, at most levels IQs can be raised at least a few points, sometimes many points. Although widely assailed by radicals as well as Democrats as revealing nothing inherent, a doubtful contention, but only skills acquired in a certain cultural milieu, the methods of psychological testing are expertly defended by specialists. Children in the same family, subject to identical cultural influences although to different kinds of stress in the family constellation, often show wide variations in IQ. Cultural deficiency, therefore, although it often plays some role, cannot be designated the sole cause of low ratings. There is more than training in a Heifetz or Einstein. Tests have been devised, as a matter of fact, that bypass cultural influences in testing. They show no uniformity in intelligence. 11. It is this utterly pathetic low state of IQness in much of the population that points up the observation made some 40 years ago by an acute political observer that actually the great bulk of the 119 million citizens are thoroughly muddy-minded about politics, swayed by feeling rather than reason, really incapable of clear-headed thought or understanding. 12. Open elections, where they take place, are quite correctly cited as one of the hallmarks of a democratic system. But, considering the confused mentality of the mass, the two-party or multi-party electoral system is much like a formally fair duel between a man stricken with palsy, the general public, and a dead-shot duelist, the professional politician, or a chess match between a tyro and a master. Only one outcome is possible, the way of the politician. What is the case, then, is that a largely incapable public exercises its judgment in validating the selection of its legislators and officials, with the melancholy results for that same public shown by the history of popular elections since before the Civil War. Voting behavior has been extensively studied. Although many new details have since been brought to light in various studies, nothing essential has been changed since Frank R. Kent made the foregoing observation in 1928. Where the public goes wrong, where the voting public goes wrong, is in whom it accepts in each jurisdiction as plausible candidates not men of proven knowledge, ability, and purpose, but men who appeal to various unexamined prejudices, ethnic, religious, national origin, occupational, aesthetic, regional, personal, and the like. As Plato brought out in his dialogue Gorgias, the politician uses rhetoric to flatter and seduce his public and to carry the decision even against the man of knowledge and sound judgment. People in general, it seems, are far more responsive to blandishment than to reason. They love obvious charlatans. Although bemusingly capable men are by chance indeed elected occasionally, thereby serving as justification and embellishment for the system, in most cases the public elects flexible men who are prepared to betray it at the first sign of personal profit. Such officials have no more sympathy with the public, itself callous, than have Soviet commissars, possibly less. Each set, Soviet or U.S. type democratic, is cut out of the same bolt, concerned only with advancing their own small-bore careers. The electoral system, then, is the setting for a cat-and-mouse game between the greater part of the demoralized public and the professional politician, who knows what he wants for himself and usually gets it. One of the many outcomes of it all is seen in the tax laws. Here, of course, we find that the rich have indeed managed rather cleverly. There has never been an even approximate correlation of level of IQ with voting statistics, but studies in the sociology of political participation show clearly that it is the socially lower and less skilled classes who most abstain from electoral voting. The largest voting turnouts in Europe and the United States are among higher income receivers, the more educated, businessmen, white-collar workers, government employees, commercial crop farmers, miners, whites, people over age 35, men, industrial workers in Western Europe, older residents, married people, and members of organizations. Lower voting turnouts are consistently seen among low-income receivers, unskilled workers, servants, service workers, peasants, subsistence farmers, Negroes, often barred, women, persons under age 35, newer residents, industrial workers in the United States, unmarried people, and isolated individuals. Voting in general tends to rise in crisis situations, and then the otherwise quiescent lower orders tend to vote more heavily but from authoritarian and anti-democratic points of view. 13. In crisis, extremism and strong-arm tactics become de rigueur, appealing especially to the lowly, no doubt satisfying feelings of frustrated hostility. Self-defeat, the lot of the common man. Just how and why the common man in the United States gets spun off the merry-go-round as he does is most precisely shown by systematic stages. When it comes to voting, the choice narrows down to two almost indistinguishable men. In Russia there is ludicrously only one man to vote for, but it is hardly more absurd than voting for almost identical political twins like Johnson and Goldwater. Both systems are equally absurd. Before an election the choice of candidates has already been made, and almost always either one of two men is going to win, although both may be absolutely undesirable, indeed, as a Russian might find a candidate on his single slate. The crucially important political phase, then, as Frank R. Kent has pinpointed it, is when the candidates are selected. All the sociological analysis of partisan and class voting after this stage, as far as the American two-party system is concerned, is politically quite beside the point. The fundamental line has been predetermined. In almost all cases in the United States, candidates are selected in primaries or by conventions of delegates themselves elected in primaries. Except in the South, the choice of candidates, whether by primaries, caucuses, or conventions, is determined wholly by political leaders, bosses, owing to the voluntary abstention of the public from serious political activity. In Russia the bosses will not allow anyone else to present candidates. In the United States anybody may present candidates but usually fails to do so. Political bosses in the United States come into being by reason either of the political default of the people or of circumstances such as specialized non-political occupation that keeps people from broad political activity. Politics, democratic or otherwise, is intrinsically a specialty. Because in the South there is broader public participation in the primaries, although not very broad, in this respect the South seems more alert politically. But the candidates in the Southern primaries usually differ from each other only in contending that each would be more diligent in repressing Negroes. The South, then, has been not only one party but, stupidly, one issue. Where conventions determine the candidate, the bosses obviously have the determining role. But in the primaries, too, they determine the outcome because the broad public virtually boycotts the process. The participants are almost entirely political job holders or patronage beneficiaries, informally compelled to vote and to vote in ways that enable them to hold their benefices. If it were not for this compulsory voting by beneficiaries, primaries could not be held in most cases. It is the primaries that give the major parties their legal status. This is because the law of most states stipulates, with no broad dissent, that parties shall hold primaries participated in by party voters for nominating party candidates and officers. The only other way a candidate can get on the ballot is by petition, signed by a certain number of voters, and such a candidate does not run under a party label and has no established organization working for him. There could not be a greater mistake than abstention from primaries, says the able Kent. It is this public abstention that gives the political machine its chance to control the situation, which it does through the precinct executives. It actually permits the machine to run the country. Here is the veritable foundation for the various legislative establishments and for legislation biased in favor of the propertied. It rests on pervasive popular ineptitude. As there is no other effective way for candidates to get on the ballot, the primary is the political key that unlocks all doors. It ought to be plain, then, says Kent, that so long as the machine controls the primaries, it is in a position to limit the choice of the voters in the general election to its choice in the primaries. That is the real secret of its power, and, so long as it holds that power, it cannot be put out of business. Defeating its candidates in the general election not only does not break its grip, it often does not make even a dent in it. The only place a machine can be beaten is in the primaries. As for the candidate who gets on the ballot by petition, nothing short of a political tidal wave or revolution can carry an independent candidate to success, Kent points out. He may pull sufficient votes from one side or the other to bring about the defeat of one of the regular party nominees, but his own election is a thing so rare as to be almost negligible. To the established party the primary, which validates it legally, is far more important than the election, which alone seems important to the public. Even if it loses the election, the party organization remains intact owing to patronage federal, state, county and, over the long term, judicial gained in past elections. The party organization can, indeed, survive many election defeats. Remaining organized, it is always a threat and draws some deferential attention from the ascendant party which, in fact, helps it out from time to time with non-political and bipartisan appointments. The legal parties have much in common, notably their tender joint concern and realistically proper solicitude for their angels, the propertied classes. There are many informal party intermediaries. The Republican Party long survived in the Deep South despite endless election defeats, owing to its nourishment by federal patronage. Although it held primaries, where federal job holders voted, it never won state elections or sent members to Congress. The party delegates, however, often played a determining role in the choice of presidential and vice presidential candidates at Republican national conventions. They had something to sell their organizational votes. Although the party organization can survive a long series of election defeats, it could hardly survive a defeat in the primaries and could absolutely not survive two primary defeats. If twice defeated, it would be clear that it had been outwitted by rival organizers or an intelligent public to whom recipients of party patronage would turn for protection. Organizers able to outwit an entrenched machine are men obviously more capable of outwitting the opposing party in the coming election. Sometimes factions contend in primaries: the old guard, reformers, and independents. Each puts up a slate, for public office and party office. Each is committed to high-flown party principles, and contends that it can best implement those principles and achieve electoral success. On such a question, the general voter in effect has the difficult job of a personnel manager for a large corporation. He must know principles and policy, and he must pick out the electorally most plausible man. This, obviously, is usually hard to do. Information is lacking. All the men seem superficially good. If one seems better in some ways, the others seem better in other ways. Whose side are they really on? What to do? Here the average voter, who isn't versed anyhow in the ins and outs of the situation, throws up his hands. The primary and its ends baffle him and he stays away. Yet here is the very heart of the electoral process, and from now on nature takes its course. Generally the old guard wins owing to its control of patronage. If enough patronage holders are discontented, owing to what the reformers call poor leadership, they may vote with the reformers or independents. In this case party leadership changes, perhaps party policy. What change, actually, has been wrought? Usually it is nothing of broad importance, perhaps only a change from Anglo-Saxon to Irish candidates, from Irish to Italian, from Italian to Puerto Rican. In a changing electoral district, the new candidates have more political sex appeal, are more likely to entice more boobish voters. An important feature of party primaries often is that they not only nominate party candidates but also party officials, county and state committeemen who elect chairmen. The party chairman may or may not hold public office, but they are the main part of the continuing party machinery. They are, legally, the party, and they participate in party decisions, convey party views to office holders. They are men who have immediate access to executive officials, legislators, and judges. What they have to say is always very, very important, not to be lightly disregarded. As Kent points out, by not participating in the primaries, the general voter loses at least 50% of the effectiveness of his franchise. He thereby assumes his actual political status a second-class citizen. As few participate in primaries, it may seem, by this token, that virtually everybody is a second-class citizen. But this is not so, for there are those, non-voters in primaries, who recapture the first-class citizenship at a later stage by contributing to political campaign funds. They buy in. They are politically first-class. They are rich people in a plutocracy. Nobody has chased the common man away from the primaries. He just does not feel up to participating. His democratic franchise here he finds just too much to handle. He does not, in fact, have anything to contribute, he is politically empty. As a result, the party apparatus and candidates on both tickets belong to professionals, often men never heard of in the community, usually men of limited outlook. They function behind the scenes. They have the party power. They are American versions of Gromyko, Kosygin, Brezhnev et al. 14. The party managers must find men ready, able, and willing to campaign, and at the same time men who will be acceptable to a broad, culturally differentiated, intellectually and emotionally low-grade public. Mencken's boobs, Barnum's suckers, Kipling's mudded oafs. The party managers are, contrary to common supposition, restricted to a very narrow potential group, with characteristics shared by less than 5% of the population. Men selected as candidates must, first, have independent financial means or be in occupations that will permit long leaves of absence. Persons dependent on an assured wage or salary would, even if approached, turn down the offer because they could not take a chance on being out of a job if they lost the election, nor could they take a chance on not winning the next election in 2 to 4 years. So, most of the labor force is automatically self-excluded. True, here and there somebody at times takes the long chance, but not many. Again, scientists, physicians, surgeons, scholars, engineers cannot be had because even if they won election they would not be able to keep abreast in their professions. Only men willing to abandon their specialized life work might be obtained, and they are virtually non-existent among high-level practitioners. Again, successful corporation executives, unless retired, cannot be induced to run because if they won they would be automatically excluded from the line of corporate promotion and extravagant remuneration, and if they lost they would probably be out of any job. They would be controversial. As it turns out, most of the highly capable men in the country are in sober fact not available to stand as candidates for public office. Either personal economics or professional commitments keep them out. 15. Yet, the inferior types that predominate in politics seem to satisfy the propertied. One can easily make deals with them. They are purchasable. The political manager, then, must go shopping under conditions of extreme scarcity for prospective candidates. He finds most of them among young lawyers, men with partners willing to see them take long leaves of absence and who, if defeated, can return to the practice of law. Thus Matthews found that among Democrats in the Senate, our supreme political body, 63% were lawyers, among Republicans, 45%. Those who defined themselves as businessmen were 17% among the Democrats and 40% among Republicans. Among the Democrats 7% were farmers, 7% professors, and 5% other professionals. Among the Republicans 8% were farmers, 1% professors, and 5% other professionals. 16. The up-and-coming men in politics, then, must be lawyers, men of independent means or in some business they can run by remote control as an adjunct to politics. The lawyers chosen are usually not at the top of their profession either as pleaders, brief specialists, or jurisconsults, but are men seeking to make their way, hopeful that their political participation will bring big retainers to their law firms, and it will. With nice corporate retainers in the office, however, these public officials develop a sound pro-corporate point of view. While rhetorically they may swing far to the left or right, when it comes to voting and deciding, they must see things as the corporations do. They must then follow the corporate party line. They are at least corporate fellow travelers. People in politics, pop politics. People in politics all, contrary to popular supposition, work very hard. It is common for a citizen to walk into some public building and, noticing its rather soiled condition and easy-going atmosphere, make an invidious comparison with the trim premises of a tightly run corporation. Here is mute evidence of the difference, he thinks, between shoddy government enterprise and efficient private enterprise. Bank pens work smoothly, post office pens sputter. The rank and file in the political organizations put in long hours and work hard, often at 2 or 3 jobs, and most of them put money in the bank every week, usually sufficiently honest money. Many of their tasks are boring. Others would not perform them. But, in some measure, they carry with them a heady something called power. In the selection of candidates, however, the political organizer must be careful to select men who will not offend large blocks of voters. As experience has shown, the average mentally handicapped or boobish citizen, his brain in a scramble, attaches vast importance in candidates to religion, race or ethnic grouping, national origin, sex, and generally conventional conformist outlook and behavior. He feels grimly punitive toward any sort of deviation from a fixed norm, a stereotype, in his mind. He wants, above all, no independent thinkers, freaks who emit horrible propositions about the importance of intelligence tests, read books, or use 3-syllable words. 17 Politicians oblige. If the voters wanted men who spoke Sanskrit, dressed in kilts, or used the language of mathematics, the politicians would procure them. Voters, it has been found, are also partial to men against women, married men against bachelors, fathers as against the childless, the personable against the less personable, the fluent and expansive against the reflective, the generally reassuring, humorous and blandishing against the fellow who raises odd difficulties. They prefer Gorgias to Socrates. They will not, as politicians know, take anybody who lectures to them or even indirectly appears to be lecturing to them, although this is precisely what they need before anything else. They need hard instruction, prolonged, grueling, on the line. The party leaders, to give them credit, do the best they can in selecting candidates. They do the best they can, too, in seeking to detect hidden aberrancies in a new man, such as penchants for reading, concert going, tennis playing, or a compulsive desire to speak the exact unvarnished truth at all times, all of which in the budding statesman would spell trouble with the bourgeoisie. The role of money with the organization now functioning smoothly, something else is needed, money. Here is where the affluent regain their first-class citizenship. If the organization has not been very successful, it must depend on its own resources, mainly kickbacks from its successful candidates and appointees. But with victory comes prosperity in the form of campaign contributions, always and almost only from the affluent and well-positioned wealthy, corporation executives and lawyers, government contractors, brokers, influence seekers, friends of the candidates, etc. Here and there trade unions are heard from, but for the most part the labor force is now quiescent, not in sight. It is at work, out at the beach or watching television. Because it is almost entirely the affluent that put up party campaign funds, knowing that some lucre is going to stick to the fingers of political managers, we see here the reason both the Republican and Democratic parties are, basically and primarily, the parties of the propertied classes, the corporations, the trade associations, the real estate lobbies, the millionaires, the big rich and the super rich. This is the simple, non-scandalous fact. Money, big money, rules the roost from now on. Leftist agitators have thundered about this thousands of times from soap boxes at gaping hinds, as though this ought not to be and as though it was sinful. This, as it happens, is the way babies are born in politics or by even rougher methods as under totalitarianism. They are not brought in by the stork. The electoral process, owing to the childish nature and behavior of the public, is expensive, and is really paid for by the public in elevated prices. Much is at stake in the public policy that will be made by office holders who will pay most of the taxes in an increasingly expensive welfare warfare state, who will get contracts of $100 million, $500 million, $1 billion, where $200 million roads and dams will go and where they won't go, etc. This is obviously a game, as most participants see it, for big stakes, far from the pitifully petty concerns of the electorate about the religion of the candidates, whether they are divorced and whether they are hetero, homo, bi, or asexual. As the public has the franchise, almost without restriction except for Negroes, if it does not like the way matters are arranged, all some 80 million members of the labor force need do is, 1. Participate intelligently in all primaries and, 2. Contribute about $5 a year to their party, amounting to about $400 million a year in all. If it did this, the public might have more to say in determining policy if it knew anything at all about policy. This is an easy prescription but hard to apply to an engine with some 80 million separate parts. Not only does the public consist of many parts, but many of these parts are mutually and irrationally antagonistic on grounds irrelevant to the welfare of each. Their various ethnic, religious, nationalistic, regional, occupational, class, caste and cultural differences have in most cases nothing to do with their personal and mutual welfare. Yet they enjoy indulging these irrelevant infantile predilections as though they mattered, and politicians are solicitously attentive. Where the constituency would not like a Ruritanian on the ticket, there is no Ruritanian. Where a Ruritanian would help, there he is. Is he pro bono publico? Maybe yes, maybe no, but it is electorally irrelevant. And so with all other types. If the voters participated intelligently in the primaries, their spokesmen would need to find truly representative candidates, not too easy to do. Most likely persons would turn them down for more agreeable pastures. In any event, the rank-and-file citizen prefers to accept the ready-made pre-financed, prefixed parties, in which in most cases he is permanently enrolled as in a religious brotherhood. Most voters ploddingly vote straight tickets, for one party, year after year. They are, as anyone can see, creatures of easy habit with little genuine political discernment. One can count most of their votes in advance. Politicians do. But here, as elsewhere, he who pays the piper calls the tune. Although each of the major parties is usually, except when befogged by ideology, alert to whatever may transiently pull the handicapped boobs to their banners, they deliver in major matters, always and invariably, for their main financial supporters. Considering the way everybody performs politically and thinks privately, this is the only way it could possibly be. The idea of democracy first killed itself in ancient Greece. In modern times it did it again in the United States. Left and right much is made by such writers as Professor Seymour M. Lipset of Left and Right, and of which of the major parties is the friend of the common man and which of big business. 18 In these respects, in fact, there is little to choose. The Democratic Party came by its latter-day reputation as a peculiar friend of the common man because of its purely sensible emphasis since 1932 on federal programs in sagging domestic affairs and on adjusting to some of the dislocations brought about by technological change. Earlier, this one-time party of the Southern slave owners had made friends in the North by welcoming the European refugees of the immigration, each of whom had a vote, most of whom were politically snubbed by the well-washed Whigs and Republicans. The Republican Party has tended, impolitically, to decry recent Democratic emphases and has consequently lost majority support, which it held from 1860 to 1932, as long as it was able to guarantee low-paid jobs. What money the workers were not paid in those days went, in general, into the sprouting fortunes and for the most part now rests comfortably in trust. The benign Carnegie paid $10 a week for 70 hours and more in the withering heat of the steel mills, a humanist. But the aims of both political parties, declared and achieved, are to maintain the existing politico-economic system and the same relative distribution of its rewards. This is all Franklin D. Roosevelt ever said he sought to do and all he really did. His main promise was to get the system back in operation, and this he did so thoroughly that the 1960s are little different in their externals from the 1920s. All this is inevitable, as it must be when given the general low-level, "Don't know where I am going but I am on my way" outlook of the common citizen. He's bound to be short-changed. The dirty end of the stick, just what the common man gets by voting the prearranged preferences offered him in elections, we may see by looking at the case of Negro Congressman William L. Dawson of Chicago. Dawson's 90%er Negro 1st Congressional District contains 1 out of every 3 Negroes in the state of Illinois. Dawson has ruled it as a private fief for 24 years, and cooperative fellow politicians have continued to change the shape of the district as the Negro population keeps swelling and moving into white neighborhoods. If you are a Negro on the South Side, and you need a job, a favor, or a bail bondsman, you see someone from Dawson's organization. His record in Congress is shabby. Not a single Chicago journalist can remember a piece of legislation that bears his name. It doesn't matter. This man is not interested in politics as a means of helping his constituents, one political writer said. What he is interested in is staying in power. Dawson in power has obtained for his faithful constituents the worst housing conditions in the city, a soaring crime rate, an increase in heroin addiction, and the spread of teenage gangs who flock together in vicious packs, preying on strangers, extorting money from businessmen, and killing each other out of boredom. It is a record so marvelous that it should qualify Dawson for an ambassadorship to Haiti. Dawson stays in power at an age when most men are writing memoirs because he commands an organization that makes good old Tammany Hall seem like a congregation of ethical culture teachers. Every one of the 446 precincts in the district has its own captain and 2 assistants, and if possible a worker for every street. There are 7 wards in the district, and each ward office is responsible for controlling the precinct captains. The 7 wards in turn answer to the people who run Dawson's own 2nd ward office. Dawson has plenty of what Chicagoans call clout. He is vice chairman of the Cook County Democratic Central Committee, and Mayor Daley understands perfectly just how important Dawson and his organization are in the general scheme of Chicago politics. In 1963, Daley won re-election by 139,000. Dawson-controlled Negro wards contributed 115,000 of those votes. 19 Representative Adam Clayton Powell, the Negro clergyman Sybarite, for more than 20 years ran a similar district in New York City. The point here is not to highlight invidiously Negro personalities but to cite 2 extreme cases as models of what most people more or less get by voting along ethnic, religious, regional, and national origins lines. In almost every case of such widespread voting, it can be shown that the constituents in the home district or state are in some way getting the dirty end of the stick, not perhaps so blatantly as under Dawson and Powell but perceptibly nevertheless. They get it especially in taxes but also in many other ways. Catholics are rooked by Catholics, Protestants by Protestants, Irish by Irish, Negroes by Negroes, and so on, all very democratically. In the better grade suburban, city silk-stocking, Jewish, and advanced farm districts it is different. Only in a diluted sense are the alert constituents there ever let down. For the most part they are served as they intelligently if narrowly understand their interests. An inflexible rule can be stated here: the further one moves down the socio-economic cultural scale the less the sweet-talking political organizations deliver on behalf of the broad constituencies, which is one reason politicians are repeatedly found by pollsters to be in popular ill repute. People realize that, somehow, they are short-changed. But it is defective understanding in most of the people themselves in attempting to utilize the popular franchise that is considerably to blame, although plenty of teachers have offered to instruct them. Boobs will not heed, however. They just do not seem to get the point. They think it's great to be a Ruritanian and a communicant of the hocus-pocus church. Instances of boobishness. As one out of many thousand instances of widespread boobishness, one may cite the abrasively intrusive surveillance by the public over the private life of officials. A senator, photographed at a wedding holding a champagne glass, sought to have the picture suppressed owing to the painful impression it would make on constituents. He would not have minded if it had been a glass of whiskey. 20 deviations from local folkways are not tolerated in politicians by most American constituencies. What can be done for a public who insist upon bringing irrelevant criteria to bear in voting for officials and who decline to participate in the basic task of seeking out and supporting suitable candidates? Governor Nelson A. Rockefeller of New York is a case very much in point. Professor Lipset as of 1960 thought it more likely that Nelson Rockefeller, the liberal Republican governor of New York, will ultimately prove to be the true representative of the revived pattern of direct participation in politics by members of the upper class, participation through their traditional party, the Republican, rather than upper class people like Franklin D. Roosevelt, Adlai Stevenson, G. Menon Williams, John F. Kennedy and Averell Harriman in the Democratic Party. At the time, all politicians conceded that Rockefeller, had he forced his own nomination as he could have, would have beaten John F. Kennedy hands down. Yet Lipset's Republican hope was buried in political ashes for years, owing largely to his subsequent divorce and remarriage. By reason of this purely personal action, which could not affect a man's managerial capability, a large section of the small-town Republican Party followership turned against him. As far as the presidency is concerned, Rockefeller was long pronounced dead by politicians, but was at least tentatively exhumed as 1968 approached. Now many sophisticated observers such as Walter Lippmann and Gore Vidal began looking upon him as the nation's single hope of escape from Johnsonian realpolitik. Wealthy party supporters proceed quite otherwise. If a man votes right in committees, on the legislative floor, makes the big decisions in favor of property, they are behind him no matter what he does privately. They could not care less if he maintained a string of supple mistresses of all colors, shapes, religions and sizes and smoked opium. All that would bother them about this sort of thing in a sound legislator or decision-maker would be the danger of the public getting wind of it. But the man's private life, if he was politically on the beam, would be strictly his own business. He could listen to string quartets and detest baseball for all they cared. He could even be civilized, the ultimate of extreme democratic tolerance. The common run of voter, a person nobody pays any attention to most of his life, when it comes to casting his ballot suddenly feels that he has some power. Intolerant of all differences, he intends to use his paltry power to the hilt. As anticipated by the politicians, he looks the candidates over and compares them with a mental cartoon of the perfect Philistine and asks himself these questions: is he baptized? Does he belong to the right Christian sect? Does he go to church regularly? What is his race? Does he show the least sign of being superior, uppity, in any way, such as by seriously using long words? Does he seem to enjoy himself in some unorthodox way? Has he at any time stepped out of a petty conventional mold? Does he ever say anything original? The wrong answers to such questions, as politicians know, will usually swing large decisive blocks of votes and will cause ordinary boobs to break party regularity. Aside from party regulars, most voters, in the belief of politicians, vote punitively. What they are voting against, furthermore, is not ordinarily some disliked policy but, usually, some personal characteristic of the man. He may, like Adlai Stevenson, be too witty. In this way the boobs, calling upon all other boobs to join with them, work off a good deal of their frustrated hostility. What their vote will do for them tax-wise they have no idea. They don't know most of them are already paying 50 to 80% or more taxes under democratic leftism than they ought to be paying under an equitable arrangement. For some time to come, Negro politicians are going to have an easy task snaring boobish Negro votes. They are, borrowing a leaf from Southern white colleagues, simply going to talk tough about the white man. They are not, however, going to overcome the white man. They are going to make deals with him, for their personal benefit, behind the scenes. Their Negro constituents meanwhile are going to continue more or less to eat humble pie in one form or other, like their white fellow Democrats. Adam Clayton Powell and William L. Dawson and the late Oscar DePriest of Chicago are merely precursors of a long line of coming Negro politicians who, under enlarging liberalized attitudes toward Negroes, will have found the road to upward social mobility. They will have money in the bank, possibly a lively white mistress or two under the bed. As to his ethnicity or national origin, a politician cannot usually deceive his public. If he is a Ruritanian, he has to admit it and bray loudly that he is inordinately proud of it, thus securing the votes at least of nitwit Ruritanians. On the score of religion, except for sect, it is another matter. Being for the most part intelligent men, most politicians, although conspicuous churchgoers, unquestionably have no more conventional religious belief than Lenin, Marx, or Robert Ingersoll. True, most of them probably believe also that organized religion is a good thing for keeping the boobs in line, joining here the thought of Plato in his laws. But it is almost a certainty that, tested under the influence of a truth serum, most politicians would admit they themselves had little or no religious belief. Indeed, every significant action of their lives shows most of them are devoid even of natural piety. Not only do most of them have little genuine respect for people, hesitating not at sending tender youth into trackless jungles on sleeveless errands of death, they clearly show they have no respect even for the universe. They do not hesitate to pollute the atmosphere with lethal dust. They are simply low-grade technicians, in outlook so many plumbers, although it is probably an insult to hard-working plumbers to say so. Quis custodiet ipsos custodes? Reasonably sure of most of their men after election, the propertied elements inheritors, nouveau riches, and their many power elite agents unlike the general public do not sit back and wait to see what is brewing in the halls of government. Through lobbyists and other intermediaries they forcefully intervene at any and all times in the legislative and administrative processes, leaving nothing to chance. They also prudently keep a close and constant watch at all times on their elected representatives through the medium of the corporate press, trade press, and private reporters. Many trade associations and corporations maintain these private reporters in Washington and the state capitals, women as well as men who move about, mingle, socialize, listen, observe and write long regular reports. In distant files dossiers build up on all or on the key men in relation to general or special interests. Into these dossiers goes everything, including gossip, carefully labeled as such. All of this information is useful when it comes to making nominating or appointive recommendations, campaign contributions, reaching a man or developing a public offensive against some recalcitrant official. In a very real sense, officials are captives of these elements. Public office, said Grover Cleveland, is a public trust. But big property owners, having large stakes, do not allow their trust officers, either in finance or politics, to get far out of sight. Heeding Jefferson, they believe in being vigilant and forehand in defense of their profitable liberties. As to trust officers in finance, although they are carefully selected, thoroughly screened and carefully watched by stages through the years, they are nevertheless heavily bonded. This ultimate precaution makes sense because one can be most thoroughly betrayed only by someone one trusts most implicitly. One can never tell when any man may slip a neuron and dip into the till or cook the books. Strange chemical reactions sometimes take place when a trust officer encounters a nymph or a betting agent. Public officers, however, are not ordinarily bonded. They can, though, be carefully watched, monitored, consulted, instructed, advised, and personally assisted, in brief, surrounded. This they are, but only with respect to the specific felt interests of the propertied. The ordinary public, members of the labor force, cannot maintain such close vigilance and must depend on newspapers and the occasional reports of large organizations. Most of the electorate, in fact, does not even read these, preferring the sports pages, comics, crime sensations. Roll call votes do not interest them unless they are about school prayers. What the public learns about its representatives is only what appears in the newspapers or hostile pamphlets. It may learn to its dismay that their senator loves the purr of a Cadillac, the genial clink of ice cubes late at night, the company of lovely ladies. 21. By means of such trivia, which might easily have applied to George Washington, who liked fast horses rather than Cadillacs but was fond of the ladies and a touch of the grape, home sentiment is raised to an angry simmer. Any legislator who, perhaps seeking higher office, levels a lance at some large propertied interest, like the late Senator Estes Kefauver, instantly raises against himself formidable under the surface forces. And crusades such as Kefauver's against politically protected crime syndicates, high drug prices and monopoly are, beyond doubt, educational, informative and entertaining, and they do produce some temporary modifications. But in the long run matters settle back pretty much as they were, awaiting the appearance of another 9-day giant killer. Most people in politics organization types do not aim at being the number one man. And most who do, know that the spot is more easily attained deviously than by appearing as a fierce tribune of the people. For this reason crusaders are few and far between. But anyone in politics who feels neglected can always step into the crusading role. For this reason, among others, the propertied interests try to see that nobody feels neglected, everybody instead feels facilitated. Don't stir up the animals, is the working maxim. It should always be remembered that the man in office, even before he is approached by minions of the propertied, does not feel angry at any established interest. He is, usually, already in some degree a man of property himself, perhaps with glowing prospects ahead. While public promises he may rashly have made may be forgotten or disregarded, there being nobody immediately present to hold him to his duty, he is always in contact with those to whom he has made private promises. These must always be kept unless he is let off the hook for good reasons he can show. The common erroneous assumption of the voters is that anyone of their ethnic or national origin, number, class, fraternal order, religion, or region is sympathetically inclined toward them. Such a representative, they believe, understands them better. Yet, as the record shows, such voters have pretty consistently been let down in their day-to-day interests all the way down the line. Money cancels all prior obligations. It is not necessarily that the politicians intend it this way, which is merely the way the ball bounces, the cookie crumbles, the rainbow disintegrates. It is simply that intelligent pressure and attention directed on them come mainly from the propertied. The non-propertied are either absent or are interested chiefly in a long line of irrelevant nonsense like school prayers and ritual conformity to shop-worn shibboleths. What can one do for people who believe their true friends are characters like the Reverend Billy Graham, Norman Vincent Peale, Archbishop Fulton Sheen and Francis Cardinal Spellman? It costs a politician or his moneyed supporters nothing to declare in favor of school prayers. It may sound commendable to many. But, whether the prayers are held or not, they make no difference as between poverty and affluence. It should not be thought, however, that a tight leash is kept on officials by the propertied. For it is not. The watchers are always sensitively aware that officials must play peekaboo with the larger public and must sometimes vote or act in ways that are thoroughly unsound from a propertied point of view. Such grandstand action is seldom resented by the watchers unless it is felt to be gratuitous and avoidable. But any elected official who consistently goes against the grain of the propertied interests is quickly tagged anti-business, tantamount to being labeled an anti-party deviationist in the Soviet Union. The man so labeled has been marked for political destruction, will have to fight to the hilt for his political life. Anti-labor he may be and live, anti-immigrant, anti-farmer, anti-intellectual and even anti-veteran. But if he consistently gives the watchful lobbyists a hard time, he must depend strictly on his own resources and ingenuity to gain and hold electoral support. Very few have succeeded at it. Public discontent, how deep is it? Most Americans, most of the time, nevertheless live in a state of mild semi-content in the substandard habitations that compose substandard residential areas of the richest industrial country on earth. Where there is positive discontent, it is usually not very thoroughgoing and could usually be easily removed. Almost any person questioned, of course, would usually like a better job, perhaps a more lively or varied one, somewhat better pay but not necessarily a great deal more, a somewhat better neighborhood to live in, perhaps less noise, soot, and crowding in the region, somewhat better schools for the children but nothing outstanding, a longer vacation, not necessarily shorter hours but perhaps somewhat lower taxes, but not very much lower, possibly somewhat lower prices in general, a new car, possibly a Thunderbird, a color television set or even two, maybe a little fishing shack in the country but nothing fancy, some new or additional electric appliances for the home, possibly less crowded transportation to and from work, some deferred dental work, and the like. There is little among an average American's visualized needs, including medical, that would not be taken care of by just a little more money. As to cultural quality, there is little felt need. Culturally, everything is thought to be good enough. I am not referring here, of course, to the lower 20 to 25% or too stupefied by its condition to look for anything better or even to complain. Some at this level do remark plaintively, true enough, of rats infesting their scabrous homes or leaks in the roof and seem to hope that somebody will someday come and remove them. Unable to qualify for readily available jobs because of low intelligence, lack of training, psychic depression, uncouth manners, or general debility, hereditary or acquired, lack of accurate information and personal neglect, often concentrated in regions to which they have earlier been enticed at temporarily good pay for now abandoned mining or industrial processes under what economists blithely call labor mobility, they listlessly sit and vaguely hope that something new will turn up. What would suit them as well as anything else would be a first-class war for which they could get good wages making ammunition. In the meantime, forehand fly-by-night, freedom-loving entrepreneurs extract from them whatever they may have in cash, usually public relief money, by means of conscientious overcharges for rent, food, clothing, and dispensable gadgets dispensed on the basis of free misrepresentation. Little noticed about the habitual poor is the fact that most of them are poorest of all in spirit. Most are from unusually large families in which they have been pointedly depreciated and put down by habitually irritated parents or, when such is not the case, they have come to see themselves as an operative cause of the harsh family condition, another troublesome mouth to feed. Contrasting with the low sense of self-esteem among the poor is a correspondingly high sense of quiet self-esteem among the established rich, a reflex to their having usually been catered to by parents and servants and always spoken of as entitled to the best in clothes, in food, in schools, in marriage, in trips to Europe and the like. The habitual rich do not place a high value upon self merely because they have money, as is often thought, but because in most cases they have been conditioned to being highly valued or overvalued by everybody around them. In many among poor as well as rich there is a noticeable reaction formation to these basic feelings of value and non-value. Many of the poor react by assertively proclaiming their high value, which they do not really feel, and respond approvingly to the assertions of clergy, democratic ideologists, and politicians about their superlative value. God must love the poor because He made so many of them. Some no doubt feel in their bones that it is a fairy tale, but it is a pleasant one. The rich, per contra, react by developing an outward mien of modesty, unassumingness, tentativeness, and self-deprecation. Everybody remarks, "What a nice democratic guy. He'll talk with anybody, real friendly. Who'd ever think he was worth $100 million? A real gentleman." But, whether over-assertive or submissive in attitude, most of the poor feel marked down. From birth onward their entire experience, with only unusual exceptions, has underlined and emphasized their lowliness and dispensability. Here, indeed, is the purely human difference between most of the rich and the poor, which F. Scott Fitzgerald correctly sensed in noting that the rich were different and which Ernest Hemingway failed to register when he observed in response that the only difference was that the rich had more money. Money, indeed, is the least of the differences, man for man and pound for pound, between the rich and the poor, always allowing for exceptional cases on both sides of the fence. The broad difference lies in self-valuation, too low in one case, too high in the other. Two things the working American dreads but seldom talks about: loss of his health and loss of his job, which loss of health by itself usually entails. "Thank God for your health," it is commonly said reprovingly to complainers unless they are on their last legs. Without the ownership of income-producing property, holding at most some small savings, some life insurance and possibly some equity in a mediocre mortgaged home, 90% of Americans, as we have seen, are completely dependent on wages or salary. Relatively few hold jobs under tenure or long-term contract. If the jobs are removed, the jugular vein is severed, not only on the means of livelihood but on self-esteem. Most Americans out of a job, no matter how they got that way, feel beaten. If joblessness continues very long, they begin to be looked at askance by family and friends. Are they flat tires in the land of success? They begin to wonder themselves. Full-scale employment is a prime basic aim of American public policy, supported by both parties. It has been recognized since the massive layoffs of the 1930s that here, if nowhere else, is a problem that could generate really big political upheaval. Although the labor force has grown with the population, unemployment remains and a number work part-time as well as some at 2 jobs. Those the political managers have not been able to absorb into the labor force they have tried to provide for by 1. Prolonged routine schooling, 2. The maintenance of a German-style standing army of more than 3 million men and 3. Paid retirement at ages 62 to 65. Anyone retired, in the Wehrmacht, Luftwaffe, or in school is obviously not unemployed. Yet approximately 1/3 cannot qualify for military service for physical or mental reasons. Many of the same group plus others cannot absorb available schooling, a problem. By way of providing for the inexorably growing labor force, the political parties foster schemes of government-subsidized capital expansion at home, economic growth and investment abroad, economic imperialism under military protection. There is present, then, especially as population growth has not even been tardily curbed, an obviously explosive situation, what professors are prone to call a dynamic configuration. This last implies only that almost anything can happen. As long as they are employed at fairly reasonable wages, Americans, far less politicalized than their European counterparts, are sufficiently content. Only low prices for farmers, low wages, or unemployment, as history shows, can put a noticeable number of them into serious political motion and make them start thinking, reading and talking about their plight. Even then, their political expression in the form of dissident parties has never amounted to a considerable percentage of the popular vote. As long as there seems any hope simply of bottom-level, hand-to-mouth employment, they remain glued to one of the prefabricated parties. In this they are very much like the diligent Germans who, as history attests, will go any way politically that the jobs lie. Perhaps this is only reasonable. Popular gratitude, Americans, moderately content, except for certain minority blocks in times of crisis, are almost to a man grateful for living in such a marvelous political and economic situation, extending liberty and equal justice to all, the last in part a reflex attitude to propaganda that begins early in the public schools. Those rank-and-file Americans who do not feel grateful tend to feel guilty over their lack of gratitude for such a reputedly fine system. The intense gratitude felt by many is well illustrated by a case cited by Drew Pearson. Nick Galifianakis, a lawyer, Duke University professor and member of the North Carolina State Legislature, stood as a candidate for Congress in 1966 against Smith Bagley, young grandson of R.J. Reynolds, the tobacco tycoon. Pearson noted that Galifianakis got into politics when friends put up $18 to file his name as a candidate for the state legislature. Said Galifianakis to Pearson, "With a name as monstrous as mine, I thought it was a joke. I didn't think anyone would vote for a name like mine. However, my father was born in Crete and had a sense of gratitude toward this country. He used to run water out of a spigot and say, 'Look at the clean water we have to drink.' We couldn't get that back in Greece. My father ran a little hot dog stand, and he felt a deep obligation to this country. I feel that in the legislature I've been discharging his obligation and mine." 22 This is far from an isolated instance but typifies, I have found, a general attitude especially among immigrant groups down to the third generation and among recent refugees from Soviet and Nazi totalitarianism. Second and third generation children of immigrant families have in millions of cases been told, when complaining of anything, 2. Be grateful you have a roof over your head, be grateful you have something at all to eat. Be grateful. In most of the immigrant families, and among many of the earlier native frontier families, there remains a family tradition about some sort of distant, life-sapping, and perhaps nameless hardship that has been narrowly escaped. The descendants of those who escaped that hardship, whatever it was, are repeatedly told to be grateful for living in a country of so many opportunities, such wide liberties, such bountiful fields, such clean water, such blue skies. The children owe gratitude above all to parents for choosing such a country. Examples of poor boys who have made good, from Rockefeller and Carnegie to Everett M. Dirksen and Lyndon B. Johnson, are often cited, and the mass media can run the list up into the thousands, the 10,000s. But, and here is the dazzling moment of truth, they can't run it up to 1 million, not to 500,000, not perhaps even to 100,000. There are enough showcase examples of successes, however, who have made it to become the biggest used car lot operator in all history, to overwhelm most dissenters. The unconvinced are merely carpas. Whatever is amiss, it is implied, will soon be rectified, perhaps after the next big election. If times are bad or uncertain, they will sooner or later improve. In any event, there is no need for anything drastic, although many persons would no doubt agree it would be a boon if there were only guaranteed jobs or income, perhaps hereditary jobs. In reading their newspapers, Americans reinforce their attitudes by making note of wholesale death camps in Germany, concentration camps and secret police in Russia, mass slaughters in India, Turkey, China, and Pakistan, famines in Greece and elsewhere, overpopulation, lack of water, and, in general, secret police, executions, a bad situation all over the earth. They little realize that foreign newspapers, with equal truth, regularly feature lynchings and riots in the United States, American unemployment and slums rivaled perhaps only by those of India, floods, soup lines, Hoovervilles, gangsters, periodic American depressions and recessions, McCarthyite cultural vigilantism, widespread American lawlessness, traffic jams, ugly cities, water and air pollution, advertising fakery, and other vile conditions. There is, evidently, widespread editorial selection all over precisely with the idea of fostering in-group feelings of complacency. Actually, things are varyingly bad in most places. All utopias are bogus. Not everybody, of course, has traditional grounds, however tenuous, for feeling grateful. There are, first, the Negroes, 10% of the population. Negroes provide clamorous evidence that the American system, whatever it is not benign in all its dispensations. Oddly, to those nurtured on myth, it has its Siberias. There are, as a matter of fact, many others who seem to have little ground for gratitude. Most of them appear to be of the politically apathetic strata that cannot even bring themselves to vote. As a financial writer for the New York Post, commenting on an analysis in the Social Security Bulletin, puts it, the number of poor Americans officially defined as having a yearly income of about $3,100 or less for a non-farm family of 4 has been slashed a minimum of 6 million since 1960. In the same period, the number of near poor just above this lowest income bracket has jumped at least 1 million. In totals today, 34 million are living under the poverty line and 16 million Americans are living right above it. These facts are a warning of what even a slight economic recession could mean to 50 million Americans. According to the Social Security yardstick, the poor individual today has 70 cents a day to spend on food plus $1.40 for rent, clothes, home maintenance, transportation, everything else. The near poor person has 93 cents a day for food plus $1.85 for everything else. The fact is that 1 in 4 Americans, including 22 million children under 18, now exist at these levels. The fact is that 43% of all Americans over the age of 65 today are either poor or near poor. 23. This is about what many smokers spend in a day on cigars. Perhaps even most of these feel grateful for something. If they do not, their discontent is not translated into political action. Very possibly most of them are of low IQ, perhaps inordinately low owing to diet deficiencies and self-depreciation. But if 25% of Americans live Indiana poverty and near poverty, another 50% can hardly be said Indiana the light of official income statistics, to be living more than meagerly. Touches of the affluent society begin to be encountered only in the lower levels of the economically upper 25% and do not amount to much until one gets into the upper 10% of income receivers. The affluent society is really a not too thick veneer, mostly a surcharged installment credit affair. Educational levels. According to the 1960 census, the formal schooling of Americans 25 years old and over was as follows: 24 number percenter. Total persons in this age range 99,024,100.0, no schooling 2,251,002.31 to 4 years of school 5,997,006.05 to 7 years of school 13,710,013.88 years of school 17,397,018.01 to 3 years of high school 19,047,019.24 years of high school 24,330,024.51 to 3 years of college 8,705,008.84 years or more of college 7,588,007.5. Impressive when compared with the data for Basutoland, as they sometimes are. These statistics, as educators warn, do not portend what they are taken to portend owing to the general low quality of the American educational system, especially at the elementary and secondary levels and more than half of the college level. Most formal education in the United States is of the once-over lightly, hit-and-run, mass cult, bargain counter and vocational varieties, so that even many college graduates have lingering difficulties about spelling, writing plain prose, identifying crucial historical figures, events, and ideas, or reading beyond the level of Reader's Digest. If one is seeking effectively schooled people, one must reduce the high school and college figures of a largely Potemkin village system by more than half. 25. No other large country, however, has a better system. Education, of course, is not to be confused with mere schooling. Eric Hoffer, lightly schooled longshoreman, author of The True Believer, stands out as a far more thoroughly educated man than, for example, William F. Buckley, Jr., Yale graduate who wrote The Grotesque God and Man at Yale, as good a sample as any of the Buckley lucubrations. If one concedes Buckley every one of his points against Yale, and a civilized man would hold them to be positive virtues, one sees that he has unwarrantably built his case about a complex institution on few and untypical cases relating wholly to the minor undergraduate college, ignoring the mountain for the mouse. It should not, then, be supposed that I make a cult of schooling and believe that even at its best it necessarily represents education. A cultivated autodidact like Hoffer, and there are others, can, as it so happens, hold his own with swarms of PhDs. A few top-flight professors do not even have a bachelor's degree. Lewis Mumford, for one example. George Gallup, the poll wizard, every so often makes a popular survey on topics of immediate public interest. Invariably, on whatever is of trivial interest he finds the public well informed, on whatever is of serious concern the vast majority is abysmally ignorant, even though the newspapers have gone overboard on the subject. Few will know what a cyclotron is, nearly everyone will be quite expert on something like the Profumo affair or miniskirts. If one gives credence to the bare school statistics, however, a considerable part of the population is sufficiently educated. 40.8% over 25 as of 1960 had graduated from high school, with 7.5% finishing 4 years or more of college and 8.8% attending college for 1 to 3 years, mostly 1. There is obviously a weak base here for general intelligent political action. Statistically, the certified laggards outnumber the certified competents. Recalling the figures on the distribution of intelligence, knowing that formal completion of schooling in a loose system is not always indicative of solid knowledge and good judgment, it is evident why the populace is not able to select, elect, and retain representatives who will act in their broad interests. The brain drain educational attainment in the United States, indeed, is generally so low that this complex industrial nation must now increasingly draw much of its highly skilled personnel from abroad, often attracting from needier nations their people of great skill. Just as the United States now processes far more of the raw materials of the world than any other country, so it seems well over the threshold of attracting to its shores by offers of higher salaries and better professional facilities most of the brains of the world. The process has been called the brain drain. Immigration, once confined to the unskilled, now features the highly skilled. According to Foreign Affairs on the subject of the brain drain to the United States, the statistics that have been developed on the so-called brain drain present a somber picture. According to one UNESCO report, 43,000 scientists and engineers emigrated to the United States between 1949 and 1961, many of whom came from the less developed countries. Of the 11,200 immigrants from Argentina alone between 1951 and 1963, nearly half were technicians and professional people, 15% were high-level administrators and 38% skilled workers. In 1964–65, 28% of the internships and 26% of the residencies in U.S. hospitals were filled by foreign graduates. Nearly 11,000 in all, and 80% of the foreign interns and 70% of the foreign residents were from developing countries. The drain from Asian nations, particularly Taiwan and Korea, is the most serious. It is estimated that over 90% of the Asian students who come here to study never return home. 26 those who came to the United States as advanced students came under foreign assistance programs, but they remain to fill in gaps of higher personnel that are not filled by the native products of the American school system. England, which itself drains the Commonwealth countries of talent, is alarmed at the drain of its own physicians, surgeons, and scientists to the United States. It is losing physicians and surgeons in the proportion of 1/5 to 1/3 of the graduates of its medical schools each year, some of them intensively trained specialists. 27 While the official unemployment rate hovers a little below 4% and the extreme poverty rate around 25%, the Department of Labor has advised that there are 3 million high-level jobs more or less permanently vacant in the country for engineers, scientists, technicians, statisticians, administrators, nurses, physicians, teachers and the like. Neither the populace nor the educational system seems able to supply fully the needs of a technologically advanced system, partly because of native incapacity, partly because of educational short-sightedness and parsimony, and partly because of low-level communal goals set by half-literate local community leaders and politicos. Corporations, universities, and government agencies compete madly with each other for well-schooled personnel. Local communities flounder and sink because men of informed judgment have been drawn away to distant points of the compass, leaving local chamber of commerce mentalities in charge. These figures, true enough, can be interpreted in various ways. It can be said that technology has advanced so fast that it has left much of the population behind, breathless, which is strictly true. It can also be said that the population and communal institutions have not been adequate to meet rising needs, which is equally true. Just as the level of educational attainment is not sufficient to meet the general needs of the time, so, it is my argument, the level of educational attainment is not sufficient to meet the political needs of the people in selecting political personnel devoted to the needs of the nation. One gets instead the well-known variety of peanut politician, mainly exemplified at or near the top in streamlined hicks like Lyndon B. Johnson, Everett Dirksen, Orville Faubus, and George C. Wallace, to name only a few of the currently most obtrusive and obnoxious. 28 As politics is the realm productive of public policy, the troubles of the country trace back inevitably to politics. Here we find largely inadequate office holders chosen by largely inadequate people on the basis of largely irrelevant criteria, always allowing for the fact that a minority of the office holders and a minority of the people are fully adequate to their responsibilities. The democratic system thus comes full circle and in the United States presents a parody of itself on the governmental level. 29 As a consequence, the entire land is officially plunged into Madison Avenue nonsense. The system, it turns out, has been infiltrated and subverted by bureaucrats. While institutional inadequacy is involved, it is, Contrary to a long line of radicals, liberals, and plain Democrats, by no means the whole story. Although many Americans above age 25 are inadequately educated and schooled, nobody at all is twisting their arms to make them remain that way. The major cities are all heavily supplied with public night schools on every level from the primary grades to university postgraduate levels, and anybody may rectify his educational defects very readily, usually free of direct charge. Some do, most don't. Again, most of the major cities have excellent libraries, very lightly patronized, where the interests of the broad public may be discerned on any weekend when they hit the roads in their cars. While this aimless driving about on superb highways may be cosmically innocent, like praying, it is not done by a populace seriously concerned about its destiny. It is done, in fact, by handicapped boobs. The marketplace, what we have before us, is an operative and a formal political legal system. The latter, it should be perfectly understood, is quite well devised to respond in an orderly, systematic way to the collective will of the populace. The operative system, the real system controlled by corporation-subsidized politicians, quickly came into being and prevailed owing simply to the inability of the electorate to understand and use properly the system offered. This electorate consisted almost entirely of rustic Anglo-Saxon and Scotch-Irish Hinds and, in the course of time, largely illiterate continental European immigrants. With the spread of the popular franchise after 1830, the system decreasingly elevated characters like George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison, the choices of an educated landed and mercantile enfranchised political elite, and instead pushed up from the soil confused Jacksons, Van Burens, Buchanans, Grants, McKinleys, and more recently Hardings, Coolidges, Eisenhowers, Johnsons etc. The trend was even more marked on the lower levels, and only exceptionally did men of genuine political grasp make their way upward. Many of this order simply did not make it and turned away from politics. The operative system that came into being, then, was a reflex to popular rather than institutional inadequacy, an important distinction. It is the Marxist idea that all social evil is traceable to existing institutions. I deny this, although I do not deny that existing institutions are often influences toward evil, especially as these institutions are distorted under usage. Beautiful parks are despoiled by ordinary people misusing them, not by their managers. 30. In glancing at the marketplace, it will be observed that what is chiefly criticizable about it is that much of it, as in democratic politics, represents a genuine adjustment to the low-level understanding and goals of much of its public, the customers. It is also true, however, that much of this marketplace simply ignores the customer, the public, and goes about blithely frying its fish in its own way, as in the establishment of monopoly arrangements. In many ways the market and its institutions, as it turns out, pointedly do not exist to serve the public exists to serve the market, to facilitate its operation. 31. The American economist Thorstein Veblen developed the concept of economic surplus, most recently employed by the neo-Marxists Baran and Sweezy in computing it, for the first time, for 1929–63. It was Veblen's contention in the theory of business enterprise and the theory of the leisure class that much, perhaps most, of this surplus was wasted, purposely and conscientiously, so that it could not be used to improve institutions or the life of the people as a whole. The argument was, capitalism establishes monopolies and uses advanced technology in order to increase surplus to a certain point and then wastes much or most of this surplus in order not to alter the necessary conditions for generating such surplus. Instead of operating to uplift and improve everybody and ameliorate the conditions of life, thus altering institutions, it was held it operated to keep everybody right where he was, which meant that the rich became richer and the poor remained poor or meagerly sustained. The economic surplus, specifically, is the difference between what a society produces and the cost of producing it. The larger the surplus, the more a society has to dispose of in various ways of its theoretical choice. As derived by Baran and Sweezy with the assistance of Joseph D. Phillips from orthodox official data, Since 1929 the American surplus has ranged from a low of 40.4% of gross national product in 1934 to a high of 71.6% in 1943, it stood at 56.1% in 1963. It stood at 46.9% in 1929 and has shown a definite tendency to rise over the decades. As estimates are used even in some of the official government figures employed, there is room for error. But even if error went as high as 10% or even 15% or either way, the computations would be broadly indicative. The major components of the surplus for 1963, for example, were as follows: 32 total property income $104,618 million, corporate and non-corporate income, rents, interest, profit component of corporate officers, etc. Waste in distribution, sales effort, trade advertising, etc. $29,749 million. Non-trade corporate advertising $7,700 million. Surplus employees compensation $17,650 million, finance, insurance, realty, and legal services, which last cost only $870 million. Absorbed by government $168,008 million. Total surplus $327,725 million. Percentage of gross national product 56.1. The direct return to property, then, out of gross national product of $589.20 billions plus, amounted to more than 17%, which accrued Indiana all to not much more than 10% of the populace by any reckoning, and was concentrated most heavily in a thin upper level of this 10%. With respect to the surplus itself, the take-off property was nearly 30%. Waste in the business process. The components of waste in the business process shown in the Baran-Sweezy computation consist of expenditures for advertising, market research, expense account entertaining, maintaining an excessive number of sales outlets, public relations and lobbying, salaries and bonuses of salesmen, maintenance of showy office buildings and business litigation. None of this adds anything to the value or utility of what is produced. 33. There would be an element of waste in any system, but the argument here is that the waste under capitalism is institutionally determined in order to maintain capitalism itself rather than a high quality of social life. It does no good to argue with a Moscow-oriented Marxist that there is as much or more waste and irrationality in the Soviet system, because the defensive answer here would be that the Russian system was not an outgrowth of capitalism, as Marx stipulated that socialism should be, but is an originally backward system that must pass through a capitalist phase of labor exploitation and the like in order to establish an industrial base for socialism, which is something that will be ushered into being in due course. Those who believe this, in view of the rise of a Soviet-vested political bureaucracy, must draw upon whatever credulity they possess. My own view with respect both to capitalism and to Sovietism is, there is no Santa Claus. Under whichever system one has, workers, it seems, will work and administrators will administer, on terms more or less unequal in all cases unless administrators deliberately choose to play fair. As to advertising, it is recognized by many economists of repute as an uneconomic aberration, introduced by corporations as a substitute for competitive pricing. The advertisements create the illusion of product differentiation among large varieties of essentially identical products. These essentially identical products are, it is true, differently styled and packaged, but in most cases the talking points are irrelevant. Economists agree that the ultimate consumer pays for the advertising, which in turn defeats the ultimate consumer in his search for lower prices, maintains monopoly prices. The worst thing that can happen in the system, in the view of its managers, is price cutting, which reduces surplus. Continual advertising itself, by its overwhelming success, in some cases leads to a virtual monopoly of some products, for example, the Gillette among the wet shave safety razors. As the gilt-edged economist E. H. Chamberlain observed, selling methods which play upon the buyer's susceptibilities, which use against him my emphasis laws of psychology with which he is unfamiliar and therefore against which he cannot defend himself, which frighten or flatter or disarm him. All of these have nothing to do with his knowledge. They are not informative, they are manipulative. They create a new scheme of wants by rearranging his motives. 34 Madison Avenue has come in for a great deal of condemnation. It should be observed, however, that the irrational extravagances of advertising could not be employed if there were not a vast public unable to see through the transparently deceptive devices used. It is public response that sustains advertising. It is not that the advertisements are false in general, although false advertisements, advancing direct claims that can be disproven, have been found in abundance by the Federal Trade Commission. But, even though not false, the advertisements are almost invariably grossly misleading. They are vague, ambiguous, irrelevant, and often absolutely nonsensical. By freely using improper techniques, advertising effectively subverts the work of the schools in teaching the proper uses of language and clarity in thinking. The multitudes of handicapped are intellectually defenseless when they come to advertising, and the process of absorbing the nonsense of the free-ranging advertisers intensifies their intellectual handicap. Many people talk and think about the world the way Madison Avenue has vividly but zanily taught them. 35 The logic of Madison Avenue is to employ language and pictures irrationally with a rational view to selling price-fixed goods and making money. It is able to do this because it carefully exploits human weakness, suggestibility and ignorance. In saying this, nothing is said about products or their quality. Another story. Reinvestment of surplus. Whatever property owners do not consume or allocate to various selfing non-profit purposes, they reinvest. Such reinvestment may be in already established areas or in new areas, new industries or foreign lands. Precisely what the propertied element consumes cannot be directly computed. Small property holders probably consume most of their income. In the case of large property holders, income cannot be consumed without resorting to colossal extravagances such as the maintenance of 6 large homes. What is left for consumption and personal reinvestment one may obtain some glimpse of by taking account what is reinvested by corporations. In 1962, as Baran and Sweezy show, expenditures of surplus by non-financial corporations for research and development totaled $12 billion and for outlays on plant and equipment $32 billion, of which a fantastic 81.9% was greedily charged as depreciation. Since 1953 the totals for research and development, plant outlays, and abnormally exaggerated depreciation had climbed steadily and phenomenally. There was, thus, $48 billion reinvested out of total property income for the year of $99.2 billion, or nearly half. There was, furthermore, the item of foreign investment, possibly not more than half of which represented actual flow of capital from the United States. The total of direct foreign investments increased from $11.8 billion in 1950 to $40.6 billion in 1963, an increase of $28.8 billion, according to official figures. Between 1950 and 1956 such investment each year ranged from half to $750 million, but thereafter in each year has usually far exceeded $1 billion and in 1957 exceeded $2 billion. It therefore seems safe to say that on the average at least half of property income is usually reinvested, with the proportions of what is reinvested increasing as one moves up the scale of property holders in point of individual magnitude. In general, the invested position of the propertied is steadily improving. Foreign investment is far more lucrative than domestic, and the quest for foreign markets is what enables American industry to bypass in so many ways its own population. Some of the approximate $50 billion that was left over may also have been reinvested as new personal investments. In any event, the property owners in that year had some $50 billion of unearned income at their personal disposition, roughly equivalent to the sum absorbed by the armed forces. Yet, as Baran and Sweezy remark, the monopoly system tends to work at cross purposes with itself. It tends to generate ever more surplus, yet it fails to provide the consumption and investment outlets required for the absorption of a rising surplus and hence for the smooth working of the system. Since surplus which cannot be absorbed will not be produced, it follows that the normal state of the monopoly capitalist economy is stagnation. With a given stock of capital and a given cost and price structure, the system's operating rate cannot rise above the point at which the amount of surplus produced can find the necessary outlets. And this means chronic underutilization of available human and material resources. Or, to put the point in slightly different terms, the system must operate at a point low enough on its profitability schedule not to generate more surplus than can be absorbed. 36. Compensation for surplus or intermediary employees, as Baran and Sweezy admit, would exist in any system, but it is their argument, for which they cite good reasons, that under the American system much of it is excessive and wasteful. The intermediation of brokers and agents adds nothing to the value of products. A real estate or stock broker, for example, may mediate the sale of the same property many times a year, drawing a commission each time. Nothing new has been added. Government absorption of surplus. The largest absorption of the surplus of the highly productive American system, however, takes place through government. Here, as official data show, absorption of surplus has risen steadily from $10.2 billion in 1929 to the level of $168 billion in 1963. Here is the statistical basis for the cry of statism against the welfare warfare subsidy. State. From 1929 to 1961, government spending steadily rose from 9.8% to 28.8% of gross national product. 37. It is common knowledge that some of government expenditure by anybody's standards represents waste, expenditure for socially unnecessary ends. The common notion of the congressional pork barrel, with respect to which congressmen trade votes in order to get unnecessary expensive projects for their districts, supports the notion. The local folks are pleased, but are post offices in the form of Greek temples and colonial mansions necessary? Are various airfields and army posts necessary? Governmental absorption and spending of surplus, however, whether wasteful or not, pumps money back into the economy. The government, thus local, state and federal, is the biggest customer in the marketplace, and, if it considerably reduced or withdrew its patronage, the so-called private enterprise economic system would almost instantly collapse. By running Keynesian deficits it can push the economy ahead. By curtailing expenditures it can depress the whole structure. Despite the outcries against statism, it has been mainly for the military establishment that government demands on the economy have been made. Whereas in 1929 less than 1% of gross national product was devoted to military purposes, by 1957 it had risen to more than 10% and accounted for approximately two-thirds of the aggregate expansion of all government spending. Government spending, then, is largely military spending. Which government expenditures are socially necessary or sustaining and which are waste of surplus? We know already there is some waste. By common agreement, the question is only to determine how much there is, a difficult if not impossible task. Whereas non-defense or civilian expenditures by government increased only from 7.5% of gross national product in 1929 to 9.2% in 1957, the military proportion increased by 15 times. Transfer payments increased from 1.6% to 5.9%, less than 4 times. 38 transfer payments comprise interest on government debt, subsidies minus surpluses of government enterprises, veterans' allowances, old age pensions, unemployment benefits and the like. Although some argue that military spending is not a prop to the economy and contend despite the 1930s that there would not be a depression if military spending were reduced, because with the reduction in military expenses there would presumably be a corresponding reduction in taxes and a compensating rise in private spending or in redundant investment, it seems inescapable that no scattered private spending or investment could replace the massive concentrated military effort which currently takes more than 3 million men out of the labor force and makes an effective demand for more than 10% of the production of the labor force. Instead of military spending, others argue, there could be an increase in socially necessary civilian spending as for hospitals, schools, sanatoria, playgrounds, health resorts, community centers, galleries, museums, lecture halls, libraries, public housing and the like. While such creations would indeed absorb surplus at as great a rate as one liked, they would, clearly, be socialistic. Such a civilian creation by government would in many directions, as in housing, medicine, and other areas, conflict with profit enterprises, and by supplying libraries, museums, lecture halls, playgrounds, and the like would provide alternate uses for the free time of people, to the possible detriment of profit enterprises like TV, movies, automobiles, and so on. All this is precisely what is not wanted by the vested interests who exert decisive political leverage. But if there were effective political leadership, overswollen military budgets could be trimmed for these domestic purposes. Merely to staff a great expansion in such socially useful facilities would require the diversion of much upper-level personnel from profit-making enterprises. Some percentage of the military establishment, by the testimony of all schools of thought, represents waste. Some of it is necessary waste, arising from unavoidable circumstances, some is avoidable waste. There are, again, those who would argue that, humanly speaking, it is all waste. We need not follow this line of thought in a highly imperfect world. Owing to continual technological advance, moreover, there is rapid obsolescence of much military equipment in a situation where it is felt, hysterically, that the nation must be prepared at any moment for a maximum military effort to save its very life. Large portions of civilian outlay by government can also readily be interpreted as waste. The federal road building program, as indicated in Note 28, Supra, is considered, I think rightly, a huge example of compounding social waste by Baran and Sweezy, who also interpret slum clearance as in good part a waste of public money. This last item of waste comes about in this way: instead of utilizing low-cost open spaces, readily available, the slum clearing programs buy up deteriorated properties at good prices to the owners and then supply contractor promoters with huge sums and excessive tax rebates to construct new buildings that rent at such prices as to bar slum dwellers. Slum clearance thus becomes indirectly subsidized luxury building, a delight to politicians, many of them participants in the building syndicates. Government expenditures for schools and hospitals, health and sanitary measures, water supply, sewage and garbage removal, conservation and recreation, housing and facilitation of commerce, police and fire protection, courts and prisons, legislatures and administrative offices are conceded by these writers to be socially necessary. Presumably they would agree that libraries, post offices, government printing, and the maintenance of rivers and harbors are in the same category. But, as they point out, there has been little expansion of such services relative to the expansion of gross national product. Most expansion of governmental spending and allocation of funds has been in areas that are more or less, or entirely, socially and economically wasteful or rationally questionable. Thus, while socially necessary services are skimped and held down with cries for economy in government, the sluice gates are wide open for the military in repelling a Leninist communism held to be lapping at distant shores and in underwriting schemes of road building and urban renewal that not only facilitate huge profit-making enterprises but undermine those that are socially more efficient, such as railroads. In general, what Baran and Sweezy say here is true. The stake of property is steadily being increased under the camouflage of high depreciation write-offs. Persuasive advertising is wasteful and exploitative of credulity, a substitute for genuine competition. More surplus employees are utilized than is socially necessary, although not more than this kind of system requires. Much of what the government spends is indeed wasteful in various degrees and from various points of view, and much of it, as in the approach to housing and the automobile complex, is positively harmful. In this last category we have, not merely social waste for profit, but positive, certifiable social harm for profit. Beyond the harm produced by the approaches of public policy to urban housing and the automobile complex, there is the harm induced by misallocation of resources, as in military overspending for overkill. The prime virtue of capitalism in theory is that it provides a mechanism, the ostensible free market, for meeting the effective varied demands of people at the best prices. What happens, however, when people are deviously induced to make an effective demand for something they do not need, automobiles instead of houses, or something that will not meet some need, chewing gum instead of psychotherapy, is not embraced in the theory. People must know their need and how to satisfy it. Again, if the market is under monopoly, people cannot make effective demand at the best possible prices even for things they do not need, things that do not cater to necessity, convenience, or comfort. Ideas of spurious need are inculcated by playing upon latent fears, such as that other people will ostracize them if they do not use deodorants in a long line of other products. Advertising, seen in this aspect, is obviously a vast booby trap, a legally condoned swindle for profit. 39. Quality in the consumer economy. As to the quality of goods in the consumer economy, where consumption in and of itself is regarded by many public men as the remedy for all ills, there is a wide range. In order to appeal to the impecunious, much of what is offered is sleazy, saturated with built-in obsolescence. The case made by Ralph Nader about the Detroit automobile could in general be applied to many products, although in the automobile it was more serious than usual owing to the immediate life and death aspect. 40. In order that at least the more literate portions of the middle classes may pick their way about among a large variety of substandard, overpriced, and absolutely unnecessary products that cater at most to free-floating anxiety and suppressed restiveness, there have emerged successful private enterprises such as Consumers Union and Consumers Research. By means of regular reports, these organizations, and others, advise subscribers of the results of product analysis and price comparison. Strong in the production of capital goods, generally machinery designed for further production, the American productive system in the line of consumer offerings is about as uneven as the American school system. The main consideration all along the line is admittedly the rate of profit. Producers, it must be conceded, are entitled to fair returns for effort, but the object of business enterprise in general and of the American business system in all its parts is to obtain maximum possible return without regard for quality or social necessity, comfort, or convenience. Do-nothing products, economic placebos, are quite common. Under the rubric of glorious freedom, if they make a big profit through misleading advertising as in the case of deodorants, they are justified. The vendor has given the customer what he has been frightened or cajoled into wanting and has given employment perhaps to thousands who are raising children to grow into another army of worker consumers making null or below par products, all, however, for somebody's profit. Many products in the market, especially in pharmaceuticals and foods, are repeatedly found in government laboratories to be positively harmful. This is a long story in itself. Just how little fear of authority producers feel under the skull and crossbones of freedom we learn from Admiral Hyman G. Rickover, of the Bureau of Ships of the Navy and known as the father of the atomic submarine, a really competent man. Rickover announced that work on many atomic submarines was being delayed because parts, upon which performance depended, were being delivered that did not follow specifications. He cited the inability of American industry to meet the exacting demands for quality and reliability posed by modem technology, and charged that industrialists did not know what went on in their plants, which were left to administrators chiefly interested in getting more contracts. The National Aeronautics and Space Administration at the same time voiced similar complaints, which it later smothered in a tribute to the cooperation of industry. Rickover not only held to his position but has many times made it known in the same terms. 41. The deaths of 3 astronauts were ascribed to poor equipment. Not all officials react disagreeably to treating the government as though it was a rank-and-file customer. The political authorities of Massachusetts, for example, accepted the Massachusetts Turnpike as constructed. Soon after completion the road was already crumbling over long stretches and was being extensively rebuilt. As one who has driven over this road many times and experienced its undulations, seen it pitted with holes and watched repair crews at work over its entire length, I can personally testify to its generally poor condition, especially as contrasted with the New York State Thruway, with which it connects. As soon as one travels onto the New York State Road from the Massachusetts Road, one is aware of a dramatic transition from uncertainty and hazard to a well-engineered, well-built road. The ancient Romans built roads that are still used for heavy-duty purposes. A very wide range of consumer goods conforms more to the standards of the Massachusetts Turnpike than to the New York State Thruway, all produced under the pressing motivation of a quest for maximum profits. Cheap goods, perhaps not paradoxically, are often socially expensive goods. Institutions or people. The full-blown Marxist will have no difficulty putting his finger on the difficulty. He will say it is capitalism, or monopoly capitalism. With this convenient analytical abstraction, I do not agree. Capitalist institutions, being oriented toward private profit in return for the commitment of private capital, no doubt facilitate and reinforce inherent selfish drives in the acquisitive-minded, encourage corner-cutting. It is part of selfing capitalist theory that the driving self-interest of the entrepreneur indirectly serves society, with an invisible hand conferring benefits out of the process. Up to a point this may be true, or it may once under competitive conditions have come nearer the truth than it is under monopoly conditions. But as the screws are rationally tightened to generate more and more profits, more and more surplus, the gains in the productive sector of the economy are increasingly made at the expense of the consuming sector. And social welfare lies at least as much as or more in the consuming sector than in the producing sector. Production is merely the means, consumption the end. In dominant American thinking, this order is reversed. Again, much of what is termed capitalism has been simple illegality, outside the system. If the general public were as rational as the producers and had at its fingertips as much knowledge and insight, an ability to apply knowledge and insight, all would perhaps be well. But a very large section of the public, a majority, is woefully handicapped through the possession of insufficient rationality, knowledge, and insight. Its members are as amateur participants in a card game with experts. Not only are the politico-economic adversaries of the broad public highly expert, but they are what is known among card players as sharpers, prone to violate the rules. These sharpers play a cooperative game with marked cards. Not only this, but to some extent they are mind readers. Armed with a knowledge of psychological laws and backed up by computer technology, the large-scale entrepreneur knows in advance what plays the amateurs in elections and markets are bound to make. The amateurs, in fact, are inherently restricted in the plays they are able to make in their own defense. Even if they were pantologists, they would not be able to make better choices than a mass-oriented monopoly market and complex political system offer. In the selection and purchase of goods and services, the disorganized public is led in some cases by necessity, in others by the quest for convenience and comfort and, at times, by the attraction of dispensable diversion and luxury. Beyond these ends it may, too, as advertisers well realize, be led by the prospect of purely imaginary and illusory advantages, as that ladies will become intensely amorous at the sight of men who use certain pomades. By way of summation, the cleverness of the rich, as I see it, has consisted largely of the fact that the acquisitors among them have been able to operate practically unhindered by law among multitudes of thoroughly confused people, who are readily victimized in politics and economics. The victims have at all times been left externally free to choose in their own way. The rich, whether they knew it or not, could always have been fortified in the thought that the handicapped will usually make the wrong choices under the rule of external freedom. Approached from the standpoint either of IQ or formal education, far more than half the population has not had the knowledge, intelligence, or ability to make choices in its own interests. It has merely drifted with the tide, trusting to its feelings, while others gathered in the hay. Nobody in most instances twisted the arms of this population to make it perform as it did in the polling booth and the market. On the other hand, rescue parties have been few and have not been understood as such by the victims, who regarded saviors such as Mrs. Sanger as enemies. A whole line of would-be saviors, including socialists such as Norman Thomas, have been rotten-egged for taking the trouble to make known their panaceas to this same population. Left and right, radicals, reformers, liberals, and labor organizers have been bustled off to jails, not usually by capitalists or even by capitalist agents, but by the local rank and file of victims and their duly elected officers. Underlying the low IQs and faulty education have been deliberately contrived cultural deprivation, as in the case of Negroes, and spontaneous, self-induced cultural deprivation as in the case of rural and small-town Protestants and urban Catholics. These, it is evident, have been self-designated victims in a game with rules the rank and file did not understand. What is evidently the case is that a large section of the population is dependent emotionally, intellectually, economically, and politically and is unable inherently or by conditioning to function in its own behalf under free institutions. A large section of the population, indeed, if it is to be properly served, should be regarded as public wards, ethically subject to rather close highly informed benign guidance in making life dispositions. No doubt much of this dependency arises from its conditioning, from its unreasonably inculcated faith that provision will be made for it, if not by man then by some remote deity. Perhaps a socialist sector of society should be established for it, perhaps true socialism itself is the ultimate answer. As to socialism as the answer to social ills, I have never been a socialist simply because socialism has seemed to be a dispensation out of practical reach. As shown by the non-industrial countries where it has been forced by revolutionary means, installed at a time of total social collapse, it can hardly be attained by force. The consequence is simple totalitarianism, with heavy-handed politicians in the saddle. Nor, as is evident from public indifference to it in the face of persuasive argument by a long line of intelligent men from G. B. Shaw to Bertrand Russell, can it be attained by persuasion. Socialism, which long antedates Karl Marx, who merely gave a distinctive romantic turn to the way of attaining it, is in fact an aristocratic doctrine, originated by a French Count Claude-Henri de Rouvroy de Saint-Simon, 1760–1825, who fought in the American Revolution and was imprisoned during the French Revolution. Like socialists in general, aristocrats were disdainful of men of business, who believed in turning everything, including all of society, into a profit-making scheme. As Veblen said, men whose aim is not an increase in possessions do not go into business. 42. Not only is the profit-seeking way of the businessman distasteful to aristocrats, who long looked down on people in trade, but it has been looked at askance by professionals from time immemorial. To the ancient Greeks, Hermes was not only the god of commerce but also of cunning and theft. While traders have perhaps been more influential than any other group in the diffusion of culture more than the philosopher, theologian, or writer, their influence here was no more than an unconscious byproduct of their intrusions into all corners of the world. It was basically the existence of this sort of trusting, optimistic, dependent, happy-go-lucky population that made it possible within a single generation for the wealth of the nation to find its way into hands almost as few as in some of the long-established older countries. The cleverness of the American rich comes down to the fact that acquisitors found themselves, like delirious foxes in a chicken farm, turned loose among so many unprotected suckers and boobs the handicapped. From this situation sprang the rule, the overriding operating principle of American society: never give a sucker an even break. The result was not brought about by capitalism, as the socialists claim, for such an abstraction has no power to do anything whatever. It was brought about by individual capitalists, that is to say, it was brought about by people seeking wealth, using convenient institutions, ideologies, and strategies, versus less adroit people. Human life, in truth, is less an affair of institutions and systems than of people and an interplay of motivations and abilities. What I have said in this chapter, it is evident, reflects on the sagacity of most of the public, the darling of the democratic ideologue, who replaced God with the people as an object of veneration and faith. Any critical evaluation of the public usually is rejected as, somehow, unacceptable in the light of democratic dogma. 43. The objective role of the democratic ideologue is precisely as follows: out of his own inner need to see humanity liberated from the rule of others, he preaches his ideology. Into the network of institutions and policies thereby generated steps the economic entrepreneur and the politician, who convert democratic institutions into something of vast profit to themselves. It is time, by now, to see that most people are not capable of wielding this instrument of democracy in their own interests. They do not know by what standards to select representatives who will secure the popular interest. Perhaps, even, they do not care. 14. Finpolitan frontiers. As the management of properties is considered by apologists to represent in itself a great social contribution, which may in some muted degree indeed be so. In this chapter there will be passingly considered this aspect, even though the management of personal holdings can hardly be considered a clear-cut public contribution. At best it would be an ambiguous one. Just because a man runs his plantation well provides no ground in itself for immoderate public rejoicing, as public relations men insist, however much we may admire his adroitness and democratic bearing. As to corporations, most of the big ones are run well. They are models of self-centered efficiency and rational planning. In some cases they are managed by dominant owners, in others by well-paid hired managers acting for dominant owners. But while laudable efficiency and rational planning in their own self-oriented interests mark the large corporations, the dominant public ideology sponsored by the leaders of these very corporations is that there should be no public planning. Planning is a wicked word when engaged in by government, for it allegedly leads to statism, by definition a bad thing. But corporate planning for maximum profits is virtuous. The consequence is that only corporate policy is rational, in the interests of the corporation, and helter-skelter public policy is helpless to defend itself against the corporations. Such being the case, it can only be incidentally that the well-managed corporation is publicly supportive, often it is discovered as overtly anti-social. Merely managing a corporation well, then, does not represent a social contribution. Such action may represent carefully contrived piracy. We can, therefore, forget about corporate management as ipso facto a social contribution, even though it may be in some instances. The Rockefeller Empire of contrapuntal profit and non-profit enterprises is here taken, purely for illustrative purposes, as the central and conventionally most creditable of such ostensible contributions, with allusion later to lesser similar Finpolitan complexes. Currently this empire is an international network of industrial, financial, cultural, and political activities that for variety, quantity and quality put everything of a similar kind in the shade. The present third generation of ruling Rockefellers, 5 sons and a daughter of John D. Jr., without considering the independent branch of the founder's brother, William, has at its fingertips what is the quintessence of many great fiefdoms, worthy to be included in a modern Arabian Nights tale. All of it is bone and muscle, none either of fat or meagerness. It is not only quantitatively but qualitatively rich, like a Christmas fruit nut brandy cake. The reigning Rockefeller brothers are John D. III, B. 1906, Nelson Aldrich, B. 1908, Lawrence S. B. 1910, Winthrop, B. 1912, and David, B. 1915. They have a sister, Mrs. Abby Mouse, who figures in the gilt-edged sextet, according to reports by family friends, pretty much as a silent partner. All appear to be of good intelligence, not the least of their assets, although actually the intelligence at their disposal, the pooled family intelligence deriving from long experience with a mercurial world plus that of their large professional advisory and research staffs, greatly exceeds their personal intelligence. Like the ruler of a great state, they have far more relevant information at their ready disposition than they carry with them in their own heads. As far as the contemporary world is concerned, they are thoroughly informed. They can, in fact, outthink most contemporaries. The fourth, and even fifth, generation is being readied in the wings. At this writing there are 23 living members of the fourth generation. John D. III has 1 son and 3 daughters, Nelson 4 living sons and 2 daughters, Lawrence 1 son and 3 daughters, Winthrop 1 son, David 2 sons and 4 daughters, and Abby 2 children. Some of these offspring are now married and themselves have children of the fifth Rockefeller generation, members of an established world dynasty. In their own eyes the self-image of the Rockefellers is quite different from that which a detached observer might arrive at, although it is a conception that many people now share through the power of public relations. The boy's father, says Joe Alex Morris, had been brought up with the feeling, which his mother emphasized, that the family's money belonged to God and that he was to be merely a steward. He impressed something of this idea on his sons. One, they are, then, stewards of wealth. In this case the laudably humble role carries with it vast emoluments, privileges, immunities, and intangible advantages and disadvantages. Discussing foreign trade after World War II, Nelson remarked, "In the last century capital went where it could make the greatest profit. In this century, it must go where it can render the greatest service." Two noble words. Again, speaking of the financing of various enterprises in Latin America, Nelson said, "We're really setting up pilot plants. Our way of life is confronted with a lot of big problems that have to be solved. We hope that our pilot plant operations will demonstrate some of the things that American enterprise can do to help solve these problems that are vital to our everyday life and to our position in world affairs. Because we've got to master such problems if our system is going to survive. 3. Survival of our system, then, is a matter of concern. The Rockefellers, then, look upon themselves as stewards rendering service and helping solve big world problems in harmony with our system. They are, in fact, problem solvers, within limits imposed by mass irrationality. The economic base. Any real clues as to the wealth of the brothers, says Fortune, have been vigilantly guarded since their birth. None of the terms of the trusts established for them by their father has ever been revealed, and even the names of the trustees are known only to the family and a few key advisors. The great concentration of the brothers' wealth is in oil companies like Jersey Standard, Creole, and Saucony Vacuum, but the precise amount is still their secret since the holdings are not big enough for mandatory disclosure to the SEC. 4 glimpses of some of the trust funds, however, were obtained from TNEC records as cited in Chapter 4. As the SEC does not require the reporting of stock holdings of less than 10% in a company unless held by an officer, the 6 Rockefellers, none of whom is a Standard Oil officer or director, could, but certainly do not, own up to nearly 60% of the stock of each of the many Standard Oil companies without the fact appearing on the public record.